All right. Thank you, Kelly. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues, of course, right now.
Hey, everybody, I'm Jeff Bennett, and you're watching NBC News Now. All eyes are on the defense as lawyers for former President Donald Trump get their turn today to make a case for acquittal at his second impeachment trial. They'll try to rebut the House manager's allegations laid out over the last 2 days that he incited the deadly insurrection at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. Instead, they'll argue the rioters acted completely on their own accord. Today could very well be the only day that they present their arguments, previewing to reporters that they'll use less than 1 day to make their case. One of Trump's attorneys, David Schoen, telling reporters they could wrap things up in just 3 or 4 hours today. That means we could also see the question and answer session today as well, followed by a vote on calling witnesses. As of right now, neither side is expected to request any, and that tees up a final vote on whether to convict the former president as early as tomorrow. Meantime, the House managers finished their case yesterday with a final plea to the senators to convict President Trump, this time focusing on rioters' words that they argued directly connected the riot to President Trump and warning what could happen if he's not held accountable. But most Republican senators are still sticking by the former president. We'll get to more on what to expect today in the trial, but we start with NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker to break down what we've heard so far. Kristen?
Hi, Jeff. Good morning to you. After a week of dramatic developments in the impeachment trial today, former President Trump's lawyers are expected to argue the trial itself is unconstitutional. They'll also try to make the case that Democrats are being hypocritical after some of them have made inflammatory comments themselves. It all caps another day of high-stakes action on Capitol Hill. In their final day of arguments, House Democrats warning senators that failing to convict former President Trump will have dire and lasting consequences.
If you don't find this a high crime and misdemeanor today, you have set a new terrible standard for presidential misconduct in the United States of America.
On Thursday, newly released court documents showed that militia group The Oath Keepers was plotting violent action to stop Joe Biden's inauguration, including bringing heavy weapons across the Potomac River into Washington. One member of the group saying in a text message, "If Trump asks me to come, I will," driving home the argument by House Democrats that Mr. Trump set the stage for the insurrection by citing the rioters' own words on camera.
President Trump requested that we be in D.C. on the 6th. So this was our way of going and stopping this deal.
Let's call Trump, yes! Dude, let's tell Trump what's up. Trump would be very upset. And he'd be like, no, just say we love him. We love you, bro. No, he'll be happy. What do you mean? We're fighting for Trump.
Democrats also tried to debunk an argument from the former president's defense team that Mr. Trump was speaking figuratively when he said this minutes before the insurrection began.
If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
That wasn't metaphorical. It wasn't rhetorical. He'd already made it perfectly clear that when he said fight, he meant it.
Pointing to the former president's inflammatory rhetoric from campaign rallies.
Knock the crap out of him, would you? Seriously. Okay? Just knock the hell. I promise you, I will pay for the legal fees.
To his comments after the 2017 white supremacist rally in Charlottesville.
And you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
Impeachment managers also argued the former president has not expressed any remorse, playing these comments from 6 days after the insurrection.
My speech and my words and my final paragraph, my final sentence, and everybody to the T thought it was totally appropriate.
He knew the people that died. And his message to all of us was that his conduct was totally appropriate.
NBC News captured video of Mr. Trump golfing in Florida during the proceedings as his Republican allies blasted the entire impeachment process.
It's totally unconstitutional, and it is incredibly selfish on the part of the Democrats who are pursuing their own personal political vendettas here.
On Thursday, President Biden weighing in on the trial for the first time when pressed by NBC News about those newly released videos of the Capitol riot. Did you see the video yesterday during the impeachment trial, and what was your your reaction, Mr. President?
I, like other Americans, watched the news. I think the Senate has a very important job to complete, and I think my guess is some minds may have been changed, but I don't know.
Now, President Biden still would not say whether his predecessor should be convicted. His press secretary said Mr. Biden found the videos harrowing and deeply disturbing. Today, Mr. Trump's attorneys will have a chance to make their case, but they're not expected to take up all 16 hours that's allotted to them, which means the entire trial could be wrapped up by the end of the weekend. Jeff?
That was NBC's Kristen Welker reporting. All right, Congressman Jamie Raskin, the lead House impeachment manager, wrapped up his team's presentation listing a number of questions he would have asked the former president if Trump had accepted his invitation to testify. Look at this.
Why did President Trump not tell his supporters to stop the attack on the Capitol as soon as he learned of it? Why did President Trump do nothing to stop the attack for at least 2 hours after the attack began? As our constitutional commander-in-chief, why did he do nothing to send help to our overwhelmed and besieged law enforcement officers for at least 2 hours on January 16th after the attack began? On January 6th, why did President Trump not at any point that day condemn the violent insurrection and the insurrectionists? If a president incited a violent insurrection against our government, would that be a high crime and misdemeanor? Can we all agree at least on that?
All right, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Leanne Caldwell, who's on Capitol Hill. So, Leanne, here we go with day 4 of this impeachment trial. What are you hearing from the president's legal team heading into today's arguments?
Well, the president's defense team, they have 16 hours to make their case, but they say that they're only going to use 3 to 4 of those hours. You can expect them to focus on the speech that the former president gave at the Ellipse before the insurrection happened on January 6th. But just one line in the speech, not all the parts that he talked about go and fight. They're going to try to give what they say is the other side of the argument. They're also expected to make an argument about the First Amendment and that political speech should not be condemned and outlawed, essentially. So those are going to be some of the main arguments we're going to hear. But also after today, we could see the question and answer session by senators where they're able to ask the defense team and the impeachment managers any remaining questions they have. Sometimes those are legitimate questions and sometimes they're just questions to prove points. But that means that this trial could be wrapping up relatively soon in the next day or two, Jeff.
And Leanne, a question about what happened yesterday evening, because as we understand it, you had those 3 Republican senators who happened to be allies of former President Trump. That Senators Lindsey Graham, Mike Lee, and Ted Cruz, they actually met with his defense lawyers ahead of the opening arguments. And that's something that wouldn't happen in a typical trial. Of course, this isn't a typical trial. But what more can you tell us about what happened there and what they talked about behind closed doors?
Right. Well, we do know that those 3 senators have been defending the president, and at least 2 of those senators have said that they are not going to vote to convict, and this trial should not be happening. What they said behind closed doors, I'm not totally sure, but the optics to a normal, average, every person who's watching this look bad. It looks like they are colluding with the Trump defense team. But in fact, this is not a legal trial. This is a political process. And some of these senators have made no bones about the fact that they are on the side of the president. And these aren't impartial jurors. They're actually allowed to do that. But it is proving that they are on the side of the president and do want to see this president acquitted. Jeff.
Yeah, and to your point, the first impeachment trial, Trump's first impeachment trial, which we covered together, remember, Mitch McConnell coordinated directly with the White House back then, and Democrats, of course, were outraged. But today's defense arguments, as you mentioned, they're expected to go very quickly. We could have a verdict as soon as this weekend. Right now, Democrats, and this has been the case all along, they're still far short of the 17 Republican votes they need to get to that magic number of 67 to convict former President Trump. But could you see any more Republicans swayed? I mean, who's on your watch list right now, Leanne?
So, Jeff, of course, we're watching the 6 Republican senators who did vote to say that this trial was, in fact, constitutional. But then there's another group that I'm also watching. It's not that we're going to get to the 17 number for conviction, but just keep an eye on these, including Senator Richard Shelby and Richard Burr, Alabama and North Carolina, respectively. Both of them have announced their retirement. They're not running for re-election in 2022. Senator Chuck Grassley is in his late 80s. He might not run for re-election either. Senator John Thune, he is up for re-election. He's the number 2 Republican. But he told me the other day that the impeachment managers did make a very compelling case and connect the dots quite well to the president. And of course, we're watching the Senate Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell. He says this is a vote of conscience. He has not indicated either way. But the fact that he has not come out and said that he will vote to acquit the former president is remarkable within itself, Jeff.
And Leanne, as we talk about the trial, we should make note of the fact that there are still, present scars on that building at the Capitol that serve as a lasting reminder of that insurrection. And some members of Congress, as I understand it, are requesting that the glass panels in the doors to the Capitol Rotunda, which were destroyed by those rioters, that those glass panels be preserved in the Capitol. Tell us more about that.
Absolutely. They just yesterday repaired some of the broken glass in those glass doors. So they've been up there since January 6th. And there's been a growing movement among lawmakers on Capitol Hill in the Senate and the House to ensure that some of that is preserved. Some of them actually wanted that broken glass in the door to remain there as a daily visual reminder of what happened. Now that it has already been taken down and replaced, the next step, they say, it needs to be prominently displayed as a reminder of what happened. And what some of these lawmakers say is how close that people came to the demise of our democracy, essentially, Jeff.
Yeah. Thanks so much, NBC's Leanne Caldwell on Capitol Hill. All right, in less than an hour, former President Trump's attorneys will present their case before the Senate in pursuit of an acquittal. As we've told you all week, Democrats need 17 Republican senators in order to convict. But how many are really up for grabs? And where does the Republican Party go from here if the president is acquitted? Joining us now is Boston Globe columnist Renee Grant. On Donald Trump if they don't vote to convict him this weekend, potentially. And the other question is, do they even really want to?
Very
Renee,
much
there?
with. I am here. Can you hear me? What happened?
Okay, I can now. Yep.
Okay. What I was saying.
Fine.
Okay, was that the Law and Order Party is essentially high on its own hypocrisy. The party of personal responsibility is probably not going to hold Donald Trump responsible. And I think a lot of that has to do with Mitch McConnell, who's been all over the map a little bit. In the previous segment, we heard that no one knows whether or not he's going to acquit. No one knows what Mitch McConnell is going to do at all. But if you think about the way Mitch McConnell has behaved since the election, it took him a month to acknowledge that Joe Biden was the president-elect. After the insurrection, he made a big point of rebuking Donald Trump and saying that the mob was fed lies and that they were provoked by the president. That would seem very clear-cut that he would lean towards convicting. However, he also decided early this week that impeaching a president who's out of office is unconstitutional. So it's almost impossible to read where this is going to go. I don't think they're going to get the 17 votes, but I think there is a lot of attention on what Mitch McConnell is going to do and what impact he could have on the rest of the party.
And let me ask you a question about that impact. If he does signal to his caucus privately that he's inclined to vote to convict, does that matter? Or do you still think that there would be those Republicans who would vote in their own political interests to acquit the former president?
I expect the majority of Republicans to vote in their own interest. I don't think they have any desire towards holding Donald Trump accountable for whatever reason, whether it's for political expediency or because deep down they don't really have a problem with what happened at the Capitol. And that's kind of a sense. What we've seen this week, we've heard stories of senators who are doodling and are tweeting and are walking out of the chamber. they're not even taking this seriously. So I don't really think there's an issue around them feeling like, well, this is this thing we need to do, or that. No, I honestly don't expect them to do the right thing at all. I don't think there's a battle for the soul of the Republican Party at this point, because I'm not sure the Republican Party has a soul.
To your point, there are, of course, two audiences for this entire impeachment trial. There are the 100 senators in the room, and then there's the millions upon millions of Americans who are watching day after day after day of these presentations. What do you think? How do you think it's resonating with the American public generally? I mean, there is this notion that if the Senate doesn't vote to convict and if they don't hold President Trump accountable, the American public could, in a different way, hold him accountable by rendering him unfit for future office should he seek it.
Well, I think everyone has watched these videos and listened to the audio this week that's been presented by the House impeachment managers, and it has been chilling and it's been stirring. I think that's the impact that it's having on the public who's watching these proceedings. We're already seeing that with polling. People believe Donald Trump should be convicted in this trial. Whether or not that happens is its own thing, but I think that what Republicans are doing is kind of moving against what the American people actually want. People want some sort of redress for what happened on the 6th. And I don't think people are going to quickly forget what Donald Trump provoked, as Mitch McConnell himself said, on that day. So I think that there's these sort of two sort of competing interests in this, but I do think the American people have an expectation that the former president, should be held responsible for what happened. And that will speak a lot to what sort of happens in this country going forward. To not convict him is to essentially condone what he did and to be complicit.
We appreciate those insights. Thanks to Renee Graham of the Boston Globe. All right, former President Trump's team getting ready to launch their defense at the top of the hour. We'll tell you what might be in their playbook coming up next.
All this month, they are the Black trailblazers and everyday heroes who've broken barriers, pushed for change, and brought progress to our country. Join us as we share their stories and celebrate groundbreaking changemakers. All this month on Today.
The impeachment trial, COVID relief, we're going to find out quickly whether this is going to be a functional bipartisan government. Would you support some raise in the minimum wage? Asking about vaccine distribution, where is the bottleneck? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead. The vaccine effort picks up.
Where are the majority of those doses?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Are we vaccinating right now to keep ahead of these mutant strains?
We still have a demand that far exceeds supply.
He's the first African-American crew member on an extended mission on the International Space Station.
To be able to see someone that looks like them, that is super important.
Perhaps the most successful gospel artist today.
Where you're going is a lot bigger than where you've been.
I am looking forward to seeing you in Tokyo.
Thank you, Today Show family. Love you guys.
You're back.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead.
What about the vaccines? The vaccines we have now, can they stop the South African variant?
The first youth poet laureate captivating the nation and capturing our story.
I had this understanding that the world is watching us, that we have the eyes of history and the future upon us.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Trump legal team will get their turn today to argue the former president's defense after 2 days of long visual and emotional arguments by the House impeachment managers. David Schoen and Bruce Castor face a big hill to climb. Here's what Schoen had to say about following the prosecution.
This is what you get when you bring in a movie company and hire a large law firm to make a professional product that takes things out of context and presents it as an entertainment package. And what I said from the start is this isn't a blood sport. It's not about entertainment. It's about reporting the facts to the American people.
So what does the Trump team need to do? Joining us now is Professor Guy Charles. He's co-director of the Duke Law Center on Law, Race, and Politics, and NBC News political analyst Susan Del Percio. So let's start with you, Susan. The defense tells our team that they only need a short amount of time to make their case, and so they are expecting they can wrap up their arguments in fewer than 4 hours today. Is that a smart move to keep it short after the Democrats argued for 2 days?
Well, based on their opening statement, probably, because they really didn't do a very good job there. Even the president, former President Trump, was disappointed with that. But more importantly, they don't have a lot to say. And the more they try and get into the nitty gritty of the case, I think the bigger trouble they'll end up in. They only have two things they're going to try and use, which is the constitutional argument, which the Senate has ruled on and said, yes, it is constitutionally appropriate for the president to be tried, even though he's left office. And then they're going to hang on a couple of words like peaceful that the president said once. But the big question is, did the president want them to disrupt the counting of the Electoral College vote? And the answer is yes.
And Professor Guy Charles, forgive me for mispronouncing your name, one of the key arguments against Trump is that by gathering the crowd on January 6th and speaking to them in the way that he did, the chaos that ensued from that at the Capitol was entirely foreseeable. So how does the defense team, how do they argue against that?
You're exactly right. So they'll make two arguments. The first thing that they'll say is that there are no words of overt incitement. So they're going to focus exactly on the president's words. They're going to try to parse the president's words to show, or the former president's words, to show that there were no words of incitement, and then to try to show that he had no knowledge, no prior knowledge, no way of knowing what the folks at the Capitol were going to do. And so that there's no evidence to show his mental state, that he in fact knew what was going to happen, that there's objective facts to show that he knew what was going to happen, and therefore he solicited incitement. And so they will focus specifically on his words and try to parse those as closely as possible.
And Susan, David Schoen, one of the president's attorneys, said that they will be looking at specific words used in Trump's January 6th speech. So take a listen to what he said, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
If you look at the words of the speech, why do we ignore the word peacefully? Why do we ignore the context in which the word fight is used during the course of it to cheer on legislators to have courage and that sort of thing?
So he's going to cherry pick a couple of words out of the president's overall address. I mean, are those the elements of a compelling argument?
No, but I think that Trump's attorneys think they don't have to make a compelling argument because there are not 17 votes to convict him from the Republican side. But I think there is one potential trap for Trump's defense team, and that is if they try to get to the heart of the question that is disturbing many of the senators. Why didn't Trump do anything once he knew what was happening on the ground? Why was he out there tweeting against the vice president when he knew the vice president had been removed from the floor and his team was, his family was in danger as well? So it will be interesting to see if the defense team tries to wade in that and try and defend anything, because we know that's what Trump wants, but I think that would probably hurt their case more than help it.
And Professor Charles, to Susan's point, there is the case to be made about what former President Trump did not do after the insurrection started. But there's also the case to be made, and we heard this from the impeachment managers, about everything that he said leading up to January 6th, that the speech that he gave to those supporters before the insurrection, that didn't happen in a vacuum, that for weeks and months before that, he was talking about how the election had been rigged and all of that. I mean, that's a compelling, resonant argument that House managers make that now the defense team has to rebut.
I completely agree, and I also completely agree with Susan. So the House managers did two things. One of the things that they did is they were speaking to the senators directly and said, Trump activated a mob that came after you, and he did nothing to prevent the mob or to stop them once they started coming for you. And as Susan said, there's really nothing that the defense can say as to why the former president said nothing. And as you said, there is a record of activating of speeches that came beforehand. And the trial managers did an excellent job of showing here's how they built the former president, created the circumstances that got the mob to the Capitol. And then he did nothing to stop them when he was the only person that could have done something to stop them from coming after the vice president, from coming after the senators, from coming after members of Congress. And that, I think, is a compelling frame, and it's really hard to refute.
And Susan, I want to ask you about something that happened last night, because we learned that Trump's legal team met with some Republican senators to talk legal strategy. Now, it's not correct to say that these senators are jurors, because they're really not. They're politicians, and there's no real parallel between a legal trial and an impeachment trial. But what does it mean that people like Lindsey Graham and Mike Lee and Ted Cruz are meeting behind closed doors with Trump's defense before they actually present their arguments?
It means that they don't care. It means that their minds are made up, that they don't care about what happened to this country on January 6th, that they are only devoted for Donald Trump and preserving themselves and will only act in their best interest. It is so disturbing that they would even let that visual be out there to the public. And the fact that they would disregard what that would mean to the integrity of the process, while not surprising at all, is still very disturbing.
Our thanks to Republican strategist Susan Del Percio and Professor Guy Charles of Duke University. All right, far-right extremist groups are now in sharp focus as the Justice Department announces more charges in the Capitol siege. More members of the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the Boogaloo Boys, and other groups are now under investigation. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins us now from Washington with the latest. And Pete, some of these groups were able to organize quite openly in the past, but many of these group members are now being charged with joint conspiracy and civil disorder connected to the Capitol insurrection. So what effect are the arrests likely to have on these organizations?
Well, I think they're having a couple of effects. Number one, the Capitol riots themselves, the FBI and other law enforcement officials have said, have emboldened these groups. Many of them thought that the Capitol riot, even though it did not stop the vote, the counting of the electoral vote, they nonetheless thought it was successful. So it's emboldened them to some extent. But at the same time, you hear anecdotally some members of these groups say, hey, this is not what I thought it was going to be. We thought Trump was going to fight to the very last minute and might not even leave office and would try to stay in the White House and lock the doors. And they are disappointed. You have to remember that some of these 239 people who have now been charged in the Capitol riot, that's the new number as of this morning, some of them actually turned themselves in and said, now we realize that what we did was wrong. So you had a range of people who were there that day, ranging from people who were sort of swept up to those who were fervently committed. And who knows what effect it's going to have on the fervently committed. But in terms of the followers, it does seem to be leading to some rethinking of this.
Let's talk about the Proud Boys, because as I understand it, the arrest of the leader of that group has now splintered that organization, and you've got state chapters of the Proud Boys now apparently disavowing the former chairman after revelations came forward that he was a longtime FBI informant. You see a picture of the guy there. So is there a concern in law enforcement circles that you could end up with more radical factions of this group that has splintered away from what was once just a single organization.
Yeah, I've not actually heard that because I think that the main drivers to this are still extremist groups, militia groups, QAnon. There's this new QAnon thing that seems to be circulating about March the 4th. There seems to be this belief in the QAnon world that on March the 4th, the former President Trump is going to return to Washington and assume the presidency once again. Obviously, that's not going to happen, but there are a lot of people who seem to think that is going to happen. So there's a lot of churn within these groups, but I don't think that the arrest of some of the leadership is going to cause them to fall apart. And remember, the long history of extremist groups is that leaders come and go and people realign, but at the end of the day, you still have a certain number of groups who seem to feel this way.
Yeah, we've sort of articulated the existing challenges here with these threats posed by these domestic violent extremists. Do you have a sense of how the Biden administration is going to change how it addresses this threat?
Well, for one thing, they'll be willing to talk more openly about it. President Trump was always somewhat reluctant to acknowledge that there was such a thing as right-wing extremism. There was even some pressure on the Department of Homeland Security not to call it that, some deep sixing of intelligence warnings on that. But once you get down past that top level into the law enforcement officials themselves, this remains a sharp focus. And clearly what happened on the 6th has raised it up as a priority. And there has been some concern that perhaps First Amendment issues have reduced the ability of law enforcement to track these folks. And I think that's really something that Congress and the law enforcement community has to struggle with to see, well, is there a way to keep better tabs on people who might become violent without violating the First Amendment? It's a real challenge. There's not an easy answer.
Thanks for those insights, as always. NBC's Pete Williams. Up next, one of the jurors in the Trump impeachment trial, Senator Bob Casey, joins us live.
All this month, they are the Black Trailblazers and everyday heroes who've broken barriers, pushed for change, and brought progress to our country. Join us as we share their stories and celebrate groundbreaking changemakers. All this month on Today.
The impeachment trial, COVID relief, we're going to find out quickly whether this is going to be a functional bipartisan government. Would you support some raise in the minimum wage? Asking about vaccine distribution, where is the bottleneck? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead. The vaccine effort picks up.
Where are the majority of those doses?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now.
We've got some breaking news. Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Are we vaccinating right now to keep ahead of these mutant strains?
We still have a demand that far exceeds supply.
He's the first African-American crew member on an extended mission on the International Space Station.
To be able to see someone that looks like them, that is super important.
Perhaps the most successful gospel artist today.
Where you're going is a lot bigger than where you've been.
I am looking forward to seeing you in Tokyo.
Thank you, Today Show family. Love you guys.
You're back.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead.
What about the vaccines? The vaccines we have now, can they stop the South African variant?
The first youth poet laureate captivating the nation and capturing our story.
I had this understanding that the world is watching us, that we have the eyes of history and the future upon us.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
While much of the political world has been focused on the impeachment trial, the White House has been adamant about staying focused on President Biden's policy agenda. At the top of the list, tackling COVID-19 and vaccinating as many Americans as possible as quickly as possible. The president announced yesterday that his administration has secured another 200 million vaccine doses, making up for what he considers lost time from his predecessor.
While scientists did their job in discovering vaccines in record time, my predecessor, be very blunt about it, did not do his job in getting ready for the massive challenge of vaccinating hundreds of millions of Americans.
And NBC News White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now. Kelly, it's great to see you. So what do you think? Did the White House accomplish what it wanted by keeping the president's focus away from the impeachment trial? Although we should say President Biden, when asked, did kind of weigh in on his own.
Well, I think President Biden is reverting to the Joe Biden many of us have covered over the years, where he has a willingness to talk about things when asked by reporters. And so the plan, as you outlined it, has been to largely steer clear of impeachment, to know that it's happening, but to ignore it in the option of saying the president is doing his job. The administration is focused on their jobs, not on the political noise of even a very consequential impeachment trial. So the president has said he's paying attention a little bit. He has seen videos that he thinks could change some minds, but most of his focus has been on the matters of his own 100-day agenda. And it's notable in the clip that you just shared with us, Jeff, that the president was more critical of his predecessor, something he typically avoids doing. He doesn't shy away from it, but he's not looking for opportunities to knock Donald Trump or the Trump administration. But in this instance, especially with the responsibility that has now firmly fallen in his lap to deal with how to manage vaccine distribution, how to deal with the COVID crisis, and very different approaches to how to handle the pandemic and the response. So President Biden visited the National Institutes of Health, got a chance to see the lab where some of the components of the vaccine were first originated. That's an exciting thing when you think of what we've all lived through in the last year, to be able to see that up close, to talk to NIH employees, and to deal with this issue of making an announcement that the administration has acquired more doses and says it has a plan to get those shots in arms. Jeff?
And Kelly, as you know, a major part of the president's COVID plan is reopening schools for in-person instruction to the degree that various school districts are able to do that. And the CDC today is expected to announce their school reopening guidelines. What's the latest there?
Well, one of the things we've been waiting for is a sense of what do schools need and what do they need to do. And one of the sort of difficult, bumpy parts of this early phase for the Biden administration has been a disconnect between what Dr. Walensky, the director of the CDC, said, attributed to her personal capacity, as if that's really a functioning thing when she's the head of the CDC. She said that she did not think that vaccinations were required for teachers. Teachers' unions, many individual teachers, want to have access to vaccines before being fully in the classroom. So they have then put it off onto the CDC to come up with guidance. And today we expect that to be announced more formally. And from what we understand, mitigation efforts will still be a big focus. Is there enough ventilation? Has the classroom size been adjusted? Things like that are available. And a real push from the Biden administration to say the American Rescue Plan, as they've described it, otherwise known as COVID relief, that needs to be passed in order to give more resources to states and local communities. And, of course, having an education secretary in place, also considered important to try to formulate the policy to help schools. The Biden team's been criticized for perhaps setting the bar too low, that having in-person instruction 1 day a week would be an accomplishment. Many communities are already surpassing that. And there's a real test here of, Is the influence of the teachers' unions outweighing perhaps some of the science? That's one of the challenges for an administration that when Joe Biden was a candidate, certainly the teachers' union were stalwart supporters of his. So a lot of different dynamics here and real world consequences for children and their parents trying to figure this all out. Jeff?
Great reporting and brilliant insights as always. Our thanks to NBC News White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. It's been an historic week on Capitol Hill as we revisit the riots of January 6th and debate whether the President of the United States, the former president, is to blame. For the 100 senators acting as jurors in a way in this trial, this moment hits very close to home. Joining us now to offer his thoughts is Democratic Senator Bob Casey of Pennsylvania. And Senator, it's great to see you. Thanks for your time. And we should point out that you were, of course, at the Capitol on January 6th. You've seen the extraordinary footage from the impeachment managers showing just how close many of you and your colleagues were to danger. And you've, relived that day throughout this week. So why is it important to hold this trial and to hold former President Trump to account?
Well, Jeff, it's critically important in terms of accountability. We're supposed to be a country that believes in justice. Our Constitution talks about establishing justice as one of our founding principles. You can't have justice without accountability. This trial provides a measure of accountability regardless of the final verdict that will be reached likely this weekend. But we need to hold every official accountable. And I think it's important for the future to send a message to future presidents that you can engage in this conduct and have no accountability imposed upon you.
You've been in the chamber this entire week. What's your take on the case that you've heard put forward so far by the House impeachment managers?
Yeah, I've been in the chamber, haven't missed a single minute of it, literally, from the opening prayer all the way through. And I think that the evidence that they have presented to the United States Senate as jurors is compelling. It's detailed. It was well prepared. And I think it's so powerful and so well delivered that even Republican senators have accorded these impeachment managers high praise for their presentation. So we'll see what the president's defense lawyers have to say today. It's likely they'll finish their presentation today, but just the evidence that's been presented already, I think, is very compelling. I was looking today at this Washington Post story about evidence mounting that the president knew the danger, or at least knew the circumstances that Vice President Pence was in the moments as the insurrection occurred. So we'll see what the defense lawyers say, then we'll have questions, and then maybe sometime this weekend have a concluding arguments and a vote.
Nowhere in this process, though, will witnesses be called. At least that's the way it appears right now. Of course, remember in the first impeachment trial, Democrats did want to call witnesses to testify as it related to president's conversation then with the president of Ukraine. But now do you think, are witnesses an important sort of aspect or element to incorporate into this trial, or do you think Democrats have already made their case?
I think they've made a very compelling case, and they do have one final argument to make at the end to reinforce points that they made. But I think the one thing that's in common, these two trials in 2020 and 2021 are very, very different. But I do think there's one thing in common. We have tried to respect the determinations made by the House managers. They're putting on the case. In the earlier trial, they wanted John Bolton to testify, for example, and we were trying to make that happen. In this case, so far at least, they have not made a determination that witnesses are needed. The interesting thing about this trial is because the president tweets so often, you can make determinations, I believe, about his state of mind, not just a general evidentiary conclusion, but his tweets are very good indicators of his state of mind. That's why his failure to do anything when this attack was ongoing, I think, is made very clear by his tweets and other evidence.
Senator Casey, I wonder if you can pull back the curtain a little bit and give us a sense of the conversations you're having with your colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I covered Capitol Hill for long enough to know that there's one thing that senators say in private, and there's another thing they say in public when it comes to big votes like this. Even those Republicans who've signaled that they don't think that this trial is constitutional, they certainly have misgivings about the president's behavior, his deportment, not just on January 6th, but before that, and to the specific question of whether or not he's culpable in inciting this insurrection. So give us a sense of what you're hearing from your Republican colleagues connected to this trial.
Well, Jeff, sometimes it's what they don't say. You don't hear any, not many, I haven't heard a single one in private conversations defend this conduct, or frankly, even going back a number of weeks and months, defend his statements or conduct since he lost the election. Some would argue that there were impeachable offenses committed long before January the 6th, just in terms of his pressuring of elected officials, something that I'm not sure any United States senator would ever engage in that kind of conduct. But the conduct that resulted in the attack on the Capitol and the death and destruction that it brought is not something that I think any member of Congress would engage in. So they have to make a decision, and it's a vote of conscience. We'll see what they do.
Senator Bob Casey, Democrat from the great state of Pennsylvania, we appreciate your time. All right, the second Trump impeachment trial will be defined by a number of historic firsts, not the least of which is the fact that senators who will decide his fate were victims in the events that led to his trial. But how will history remember not just the players, but this moment? University of Virginia Director of Presidential Studies, Barbara Perry, joins us now to break down the impact of the impeachment proceedings. Welcome back. It's always great to see you. So, Professor Perry, we'll start with this. I mean, if impeachment was designed to be an emergency break against authoritarianism, did history need this trial if there is no conviction?
Oh, I think so, Jeff, definitely, because it would be as if to say every time a defendant got off in a criminal trial for murder, we should never try anyone for murder. So I think you're right that not only are they speaking in the cases of the prosecutors in this instance to their fellow members of Congress, but they're speaking to history. And so it's the emergency break that we need to put on when we're on a hill, pun intended, I suppose, for Capitol Hill, because we're on this slippery slope downward if we don't show future presidents that this is not allowable behavior.
Is there a misconception, do you think, that acquittal means that the impeachment process failed, especially since the president's first impeachment trial didn't result in his removal either?
Oh, I don't think so. I think that this has been a case that has been well laid out by the prosecutors, that is the House managers. This will go down in history as a complete record in a narrative that has been, I think, by all accounts, very compelling. And it will be there for all of history. So I think that was the importance of having this, even if it doesn't result in a conviction of former President Trump.
I want to ask about a question we heard put forward by the impeachment managers yesterday. And they said this question of inciting an insurrection. Like, if that's not an example of a high crime and misdemeanor, then what essentially is? I mean, what do you make of that argument? It seems to be pretty resonant.
Oh, I think it is that how can this not be an impeachable and removable offense if the president were still in power? And we know that second sanction, since he's no longer in power, is that it would forbid him from ever holding public federal office again. And that is something that I think that most people who believe that he is guilty of this impeachable offense would say is a proper sanction. What is impeachable if not attempting to perpetrate an insurrection and a coup and to overturn the constitutional structure that allows the will of the people to choose the president of the United States?
I want to draw on your experience as a presidential historian. What did you make of the arguments put forward by the House impeachment managers?
I thought that they were right on point, that this was an ongoing issue for President Trump, that he seemed to glory in violence, to have at rallies. He seemed to love to have violence perpetrated by his supporters against those who might oppose him in the audience, that he then planted the seed that this was going to be an illegal and an unfair and a stolen election, and then called everyone together on January 6th and then told them to march to the Capitol and fight like hell to take back their country. So it's hard to believe that combined with the fact that those who are sitting in the Senate chamber right now were victims of the crime and are in the crime scene today would not be compelling.
So given all of that, how will history then remember those, namely Republican senators, who would be inclined to vote to acquit?
I think that they will be remembered not as profiles in courage, to cite President Kennedy's Pulitzer Prize-winning set of biographies of courageous senators that he wrote in the 1950s, but rather that these men and women who do not vote to convict will be viewed as profiles in cowardice by history.
Our thanks to Professor Barbara Perry, Director of Presidential Studies at the University of Virginia. And we are closing in quickly now on the beginning of the Trump defense and the impeachment trial. A last-minute look at what we'll be watching for coming up next.
The impeachment trial, COVID relief, we're going to find out quickly whether this is going to be a functional bipartisan government. Would you support some raise in the minimum wage? Asking about vaccine distribution. Where is the bottleneck? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Are we vaccinating right now to keep ahead of these mutant strains?
We still have a demand that far exceeds supply.
He's the first African-American crew member on an extended mission on the International Space Station.
To be able to see someone that looks like them, that is super important.
Perhaps the most successful gospel artist today.
Where you're going is a lot bigger than where you've been.
I am looking forward to seeing you in Tokyo.
Thank you, Today Show family. Love you guys.
You're back.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead.
What about the vaccines? The vaccines we have now, can they stop the South African variant?
The first youth poet laureate captivating the nation and capturing our story.
I had this understanding that the world is watching us, that we have the eyes of history and the future upon us.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
House managers are looking to short-circuit the Trump team's defense even before it starts. On the last day of their case, they tried to point out the danger of acquitting the president. Take a look at this.
Look at January 6th from a totally different perspective. The perspective of the insurrectionists themselves. Their own statements before, during, and after the attack make clear the attack was done for Donald Trump, at his instructions, and to fulfill his wishes.
President Trump requested that we be in D.C. on the 6th. So this was our way of going and stopping this deal.
One rioter in a live stream at the Capitol said, quote, "He'll be happy. We're fighting for Trump."
Let's call Trump, yes! Dude, let's tell Trump what's up. Trump would be very upset. And he'd be like, no, just say we love him. We love you, bro. No, he'll be happy. What do you mean? We're fighting for Trump.
I told them to fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And here's the thing, that wasn't metaphorical. It wasn't rhetorical. He'd already made it perfectly clear that when he said fight, he meant it.
January 6th was not some unexpected radical break from his normal law-abiding and peaceful disposition. This was his state of mind. This was his essential MO. When you or I make a mistake and something very bad happens, we would show remorse. We would accept responsibility. President Trump didn't do any of that.
my speech and my words and my final paragraph, my final sentence, and everybody to the T thought it was totally appropriate.
He knew the people that died. And his message to all of us was that his conduct was totally appropriate. I'm a former prosecutor, and we're trained to recognize lack of remorse. But it doesn't take a prosecutor to understand that President Trump was not showing remorse. He was showing defiance. You know, I'm not afraid of Donald Trump running again in 4 years. I'm afraid he's going to run again and lose, because he can do this again.
We are now moments away from the Trump legal team kicking off day 4 of the impeachment trial. They're going to lay out their case on why the former president should not be convicted. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now. So, Mark, what should we expect to see today?
Yeah, well, Jeff, number one, I think we're going to see a very short defense from the defense attorneys. They've told us that their presentation should only last about 3 or 4 hours, which would actually lead to the question and answer session for later today. So they're going to take a whole lot less time than we ended up seeing for the House Democratic impeachment managers. When it comes to the arguments, one thing that's been previewed so far is that they're going to say that former President Trump's speech at that rally doesn't amount to incitement, and they're going to argue that case. And they're also going to end up pointing out what they think is hypocrisy of people focusing in on some of Donald Trump's language when other language has often been used in the past, like words like fight. In fact, here was David Schoen, one of former President Trump's defense lawyers, explaining that yesterday. Take a listen.
I think you'll at least be moved by what you see and get a much better picture of exactly what's going on here and the hypocrisy in some of the positions taken by the House managers in this case.
So, Jeff, you know, I do think that it's going to be very, very short. And by the fact that this is going to be a short defense presentation, we should maybe have a wrap on all of this stuff by the end of this weekend.
And Mark, you say in your NBCNews.com newsletter, First Read, which we all should read, I read it every morning, you say that the impeachment manager's arguments, they boil down to one simple question. So tell us what that is.
Yeah, the question is political violence acceptable in a democracy, Jeff? And of course, you know, the answer you're going to get from every Democrat and a lot of Republicans is no. But what the impeachment managers were arguing yesterday was that every time you end up having something when there is a topic of political violence, and that is, you know, whether or not that occurred at Donald Trump's rallies in 2015 or 2016, or when you ended up having the Trump supporters almost ram off a Biden bus during the 2020 presidential election, people ended up usually kind of having whataboutism. Well, what about the other side when they did this? Or maybe you try to get off on a technicality or say, we condemn this behavior. But when you don't end up having punishment, Jeff, and then when there aren't any kind of consequences, there is the follow up on that you are still tolerating this type of political violence in our system. And so that, to me, is going to be one of the follow up questions potentially for Donald Trump's legal team today.
It's a great point. And I should mention, as you've been speaking, we've been watching senators go into the chamber. We just saw Raphael Warnock, the new senator from Georgia. And before that, we saw Mazie Hirono. There's Senator Bernie Sanders. And I think we also saw members of the Trump defense team make their way in. And there's that question about Bruce Castor's performance on Tuesday, which was widely panned. I mean, even Republican supporters and folks like Jason Miller, who are still on Trump's payroll, gave him bad marks for that. And then there was, you know, fellow attorney David Schoen says that Castor will be more prepared today. I mean, do you think we'll see a more compelling case from Castor, Mark, to the degree that we're able to know that in advance?
Yeah, Jeff, one of the questions I have is whether we're going to see much of Castor at all. It has been striking to me in the TV interviews like we just played yesterday of David Schoen speaking with reporters last night, that he has been the one who's been handling so much of the questions. I think that former President Trump probably thought his performance was more powerful. And to me, the fact that you're only going to have a 3 or 4 hour presentation by the defense, I think we're probably going to end up seeing a lot more from David Schoen and less of Bruce Castor.
And as we stay in these live pictures, I just want to note to our audience that that shot we're seeing now, or the one we just saw, and we don't have control over these cameras, I'll mention, but the other side of that hallway was where Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman took that crowd and sort of escorted them away from where the floor had been unguarded with senators on it on that day of the insurrection. There's Patty Murray making her way onto the Senate floor. What about this question of witnesses, Mark? We know that in the first trial, where the question was the president's trying to pressure, former President Trump trying to pressure the leader of Ukraine to dig up dirt on Joe Biden, Democrats wanted witnesses in that trial, and it didn't happen. And now it looks like it's not going to happen in this one either. But the big difference is Democrats aren't calling for it.
Right. They're not calling for it. And the other difference, Jeff, is that Democrats are in the majority.
Mark, I'm sorry. I have to.
They could do it if they wanted to.
Yeah, that's a good point. NBC's Mark Murray, and we'll turn you over now to NBC's Lester Holt as we begin day 4 coverage.
This is an NBC News special report. The second impeachment trial of Donald J. Trump. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air to bring you live coverage of day 4 of the second impeachment trial of Donald Trump. Today, the defense. Lawyers for former President Trump will make their case to the Senate, their opportunity to rebut the arguments made by Democratic House impeachment managers who methodically laid out the case against the former president over the past several days that he incited an insurrection against the U.S. government, the violent and deadly assault on the Capitol by Trump supporters on January 6th. Now, the defense has up to 8 hours today and 16 hours total to make their presentation. We're told they will likely not use all their time, perhaps just 3 or 4 hours today, to be followed probably tomorrow by questions from senators, closing arguments, deliberations, and then a vote to convict or acquit. We'll be here for it all. And we once again start with Casey Hunt on Capitol Hill. Casey, what can we expect in today's presentation?
Well, Lester, several Republican senators that are allies of President Trump's met last night with the prosecutors, excuse me, the president's defense team that we are about to see here. And so that may give you a window into what we'll see from them as they begin their arguments in the president's defense. We do expect that they're only going to use a fraction of the time available to them. They have up to 16 hours, but we don't think that they're going to use more than 5 of them. And that reflects a real desire to move this trial along expeditiously. Many of the senators and sources I'm talking to behind the scenes do feel at this point as though they have received the facts of the case. They are actively in the question phase in terms of writing and submitting questions. Of course, those questions will be considered by Senate leaders ahead of time. So that's what's going on behind the scenes right now as these arguments start to unfold, Lester.
All right, Pledge of Allegiance underway right now. Let me quickly get to political director and Meet the Press moderator, Chuck Todd. Chuck, what's your sense of the day?
Look, it looks like to me, I think we're going to see a defense that is will be familiar to folks that watch a lot of primetime cable on another channel. What I'm curious about is, will they spend some time answering some of the uncomfortable questions that some senators would like to see them answer, including Bill Cassidy, which is, what was the president doing while Mike Pence was hustled away and evacuated? What was he thinking? What was his state of mind? I don't get the sense they're going to do that, though.
All right, things getting underway. Chuck, let's go right to the Senate chamber now.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silence on pain of imprisonment while the Senate of the United States is sitting for the trial of the article of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, former President of the United States.
Mr. President,
the majority leader is recognized.
For the information of all senators, we'll plan to take short breaks approximately every 2 hours and a longer dinner break around 5 p.m.
Now, pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 47, the counsel for the former president has 16 hours to make the presentation of their case. And the Senate will hear the counsel now. Recognize Mr. Vanity to begin the presentation of the case for the former president. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senators. Mr. President. The article of impeachment now before the Senate is an unjust and blatantly unconstitutional act of political vengeance. This appalling abuse of the Constitution only further divides our nation when we should be trying to come together around shared priorities. Like every other politically motivated witch hunt the left has engaged in over the past 4 years, this impeachment is completely divorced from the facts, the evidence, and the interests of the American people. The Senate should promptly and decisively vote to reject it. No thinking person could seriously believe that the President's January 6th speech on the ellipse was in any way an incitement to violence or insurrection. The suggestion is patently absurd on its face. Nothing in the text could ever be construed as encouraging, condoning, or enticing unlawful activity of any kind. Far from promoting insurrection against the United States, the President's remarks explicitly encouraged those in attendance to exercise their rights peacefully and patriotically. Peaceful and patriotic protest is the very antithesis of a violent assault on the nation's capital. The House impeachment article slanderously alleges that the President intended for the crowd at the ellipse to, quote, interfere with the joint session's solemn constitutional duty to certify the results of the 2020 presidential election. This is manifestly disproven by the plain text of the remarks. The President devoted nearly his entire speech to an extended discussion of how legislators should vote on the question at hand. Instead of expressing a desire that the joint session be prevented from conducting its business, the entire premise of his remarks was that the democratic process would and should play out according to the letter of the law, including both the Constitution and the Electoral Count Act. In the conclusion of his remarks, he then laid out a series of legislative steps that should be taken to improve democratic accountability going forward, such as passing universal voter ID legislation, banning ballot harvesting, requiring proof of citizenship to vote, and turning out strong in the next primaries. Not only these are not the words of someone inciting a violent insurrection. Not only President Trump's speech on January 6th, but indeed his entire challenge to the election results was squarely focused on how the proper civic process could address any concerns through the established legal and constitutional system. The President brought his case before state and federal courts, the U.S. Supreme Court, the state legislatures, the Electoral College, and ultimately the U.S. Congress. In the past, numerous other candidates for president have used many of the same processes to pursue their own election challenges. As recently as 2016, the Clinton campaign brought multiple post-election court cases, demanded recounts, and ridiculously declared the election stolen by Russia. Many Democrats even attempted to persuade the Electoral College delegates to overturn the 2016 results. House Manager Raskin objected to the certification of President Trump's victory 4 years ago, along with many of his colleagues. You'll remember it was Joe Biden who had to gavel them down.
I have an objection because 10 of the 29 electoral votes cast by Florida were cast by electors not lawfully certified.
I object to the votes from the state of Wisconsin, which should not be legally certified.
Mr. President, I object to the certificate from the state of Georgia on the grounds that the electoral votes were not.
There's no debate. And I object to the certificate from the state of North Carolina.
I object to the 15 votes from the state of North Carolina. I object.
I object to the certificate from the state of Alabama. The electors were not lawfully certified.
Is it signed by a senator?
Not as of yet, Mr. President.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. The objection cannot be entertained. Debate is not in order.
Even with the
There is no
87
debate in
voting
order.
machines
Is it
that
signed by a
African
senator?
American
There is no Rights Act debate. and There is no concerning hacking debate by in the the Russian joint government. session. There is no debate. There is no debate.
16
There
to
is no
1,
debate.
and the massive
Please come to order. The
my
objection
signature on it
cannot be
seeking a senator,
received.
but the Russian
Section 18, Title 3 of the United States Code prohibits debate in the joint session.
I do not wish to debate. I wish to ask, is there one United States senator who will join me in this letter
There
of
is no
objection?
debate. There is no debate. The gentlewoman will suspend.
In 2000, the dispute over the outcome was taken all the way to the Supreme Court, which ultimately rendered a decision. To litigate questions of election integrity within this system is not incitement to resurrection. It is the democratic system working as the founders and lawmakers have designed. To claim that the president in any way wished, desired, or encouraged lawless or violent behavior is a preposterous and monstrous lie. In fact, the first two messages the president sent via Twitter once the incursion of the Capitol began were, "Stay peaceful and no violence, because we are the party of law and order." The gathering on January 6th was supposed to be a peaceful event. Make no mistake about that. And the overwhelming majority of those in attendance remained peaceful. As everyone knows, the president had spoken at hundreds of large rallies across the country over the past 5 years. There had never been any mob-like or riotous behaviors, and in fact, a significant portion of each event was devoted to celebrating the rule of law, protecting our Constitution, and honoring the men and women of law enforcement. Contrast the president's repeated condemnations of violence with the rhetoric from his opponents.
I am your president of law and order and an ally of all peaceful protesters.
The vast majority of the protests have been peaceful.
Republicans stand for law and order, and we stand for justice.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
My administration will always stand against violence, mayhem, and disorder.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
I stand with the heroes of law enforcement.
And you push back on them, and you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
We will never defund our police. Together, we will ensure that America is a nation of law and order.
We were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
I think you need to go back and punch him in the face.
Feel like punching him.
We just want law and order. Everybody wants that. I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price. We want law and order. We have to have law and order.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
We believe in safe streets, secure communities, and we believe in law and order.
Tragically, as we know now, on January 6th, a small group who came to engage in violent and menacing behavior hijacked the event for their own purposes. According to publicly available reporting, it is apparent that extremists of various different stripes and political persuasions pre-planned and premeditated an attack on the Capitol. One of the first people arrested was the leader of Antifa. Sadly, he was also among the first to be released. From the beginning, the president has been clear. The criminals who infiltrated the Capitol must be punished to the fullest extent of the law. They should be imprisoned for as long as the law allows. The fact that the attacks were apparently premeditated, as alleged by the House managers, demonstrates the ludicrousness of the incitement allegation against the president. You can't incite what was already going to happen. Law enforcement officers at the scene conducted themselves heroically and courageously, and our country owes them an eternal debt. But there must be a discussion of the decision by political leadership regarding force posture and security in advance of the event. As many will recall, last summer, the White House was faced with violent rioters night after night. They repeatedly attacked Secret Service officers and at one point pierced a security wall, culminating in the clearing of Lafayette Square. Since that time, there has been a sustained negative narrative in the media regarding the necessity of those security measures on that night, even though they certainly prevented many calamities from occurring. In the wake of the Capitol attack, it must be investigated whether the proper force posture was not initiated due to the political pressure stemming from the events at Lafayette Square. Consider this. On January 5th, the mayor of the District of Columbia explicitly discouraged the National Guard and federal authorities from doing more to protect the Capitol, saying, and I quote, "The District of Columbia is not requesting other federal law enforcement personnel," and discourages any additional deployment. This sham impeachment also poses a serious threat to freedom of speech for political leaders of both parties at every level of government. The Senate should be extremely careful about the precedent this case will set. Consider the language that the House impeachment article alleges to constitute incitement. If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. This is ordinary political rhetoric that is virtually indistinguishable from the language that has been used by people across the political spectrum for hundreds of years. Countless politicians have spoken of fighting for our principles. Joe Biden's campaign slogan was "Battle for the Soul of America." No human being seriously believes that the use of such metaphorical terminology is incitement to political violence. While the president did not engage in any language of incitement, there are numerous officials in Washington who have indeed used profoundly reckless, dangerous, and inflammatory rhetoric in recent years. The entire Democratic Party and national news media spent the last 4 years repeating, without any evidence, that the 2016 election had been hacked, and falsely and absurdly claimed the President of the United States was a Russian spy. Speaker Pelosi herself said that the 2016 election was hijacked and that Congress has a duty to protect our democracy. She also called the president an imposter and a traitor, and recently referred to her colleagues in the House as the enemy within. Moreover, many Democrat politicians endorsed and encouraged the riots that destroyed vast swaths of American cities last summer, when violent left-wing anarchists conducted a sustained assault on a federal courthouse in Portland, Oregon. Speaker Pelosi did not call it an insurrection. Instead, she called the federal law enforcement officers protecting the building stormtroopers. When violent mobs destroyed public property, she said, people will do what they do. The Attorney General of the state of Massachusetts stated, yes, America is burning, but that's how forests grow. Representative Anya Presley declared, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there is unrest in our lives. The current Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, urged supporters to donate to a fund that bailed out violent rioters and arsonists out of jail. One of those was released and went out and committed another crime, assault. He beat the bejesus out of somebody. She said of the violent demonstrations, everyone beware. They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. They're not going to let up, and they should not. Such rhetoric continued even as hundreds of police officers across the nation were subjected to violent assaults at the hands of angry mobs. A man claiming to be inspired by the junior senator from Vermont came down here to Washington, D.C. to watch a softball game and kill as many senators and congressmen as he could. It cannot be forgotten that President Trump did not blame the junior senator. The senior senator from Maine has had her house surrounded by angry mobs of protesters. When that happened and unnerved her, one of the House managers, I forget which one, tweeted, "Cry me a river." Under the standards of the House impeachment article, each of these individuals should be retroactively censored, expelled, punished, or impeached for inciting violence by their supporters. Unlike the left, President Trump has been entirely consistent in his opposition to mob violence. He opposes it in all forms, in all places. Just as he's been consistent that the National Guard should be deployed to protect American communities wherever protection is needed. For Democrats, they have clearly demonstrated that their opposition to mobs and their view of using the National Guard depends upon the mob's political views. Not only is this impeachment case preposterously wrong on the facts, no matter how much heat and emotion is injected by the political opposition, it is also plainly unconstitutional. In effect, Congress would be claiming that the right to disqualify a private citizen, no longer a government official, from running for public office. This would transform the solemn impeachment process into a mechanism for asserting congressional control over which private citizens are and are not allowed to run for president. In short, this unprecedented effort is not about Democrats opposing political violence. It is about Democrats trying to disqualify their political opposition. It is constitutional cancel culture. History will record this shameful effort as a deliberate attempt by the Democrat Party to smear, censor, and cancel not just President Trump, but the 75 million Americans who voted for him. Now is not the time for such a campaign of retribution. It is the time for unity and healing and focusing on the interests of the nation as a whole. We should all be seeking to cool temperatures, calm passions, rise above partisan lines. The Senate should reject this divisive and unconstitutional effort and allow the nation to move forward. Over the course of the next 3 hours or so, you will hear next from Mr. Schoen, who's going to talk about due process and a couple other points you'll be interested to hear. I'll return with an analysis of why the First Amendment must be properly applied here. And then Mr. Castor will discuss the law as it applies to the speech of January 6th. And then we'll be pleased to answer your questions. Thank you.
President. Mr. Schoen, leaders, senators. Throughout the course of today, my colleagues and I will explain in some detail the simple fact that President Trump did not incite the horrific, terrible riots of January 6th. We'll demonstrate that, to the contrary, the violence and looting goes against the law and order message he conveyed to every citizen of the United States throughout his presidency, including on January 6th. First, though, we would like to discuss the hatred, the vitriol, the political opportunism that has brought us here today. The hatred that the House managers and others on the left have for President Trump has driven them to skip the basic elements of due process and fairness and to rush an impeachment through the House claiming, quote, urgency, close quotes. But the House waited to deliver the articles to the Senate for almost 2 weeks, only after Democrats had secured control over the Senate. In fact, contrary to their claim that the only reason they held it was because Senator McConnell wouldn't accept the article, Representative Clyburn made clear that they had considered holding the articles for over 100 days to provide President Biden with a clear pathway to implement his agenda. Our Constitution and any basic sense of fairness require that every legal process with significant consequences for a person's life, including impeachment, requires due process under the law, which includes fact-finding and the establishment of a legitimate evidentiary record with an appropriate foundation. Even last year's impeachment followed committee hearings and months of examination and investigation by the House. Here, President Trump and his counsel were given no opportunity to review evidence or question its propriety. The rush to judgment for a snap impeachment in this case was just one example of the denial of due process. Another, perhaps even more vitally significant example was the denial of any opportunity ever to test the integrity of the evidence offered against Donald J. Trump in a proceeding seeking to bar him from ever holding public office again, and that seeks to disenfranchise some 75 million voters, American voters. On Wednesday this week, countless news outlets repeated the Democrat talking point about the power of never before seen footage. Let me ask you this. Why was this footage never seen before? Shouldn't the subject of an impeachment trial, this impeachment trial, President Trump, have the right to see the so-called new evidence against him? More importantly, the riot and the attack on this very building was a major event that shocked and impacted all Americans. Shouldn't the American people have seen this footage as soon as it was available? For what possible reason did the House managers withhold it from the American people and President Trump's lawyers? For political gain? How did they get it? How were they the ones releasing it? It is evidence in hundreds of pending criminal cases against the rioters. Why was it not released through law enforcement or the Department of Justice? Is it the result of a rushed snap impeachment for political gain without due process? House Manager Raskin told us all yesterday that your job as jurors in this case is a fact-intensive job. But of course, as several of the House managers have told you, we still don't have the facts. Speaker Pelosi herself on February 2nd called for a 9/11-style commission to investigate the events of January 6th. Speaker Pelosi says that the commission is needed to determine the causes of the events. She says it herself. If an inquiry of that magnitude is needed to determine the causes of the riot, and it may very well be, then how can these same Democrats have the certainty needed to bring articles of impeachment and blame the riots on President Trump? They don't. The House managers, facing a significant lack of evidence, turned often to press reports and rumors during these proceedings, claims that would never meet the evidentiary standards of any court. In fact, they even relied on the words of Andrew Feinberg, a reporter who recently worked for Sputnik, the Russian propaganda outlet. You saw it posted. By the way, the report they cited was completely refuted. The frequency with which House managers relied on unproven media reports shocked me as I sat in this chamber and listened to this.
And there's a lot that we don't know yet about what happened that day.
According to those around him at the time, reportedly responded.
Trump reportedly
reports across all major media outlets.
Major news networks, including Fox News, reportedly summoned. Reportedly not accidental. According to reports, President Trump who reportedly spoke to the guard.
And was widely reported.
Media reports?
According to reports, reportedly.
As any trial lawyer will tell you, reportedly is a euphemism for, I have no real evidence. Reportedly is not the standard in any American setting in which any semblance of due process is afforded an accused. Reportedly isn't even, here is some circumstantial evidence. It is exactly as reliable as, I Googled this for you. And if you're worried that you might ever be tried based on this type of evidence, don't be. You get more due process than this when you fight a parking ticket. One reason due process is so important with respect to evidence offered against an accused is that it requires an opportunity to test the integrity, the credibility, the reliability of the evidence. Here, of course, former President Trump was completely denied any such opportunity. And it turns out there is significant reason to doubt the evidence the House managers have put before us. Let me say this clearly. We have reason to believe the House managers manipulated evidence and selectively edited footage. If they did, and this were a court of law, they would face sanctions from the judge. I don't raise this issue lightly. Rather, it is a product of what we have found in just the limited time we have had since we first saw the evidence here with you this week. We have reason to believe that the House managers created false representations of tweets, and the lack of due process means there was no opportunity to review or verify the accuracy. Consider these facts. The House managers proud of their work on this snap impeachment, staged numerous photo shoots of their preparations. In one of those, Manager Raskin is seen here at his desk reviewing two tweets side by side. The image on his screen claims to show that President Trump had retweeted one of those tweets. Now, members of the Senate, let's look closely at this screen, because obviously Manager Raskin considered it important enough that he invited the New York Times to watch him watching it. Now, what's wrong with this image? Actually, there are three things very wrong with it. Look at the date on the very bottom of the screen on Manager Raskin's computer screen when we zoom in to the picture. The date that appears is January 3rd, 2020, not 2021. Why is that date wrong? Because this is not a real screenshot that he's working with. This is a recreation of a tweet, and you got the date wrong when you manufactured this graphic. You did not disclose that this is a manufactured graphic and not a real screenshot of a tweet. Now, to be fair, the House managers caught this error before showing the image on the Senate floor, so you never saw it when it was presented to you. But that's not all. They didn't fix this one. Look at the blue check mark next to the Twitter username of the account retweeted by the president. It indicates that this is a verified account, given the blue check by Twitter to indicate it is run by a public figure. The problem? The user's real account is not verified and has no blue check mark, as you can see. Were you trying to make her account seem more significant, or were you just sloppy? If we had due process of law in this case, we would know the truth. But that's not all that's wrong with this one tweet. House Manager Swalwell showed you this tweet this week, and he emphasized that this tweet reflected a call to arms. He told you repeatedly that this was a promise to call in the cavalry for January 6th. He expressly led you to believe that President Trump's supporter believed that the president wanted armed supporters at the January 6th speech, paramilitary groups, the cavalry, ready for physical combat. The problem is, the actual text is exactly the opposite. The tweeter promised to bring the Calvary, a public display of Christ's crucifixion, a central symbol of her Christian faith, with her to the president's speech, a symbol of faith, love, and peace. They just never want to seem to read the text and believe what the text means. And you'll see this reported in the media last evening also. Words matter, they told you, but they selectively edited the president's words over and over again. They manipulated video, time-shifting clips, and made it appear the president's words were playing to a crowd when they weren't. Let's take a look.
After this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down to the Capitol. But I think right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. And we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. Lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
And we are going to walk down to the Capitol. They showed you that part. Why are we walking to the Capitol? Well, they cut that off. To cheer on some members of Congress and not others, peacefully and patriotically. The Supreme Court ruled in Brandenburg that there's a very clear standard for incitement. In short, to paraphrase, whether the speech was intended to provoke imminent lawless action, and was it likely to do so. Go to the Capitol and cheer on some members of Congress, but not others. They know it doesn't meet the standard for incitement, so they edited it down. We heard a lot this week about fight like hell. but they cut off the video before they showed you the president's optimistic, patriotic words that followed immediately after.
We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country. And I say this, despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come.
There's that famous quote, like one of the House managers said, "A lie will travel halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to put its shoes on." Well, this lie traveled around the world a few times, made its way into the Biden campaign talking points, and ended up on the Senate floor. The Charlottesville lie. Very fine people on both sides, except that isn't all he said. And they knew it then, and they know it now. Watch this.
But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name.
Robert E. Lee are not the same.
Well, no, George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down, excuse me, are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him? Okay, good. Are we going to take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now we're going to take down his statue. So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history, you're changing culture, and you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers, and you see them come with the black outfits and with the helmets and with the baseball bats. You had a lot of bad people in the other group too.
Treated unfairly, sir. I'm sorry, I just didn't understand what you were saying. You were saying the press has treated white nationalists unfairly?
No,
I just didn't understand what you were saying.
No. There were people in that rally, and I looked the night before. If you look, there were people protesting very quietly the taking down of the statue of Robert E. Lee. I'm sure in that group there were some bad ones. The following day it looked like they had some rough, bad people, neo-Nazis, white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. But you had a lot of people in that group that were there to innocently protest and very legally protest because, you know, I don't know if you know, they had a permit. The other group didn't have a permit. So I only tell you this, there are two sides to a story. I thought what took place was a horrible moment for our country, a horrible moment. But there are two sides to the country. Does anybody have a final? Does anybody have, you have an infrastructure.
What makes you think? This might be today the first time the news networks played those full remarks in their context. And how many times have you heard that President Trump has never denounced white supremacists? Now you in America know the truth. Here's another example. One of the House managers made much of the president's supposedly ominous words of, "You have to get your people to fight." But you knew what the president really meant. He meant that the crowd should demand action from members of Congress and support primary challenges to those who don't do what he considered to be right. Support primary challenges, not violent action. I know what he meant because I watched the full video, and so did the House managers. But they manipulated his words. You will see where they stopped it, and to give it a very different meaning from the meaning it has in full context. Let's watch.
You have to get your people to fight. He told them.
You have to get your people to fight. And if they don't fight, we have to primary the hell out of the ones that don't fight. You primary them. We're gonna let you know who they are. I can already tell you, frankly.
The people who need to fight are members of Congress. Why did we have to skip the necessary due diligence and due process of law and that any legal proceeding should have? It couldn't have been the urgency to get President Trump out of office. House Democrats held the articles until he was no longer president, mooting their case. Hatred, animosity, division, political gain, and let's face it, for House Democrats, President Trump is the best enemy to attack.
I want to say this for Donald Trump, who I may well be voting to impeach.
Donald Trump has already done a number of things which legitimately raise the question of impeachment.
I don't respect this president, and I will fight every day until he is impeached.
That is grounds to start impeachment proceedings. Those are grounds to start impeachment. Those are grounds to start impeachment proceedings. Yes, I think that's grounds to start impeachment proceedings.
I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to call for the impeachment of the President of the United States of America.
I continue to say, impeach him! Impeach 45! Impeach 45!
So we're calling upon the House to begin impeachment hearings immediately.
On the impeachment of Donald Trump, would you vote yes or no?
I would vote yes.
I would vote to impeach.
Because we're going to go in there, we're going to impeach the motherfucker.
But the fact is, I introduced articles of impeachment in July of 2017.
If we don't impeach this president, he will get reelected.
My oath requires me to be for impeachment, have an impeachment hearing. He needs the scarlet eye on his chest.
The representatives should begin impeachment proceedings against this president.
It is time to bring impeachment charges against him. Bring impeachment charges.
My personal view is that he richly deserves impeachment.
I'm here at an impeachment rally, and we are ready to impeach them!
Well, we can impeach him every day of the week for anything he does.
That same hatred and anger has led House managers to ignore their own words and actions and set a dangerous double standard. The House managers spoke about rhetoric, about a constant drumbeat of heated language. Well, as I'm sure everyone watching expected, we need to show you some of their own words.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
You got to be ready to throw a punch. You have to be ready to throw a punch.
Donald Trump, I think you need to go back and punch him in the face.
That I thought he should have punched him in the face.
I feel like punching him.
I'd like to take him behind the gym if I were in high school.
If we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
No, I wish we were in high school. I could take him behind the gym.
I will go and take Trump out tonight.
Take him out now.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
And you push back on them, and you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
Please, get up in the face of some Congress people.
People will do what they do.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
We're going to go in there, we're going to impeach the
Well, this is just a warning to you Trumpers. Be careful. Walk lightly. And for those of you who are soldiers, make them pay.
If you had to be stuck in an elevator with either President Trump, Mike Pence, or Jeff Sessions, who would it be?
Does one of us have to come out alive?
And there's more.
I promise to fight every single day. One, I'm a fighter and I'm relentless, but I'm a fighter and I'm relentless. A fighter and I'm relentless. I will fight like hell.
But the way I see it now is that we pick ourselves up and we fight back. That's what I think it's all about. We stand up and we fight back. We do not back down. We do not compromise, not today, not tomorrow, not ever. You can either lie down, you can whimper, you can pull up in a ball, you can decide to move to Canada, or you can stand your ground and fight back. And that's what it's about. We do fight back, but we are going to fight back. We are not turning this country over to what Donald Trump has sold. We are just not. Look, people are upset and they're right to be upset. Now we can whimper, We can whine or we can fight back. Me, I'm here to fight back. I'm here to fight back because we will not forget. We do not want to forget. We will use that vision to make sure that we fight harder, we fight tougher, and we fight more passionately than ever. We still have a fight on our hands. Fight hard for the changes Americans are demanding. Get in the fight, to winning the fight, fighting. He's fighting. We'll use every tool possible to fight for this change. We'll fight to fighting hard. Serious about fighting and fight. We gotta get on our front foot and fight back. Problems, we call them out and we fight back. I'm in this fight. I am fighting. Get in this fight. Get in this fight. Get in this fight. And fighting, we all need to be in the fight. We all need to stay in the fight. We stay in this fight. We fought back. I am not afraid of a fight. I am in this fight all the way. You don't get what you don't fight for. Our fight. We are in this fight for our lives. This is the fight of our lives.
But we are going to make sure that this fight does not end tonight.
This is a fight for our lives, the lives of our friends and family members and neighbors. It is a fight, and it is a fight that we're going to work to make sure continues. It's a fight. It is a fight. It is a fight, and that's what this fight is for.
Well, I'm wired to fight anyone who isn't doing their job for us. I'm John Tester, and you're damn right. I approve this message.
And I'll have lots of fights ahead of us, and I'm ready to stand up and keep fighting. We have to fight. We're going to fight. We're going to fight. We need to fight, and we need to fight. We're going to fight. We got a few more fights. We're going to take the privilege of a few more fights, and we have the biggest fight of all. I will never stop fighting. I will fight like hell to fight back against anyone.
We need to say loud and clear that we are ready to fight.
It's a bare-knuckles fight.
Now they're going to have to actually fight back against people.
The fight has to be conducted.
It's so important that we need to fight.
Fight that fight.
We have been fighting.
I was fighting very hard. Time is of the essence, both in terms of the fight.
I think we should be fighting.
Well, I really believe we need to fight.
We're simply not going to take this line down. We're going to keep fighting.
So I'm telling all my colleagues, this is the fight of our life.
Whose side are you on? Who are you fighting for?
They're fighting, I'm fighting. We're both fighting.
We will fight back. We're not going to just take this line down.
I'm just going to keep the fight up.
What we have to do right now is fight as hard as we can.
We have to rise up and fight back.
And so we're going to fight, and we're going to continue to fight.
I am going to be fighting like hell.
Keep fighting, or we kept fighting and we did. So we're going to keep fighting.
We have to be fighting every single day.
We have to fight back, and we have no choice but to do that. I think we're doing the right thing to do that.
Fighting.
And I'm fighting. Well, our job right now is to fight.
It's really important. I'm going to keep fighting.
I'm asking for the support of people across the country to fight back.
And you got to be fierce in fighting.
Keep fighting.
Brown have been fighting.
I've told President Biden I will fight like mad.
I'll tell you what, now more than ever, we have to fight like hell.
We have these battles on the floor of the Senate. I'm going to go down and battle, and I'm going to be down there on the floor fighting.
Right. But we Democrats are fighting as hard as we can. Democrats are fighting as hard as we can. Credit it in any way, but we're fighting back.
What we've got to do is fight in Congress, fight in the courts, fight in the streets, fight online, fight at the ballot box.
Fighting and pushing around the clock, fighting, continue to be brave and be strong and keep fighting. We're getting people engaged in the fight. We're fighting. We've got to keep fighting and keep focused. Continue to fight.
Fight. This is going to be a fight.
We'll also fight him and challenge him in every way that we can, in the Congress, in the courts, and in the streets.
To continue fighting, we each have an important role to play in fighting. In this fight, like so many before it, it has been a fight. The American people are going to have to fight. And about the importance of fighting, I will always fight. Fighting. But we always must fight Joe Biden has a deep, deep-seated commitment to fight and to fight, and about the importance of fighting. We always must fight, to fight, to fight, and to fight. As our willingness to fight continued the fight, as Joe Biden says, to fight. It's about fighting for what we're fighting for. We will tell them about what we did to fight. Really about a fight. But truly, I do believe that we're in a fight. I believe that we are in a fight. I believe we are in a fight. I believe we are in a fight. So there's a fight in front of us. A fight for all of these things. And so we're prepared to fight for that. We know how to fight. Our ongoing fight of fight. We know how to fight. We like a good fight. We were born out of a fight. This is what is our fight right now.
There's the fight, there's the fight, there's the fight, and then there's the fight to defend. Back in the fight.
Our mission is to fight. That is the guiding purpose of House Democrats, fighting. He has never forgotten who he is fighting for. Marched and fought, and we just have to fight. But this is a fight for our country.
Fighting the health crisis of COVID.
I led the fight and continue to fight. Never, never, never give up this fight. I'm a citizen fighting for it. It means not only fighting a leader who fought for progressive change, as a lawyer who fought for people his whole life, as well as other fights, and I'm proud that to have Tim in this fight with me. And above all, it's time for America to get back up and once again fight.
We will fight when we must fight.
What kind of America are we fighting for? We've been fighting, so we need to fight, but we also need to fight for an America.
I am going to wake up every day and fight hard. I have been fighting. We're going to fight. We are going to fight. We're going to fight. We're going to fight. And I will fight.
We're in the fight of our lives right now.
We fight like hell.
To fight.
To fight.
Fight against the Trump administration. Democrats are standing up to fight. We're in this fight in a serious way. If you're a fight.
We're eager to take on this fight. Get in this fight and we'll fight it out. I have taken on the fight.
As representatives for the people, as legislators here in the halls of Congress, our job is to fight.
Who has led us in this fight.
Is to fight for this fight.
And every day I'm in the United States Senate, I will fight. And one of the things we do is should fight.
Because my constituents send me here each and every day to fight.
We have been fighting this fight, and we need to be side by side so we can succeed. And so I hope that you will all join us in our fight. And if we fight, and as the next governor of Georgia, I will never stop fighting. We can show the old guard something new, and we can fight.
My fight, those fights need to fight an administration.
Requiring us to fight, and fight we will. Their fight, and their fight, and their fight. The fight is a fight, and so when we fight the fight that we are in, when we are fighting this fight, we fight this fight. The strength of who we are is we will fight. And we will fight, we will fight the fight, we will fight. We are in a fight. The fight. It is a fight, and it is a fight born out of patriotism. This is a fight, fighting. I say fight on, fight on, fight on, fight on.
I'm here to say one more time publicly, this is not a fight I wanted to take on, but this is the fight in front of us now.
Every single one of you and every one of you, that's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. It's a word people use, but please stop the hypocrisy. And did you tone down the rhetoric last summer when all of this was happening? Did you condemn the rioters, or did you stand with Nancy Pelosi, who said, people are going to do what they're going to do?
This is a movement, I'm telling you. They're not going to stop. And everyone beware, because they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after.
And please, show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be.
It was a violent night in St. Louis. They shot and killed David in cold blood.
Destroying property which can be replaced is not
violence.
This is an apartment complex on fire.
And it just collapsed. The building just collapsed.
I have nowhere to go now. These people did this for no reason.
This is just a snapshot of some of the damage that people will be waking up to.
Going up, but police clearly.
I'm proud of New York, and I'm proud of the protests.
There is damage everywhere you look. Honestly, it looks like a war zone.
Heartwarming to see so many people turn out peacefully.
They keep doing it day after day after day. Our country is a nation of protests. The Patriots were protesters.
St. John's Church is on fire.
Do you disavow the violence from Antifa?
That's a myth.
I hope someone burns down your whole precinct with all y'all inside.
It is not, generally speaking, unruly.
And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
They're not going to let up, and they should not.
You claim that it's wrong to object to the certification of election results. You, along with your allies in the media, attempted to cancel and censor members of this chamber who voiced concerns and objected to certification. Manager Raskin, you'd been in Congress only 3 days when you objected in 2017. It's one of the first things you did when you got here.
I have an objection because 10 of the 29 electoral votes cast by Florida were cast by electors not lawfully certified.
Is the objection in writing and signed not only by the member of the House of Representatives, but also by a senator?
It is in writing, Mr. President.
Is it signed by a senator?
Not as of yet, Mr. President.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained.
Mr. President, I object to the certificate from the state of Georgia on the grounds that the electoral votes were not...
There's no debate.
And I object to the certificate from the state of North Carolina based on violations of the Voting Rights Act.
There's no debate in the joint session.
I object because people are horrified by the overwhelming evidence.
Section 18, Title 3 of the United States Code prohibits debate.
I object.
Objected to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Ohio.
I object to the certificate from the state of Alabama. The electors were not lawfully certified.
I object to the 15 votes from the state of North Carolina because of the massive voter suppression and the closing of polling booths.
There's no debate. There's no debate.
16
There's
to 1,
no debate.
And the massive voter suppression that occurred to African Americans.
The gentleman will suspend.
I have an objection to the electoral votes.
The objection is in writing, and I don't care that it is not signed by a member of the Senate. I do not wish to debate. I wish to ask, is there one United States senator who will join me in this letter
of objection? There is no debate.
The objection is signed by a member of the House, but not yet by a member of the Senate.
Well, it is over.
And when the House managers realized that the president's actual words could not have incited the riot, as you alleged in your article of impeachment, you attempted to pivot. You said that raising the issue of election security and casting doubt on the propriety of our elections was dangerous. One of the House managers, Mr. Cicilline, told you that this is not about the words Mr. Trump used in isolation. Rather, it is about the big lie, the claim that the election was stolen. The House managers told you that it's the big lie that incited the riot, and that the big lie was President Trump's claim that the election was not a fair election, or that the election was stolen. Claiming an election was stolen, you were told, are words that are insightful to a candidate's followers and cause people to respond violently. Claiming an election was stolen or not legitimate is something that a candidate should never do, because he or she knows, or should know, that such a claim and such words can actually incite violent insurrection, you were told. Well, it seems that the House manager's position must be actually a bit narrower than that. The House manager's position really is that when Republican candidates for office claim an election is stolen or that the winner is illegitimate, it constitutes inciting an insurrection, and the candidate should know it. But Democratic Party candidates for public elective office are perfectly entitled to claim the election was stolen, or that the winner is illegitimate, or to make any other outrageous claim they can. It is their absolute right to do so. And it is their absolute right to do so Irrespective of whether there's any evidence to support the claim, Democratic candidates can claim that an election was stolen because of Russian collusion or without any explanation at all, and that is perfectly okay and is in no way incitement to an insurrection. And somehow, when Democratic candidates publicly decry an election as stolen or illegitimate, it's never a big lie. You've been doing it for years.
But can you imagine telling your supporters that the only way you could possibly lose is if an American election was rigged and stolen from you? And ask yourself whether you've ever seen anyone at any level of government make the same claim about their own election.
If Stacey Abrams doesn't win in Georgia, they stole it. It's clear. It's clear. And I say that publicly, it's clear.
You can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee. And you can have the election stolen from you.
He knows he's an illegitimate president. He knows that there were a bunch of different reasons why the election turned out the way it did.
Votes remain to be counted. There are voices that were waiting to be heard.
And I will not concede.
And I respect where you're coming from, and I respect the issues that you're raising. You're not answering the question. Do you think it was... You're not using the word legitimate.
There are still legitimate concerns over the integrity of our elections and of ensuring the principle of one person, one vote.
I agree with tens of millions of Americans who are very worried that when they cast the ballot on an electronic voting machine, that there is no paper trail to record that vote.
But constantly shifting vote tallies in Ohio and malfunctioning electronic machines, which may not have paper receipts, have led to additional loss of confidence by the public. This is their only opportunity to have this debate while the country is listening, and it is appropriate to do so.
House Manager Castro no longer has to try to imagine it, thanks to the distinguished senator and others. It didn't have to be this way. The Democrats promised unity. They promised to deliver the very COVID relief in the form of $2,000 stimulus checks that President Trump called for. They should have listened to their own words of the past. I leave you with the wise words of Congressman Jerry Nadler.
The effect of impeachment is to overturn the popular will of the voters. We must not overturn an election and remove a president from office, except to defend our system of government or our constitutional liberties against a dire threat. And we must not do so without an overwhelming consensus of the American people. There must never be a narrowly voted impeachment or an impeachment supported by one of our major political parties and opposed by the other. Such an impeachment will produce the divisiveness and bitterness in our politics for years to come, and will call into question the very legitimacy of our political institutions. The American people have heard the allegations against the president, and they overwhelmingly oppose impeaching him. They elected President Clinton. They still support him. We have no right to overturn the considered judgment of the American people. Mr. Speaker, the case against the president has not been made. There is far from sufficient evidence to support the allegations, and the allegations, even if proven true, do not rise to the level of impeachable offenses. Mr. Speaker, this is clearly a partisan railroad job. The same people who today tell us we must impeach the president for lying under oath, almost to a person voted last year to re-elect the speaker who had just admitted lying to Congress in an official proceeding. The American people are watching, and they will not forget. You may have the votes, you may have the muscle, but you do not have the legitimacy of a national consensus or of a constitutional imperative. This partisan coup d'etat will go down in infamy in the history of this nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Senators. Mr. President. There are two fundamental questions for purposes of this free speech analysis. First, does the First Amendment to the Constitution apply in this chamber to these impeachment proceedings? Second, if it does, do the words spoken by Mr. Trump at the Ellipse on January 6th meet the definition of constitutional incitement so as to void the protections afforded by the First Amendment? I will explain why the answers to both of these questions must be a resounding yes. The Constitution and the First Amendment must certainly apply to these impeachment proceedings, and Mr. Trump's speech deserves full protection under the First Amendment. But before getting into the legal analysis, some preliminary observations about the House manager's case should be made. First, this case, unfortunately, is about political hatred. It has become very clear that the House Democrats hate Donald Trump. This type of political hatred has no place in our political institutions and certainly no place in the law. This hatred has led the House managers to manipulate and selectively edit Mr. Trump's speech to make it falsely appear that he sought to incite the crowd to violently attack the Capitol. He didn't, and we will show you why. The hatred has also led the House managers to make some astounding legal arguments. They astoundingly urge you to disregard your oath by ignoring the First Amendment of the Constitution. They also ignore landmark binding United States Supreme Court cases, precedents, Wood and Bond, both of which unequivocally hold that elected officials have core First Amendment rights to engage in the exact type of political speech which Mr. Trump engaged in. I was shocked the House managers not only spent a mere 3 pages on the First Amendment analysis in their trial memo, but yesterday they spent a mere 10 minutes at the end of their case as a throwaway. What we have read and what we have heard is devoid of any constitutional analysis for less than what I would expect from a first-year law student. They left out landmark cases, total intellectual dishonesty. And finally, hatred is at the heart of the House managers' frivolous attempts to blame Donald Trump for the criminal acts of the rioters based on double hearsay statements of fringe right-wing groups based on no real evidence other than rank speculation. Hatred is a dangerous thing. We all have to work to overcome it. Hatred should have no place in this chamber, in these proceedings. The second observation. The Senate is presented with an extraordinary task sitting in judgment of a former president's words in a speech that he gave at a political event. The House managers accused Mr. Trump of using his words to incite the horrific events at the Capitol on January 6th. But yesterday, they gave you a new and novel standard of incitement with an element of foreseeability, a negligence concept. They cite zero case law. They made it up. This task of applying a completely made-up legal standard of incitement to an impeachment proceeding is truly an unprecedented task for the Senate. And that is something the Senate must seriously consider when deciding the issue. Do you want to create a precedent where the Senate will be tasked with sitting in judgment as to the meaning and implied intent of a president's words? or words of any elected official? Will that allow and maybe encourage a majority party to weaponize the awesome power of impeachment against the minority to suppress a point of view? Will the Senate then have to deal with constant articles of impeachment by a majority party accusing minority presidents or other elected officials of so-called insightful or false speeches? You can see where this would lead. Sadly, we have all seen the political rhetoric get ratcheted up over the last few years. We've all been witnesses to many incendiary words by our officials at political events, broadcast over the media, internet. In each of those instances, will there now be Senate impeachment hearings? One last observation. We agree with the House managers, context does indeed matter. The inflammatory rhetoric from our elected officials must be considered as part of the larger context of Mr. Trump's speech at the Ellipse on January 6th. The inflammatory language from both sides of the aisle has been alarming, frankly. But this political discourse must be considered as part of these proceedings to contextualize Mr. Trump's words. We have some video to play that highlights some of what I'm talking about. I preface this video by noting I am not showing you this video as some excuse for Mr. Trump's speech. This is not whataboutism. I am showing you this to make the point that all political speech must be protected.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
You got to be ready to throw a punch. You have to be ready to throw a punch.
Donald Trump, I think you need to go back and punch him in the face.
That I thought he should have punched him in the face.
Feel like punching him.
I'd like to take him behind the gym if I were in high school. If we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him. No, I wish we were in high school, I could take him behind the gym.
I will go and take Trump out tonight. Take him out now.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
Please, get up in the face of some Congress people.
People will do what they do.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
We're going to go in there, we're going to impeach the
This is just a warning to you Trumpers. Be careful. Walk lightly. And for those of you who are soldiers, make them pay.
If you had to be stuck in an elevator with either President Trump, Mike Pence, or Jeff Sessions, who would it be?
Does one of us have to come out alive?
Again, I did not show you their robust speech to excuse or balance out the speech of my client, for I need not. I showed you the video because in this political forum, all robust speech should be protected, and it should be protected evenly for all of us. As a brief aside, we should all reflect and acknowledge the rhetoric has gotten to be too much and over the top. It is grating on the collective well-being of the body politic, the citizens. Most would like it to stop. But the point is, when you see speech such as this, you have to apply the First Amendment evenly, blindly. She is blind, Lady Justice. Question 1. Does the First Amendment apply to this chamber in these proceedings? The House manager's position, as stated in their trial brief, is, and I quote, "The First Amendment does not apply at all to an impeachment proceeding." That's their position. This is plainly wrong. The text of the First Amendment expressly restricts Congress from regulating speech. It says, "Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances." To ignore the Constitution would be contrary to the oath of office of a United States Senator. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. Well, you all know the rest. No, the Senate cannot ignore the First Amendment. The Constitution itself limits the ability of the House to impeach to limited items, such as high crimes and misdemeanors. The position advanced by the House managers is essentially an unlimited impeachment standard without constitutional guardrails, unmoored to any specific legal test other than the unbridled discretion of Congress. This is distinctly not the intent of the framers. The framers were aware of the danger of any impeachment process that would make the president the mere creature of the legislature, a quote directly from the framers while debating the impeachment process on the floor of the Constitutional Convention of 1787. The framers were fearful that any impeachment process that gave Congress full discretion on the standard for impeachment would constitute nothing less than a violation, quote, a violation of the fundamental principle of good government. One founding father, James Wilson, wrote extensively on the impeachment process. Mr. Wilson was a renowned legal scholar at the time, a law professor at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. He was a major force in drafting and adopting the Constitution in 1787. He served as one of the first six Supreme Court justices, 1789 to 1798. He was appointed by President George Washington. In fact, Wilson taught the first course on the new Constitution to President Washington and his cabinet, the first in the nation's history, in Philadelphia, at the University of Pennsylvania in 1789. Wilson, in his law lectures, the first of their kind under the Constitution, plainly states that the Senate may not ignore the Constitution in impeachment proceedings. He states that lawful and constitutional conduct may not be used as an impeachable offense. Let me say that again. He states that lawful and constitutional conduct may not be used as an impeachable offense. Read along with me. The doctrine of impeachments is of high import in the constitutions of free states. On one hand, the most powerful magistrate should be amenable to the law. On the other hand, elevated characters should not be sacrificed merely on account of their elevation. No one should be secure while he violates the Constitution and the laws. Everyone should be secure while he observes them. To be clear, James Wilson is saying that the Constitution does indeed apply when judging whether to convict an official by impeachment. If the complaint of conduct is constitutional, it cannot be impeachable. Are we to ignore the words and teachings of James Wilson? The House managers surely want you to. The House managers have made several references to this letter, signed by 140 partisan law professors, calling Mr. Trump's First Amendment defense legally frivolous. This is really an outrageous attempt to intimidate Mr. Trump's lawyers. Whenever a lawyer advances a truly frivolous argument, they may violate professional ethical rules and could be subject to discipline. This letter is a direct threat to my law license, my career, and my family's financial well-being. These law professors should be ashamed of themselves, and so should the House managers. How dare you? Do you really hate Donald Trump so much that you're willing to destroy good, hard-working people's lives, people that are only doing their jobs, and frankly, as counsel for an accused fulfilling a constitutional role? It's astounding, really. I'm a citizen, not a politician. I know these First Amendment arguments are not anywhere close to frivolous. They are completely meritorious. Interestingly, the law professor's letter was issued on February 5th, 3 days before we even filed our legal brief in this matter, and they ignored landmark, bedrock Supreme Court cases directly addressing this issue. In our brief, we have a direct quote from James Wilson, the founding father supporting our position. The direct quote was documented in the founding fathers' original legal papers. Do I have those with me? On the subject. He was the primary draftsman of the Constitution who taught the new Constitution to President Washington. He says so long as acts of elected officials like Mr. Trump are constitutionally protected, he should not be impeached. We have landmark U.S. Supreme Court decisions, Wood and Bonds, which I'll explain in detail, supporting our position. All of this the House managers and the partisan law professors completely and misleadingly ignore. Frivolous? Hardly. The letter is a bully tactic, and I think evidence is the House managers know they have a problem with the First Amendment defense on the merits, so they're resorting to such tactics. The House manager's suggestion that the First Amendment does not apply to this impeachment process is completely untenable. Ignoring the First Amendment would conflict with the senator's oath of office. It would also conflict with well-settled Supreme Court precedent and ignore the intent of the framers of the Constitution, such as James Wilson. Above all else, ignoring the Constitution would adopt the new Raskin common sense doctrine we heard yesterday, eroding hundreds of years of First Amendment protections. We are here under the Constitution. It is illogical what the House managers say. The Constitution does apply to this constitutional impeachment process. It's double talk, nonsense, illogical. If the House managers had their way, they would ignore all of the Constitution. Does that include the Sixth Amendment? The right to counsel? They would have Mr. Trump sitting here without lawyers. And who would be next? It could be anyone. One of you. Or one of you. You must reject this invitation to ignore the First Amendment. It is anti-American and would set dangerous precedent forever. The law has developed over the years to clearly establish elected officials have the right to engage in protected speech. Mr. Trump is not just a guy on the street or a guy at a bar or a fire chief or a police officer. There were a few of them in there. All analogies given by the House managers. These sideways analogies are wrong. Mr. Trump was an elected official, and there is an entire body of law, Supreme Court landmark cases supporting the conclusion that Mr. Trump actually has enhanced free speech rights because he is an elected official. These cases are ignored by the House managers and the law professors. And that, too, is total intellectual dishonesty. The Supreme Court has long held that the First Amendment's right to freedom of speech protects elected officials. Two important on-point decisions from the Supreme Court, Wood versus Georgia and Bond versus Floyd, expressly contradict the House managers' position. The House managers do not even cite those cases in their brief. They barely acknowledged them in their reply, and they were mum on them yesterday. In Wood versus Georgia, the Supreme Court addressed a case involving a sitting sheriff whose re-election was being investigated by a grand jury impaneled by a judge based on allegations of irregular Negro bloc voting. It was in the 60s. The sheriff spoke publicly in multiple press releases calling the grand jury investigations racist, illegitimate, and an attempt to intimidate voters. He even urged the grand jurors on how to decide the issues and not let its high office be a party to any political attempt to intimidate voters. The sheriff viewed the grand jury as challenging the legitimacy of his election. The sheriff even sent a letter to the grand jurors with these allegations, which is an extraordinary step since laws in most states, including Georgia, prohibit attempts to influence or intimidate jurors. The sheriff was charged and convicted of contempt of court and obstruction of the grand jury. But the Supreme Court, in a decision written by Justice Brennan, reversed. The court held that the First Amendment protected an elected public official's speech because the voting controversy directly affected the sheriff's political career. G29. The petitioner was an elected official and had, read with me, please, everybody. The petitioner was an elected official and had the right to enter the field of political controversy, particularly where his political life was at stake. The role that elected officials play in our society makes it all the more imperative that they be allowed freely to express themselves on matters of current public importance. Wood, thus, stands for the proposition that a difference of political opinion expressed in the speech on an issue of voting irregularity cannot be punishable where all that was done was to encourage investigation and peaceful political speech. Just like Mr. Trump has done here. The legal scholars call that directly on point. A second case, Bond versus Floyd, involved a state legislature punishing an elected official for protected political speech. Bond is particularly instructive here too. In Bond, the Supreme Court squarely addressed the question of an elected official's punishment by a legislature for statements alleged to have incited public violation of the law, the burning of draft cards. The court unequivocally rejected the idea advanced here by the House managers, that an elected official is entitled to no protection under the First Amendment. The Supreme Court held that the Georgia House of Representatives was, in fact, forbidden by the First Amendment from punishing Bond, by not seating him, for advocating against the policy of the United States. There are three fundamental holdings in Bond. One, the manifest function of the First Amendment in a representative government requires that legislators be given the widest latitude to express their views on issues of policy. Two, just as erroneous statements must be protected to give freedom of expression the breathing space it needs to survive, so statements criticizing public policy and the implementation of it must be similarly protected. Third holding, legislators have an obligation to take positions on controversial political questions so that their constituents can be fully informed by them and be better able to assess their qualifications. Please read along with me. Their qualifications for office. Also, so they may be represented in governmental debates by the person they have elected to represent them. Mr. Trump enjoys this same First Amendment protection from Congress. The First Amendment's protections guarantee free speech addressing the electoral integrity issues essential to his career that Mr. Trump has consistently advocated. The House managers argue that the First Amendment, and I quote, does not shield public officials who occupy sensitive policy-making positions from adverse actions when their speech undermines important governmental interests. That is flat wrong. They are, in essence, attempting to treat Mr. Trump as their employee. This is not the law under Wood and Bond. Mr. Trump was elected by the people. He is an elected official. The Supreme Court says elected officials must have the right to freely engage in public speech. Indeed, the Supreme Court expressly rejected the House managers' argument in Wood versus Georgia, holding that the sheriff was not a civil servant, but an elected official who had core First Amendment rights which could not be restricted. That's Wood v. Georgia, page 395, footnote 21. The House managers do not mention Wood or Bond in the trial brief or anywhere else. Why? Why not? Because it does not fit their narrative or their story. They want to punish Mr. Trump for engaging in constitutionally protected free speech, and they do not want you to consider the issue. But you must. Question 2. Does Mr. Trump's speech deserve protection under the First Amendment? There is no doubt Mr. Trump engaged in constitutionally protected political speech that the House has improperly characterized as incitement of insurrection. The fatal flaw of the House's argument is that it seeks to mete out governmental punishment, impeachment, based on First Amendment political speech. Speech for political purposes is the kind of activity to which the First Amendment offers its strongest protection. These are bedrock principles recognized by our Supreme Court for decades. The court has stated in no uncertain terms the importance of these principles to our democratic principles. The general proposition that freedom of expression upon public questions is secured by the First Amendment has long been settled by our decisions. The constitutional safeguard, we have said, was fashioned to assure unfettered interchange of ideas for the bringing about of political and social changes desired by the people. New York Times v. Sullivan. Our First Amendment decisions have created a rough hierarchy in the constitutional protection of speech. Core political speeches occupy the highest, most protected position. Even political speech that may incite unlawful conduct is protected from the reach of government punishment. The court has said every idea is an incitement, and if speech may be suppressed when it might inspire someone to act unlawfully, then there is no limit to the state's censorial power. The government may not prohibit speech because it increases the chances of an unlawful act will be committed at some indefinite time in the future. The House managers showed you a series of tweets going all the way back to 2015 in an effort to prove incitement. All of that evidence is totally irrelevant under the constitutional definition of incitement. Brandenburg versus Ohio is really the landmark case on the issue of incitement speech. Half of the case was mentioned yesterday. In the Brandenburg v. Ohio case, another landmark, the court held the government may only suppress speech for advocating the use of force or a violation of law if such advocacy is directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action and is likely to incite or produce such action. The Brandenburg holding has been interpreted as having three basic prongs to determine if speech meet the definition of incitement. The Brandenburg test precludes speech from being sanctioned as incitement to a riot unless the speech explicitly or implicitly encouraged use of violence or lawless action. 2, the speaker intends that his speech will result in use of violence or lawless action. And 3, the imminent use of violence or lawless action is the likely result of the speech. The House managers cannot get past the first prong of the Brandenburg test. They have not and cannot prove Mr. Trump explicitly or implicitly encouraged use of violence or lawless action, period. Brandenburg requires a close examination of the words themselves. The words are either important or they're not. The House managers admitted that the incitement issue is not about the words. Why not? Because on the face of it, Mr. Trump's words are no different than the figurative speech used by every one of the senators assembled here today. If it is not about the words, but about the big lie of a stolen election, then why isn't House Manager Raskin guilty since he tried to overturn the 2016 election? The more the House managers speak, the more hypocrisy gets revealed. Hypocrisy. Even though they say it's not about the words, the law under Brandenburg requires a close analysis of the words to determine incitement. So we need to look at those words. Mr. Trump did the opposite of advocating for lawless action. The opposite. He expressly advocated for peaceful action at the Save America rally. He explicitly stated, these are the words, "I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard." To peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. That is how this president has spoken for years when he condemns violence, lawlessness, and rioters. The House managers have played manipulated, selectively edited parts of Mr. Trump's speech. They focus heavily on the word fight. The president used the word fight 20 times in his speech. They picked only 2. Why? Why not the other 18? Because they don't tell the story the way they want to tell it. Here are all of them. Listen to the context.
And Rudy, you did a great job. He's got guts. You know what? He's got guts, unlike a lot of people in the Republican Party. He's got guts. He fights. He fights. And I'll tell you, thank you very much, John. Fantastic job. I watched. That's a tough act to follow, those two. There's so many weak Republicans, and we have great ones. Jim Jordan and some of these guys, they're out there fighting. The House guys are fighting. But it's incredible. Many of the Republicans, I helped them get in. I helped them get elected. Get rid of, how do you say, I want to get rid of America first? Even if you're going to do it, don't talk about it, right? Unbelievable what we have to go through. What we have to go through, and you have to get your people to fight. And if they don't fight, we have to primary the hell out of the ones that don't fight. You primary them. We're gonna let you know who they are. I could already tell you, frankly. Republicans are constantly fighting like a boxer with his hands tied behind his back. It's like a boxer. And we want to be so nice. We want to be so respectful of everybody, including bad people. And we're going to have to fight much harder. And Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. Because you're sworn to uphold our Constitution. And the accountability says, if we see somebody in there that doesn't treat our vets well, or they steal, they rob, they do things badly, we say, Joe, you're fired. Get out of here. Before you couldn't do that. You couldn't do that before. So we've taken care of things. We've done things like nobody's ever thought possible. And that's part of the reason that many people don't like us, because we've done too much. But we've done it quickly, and we were going to sit home and watch a big victory, and everybody had us down for a victory. It was going to be great. And now we're out here fighting. I said to somebody I was going to take a few days and relax after our big electoral victory. 10 o'clock, it was over. The American people do not believe the corrupt fake news anymore. They have ruined their reputation. But you know, it used to be that they'd argue with me, I'd fight. So I'd fight, they'd fight, I'd fight, they'd fight, pop, pop. You'd believe me, you'd believe them. Somebody comes out, you know, they had their point of view, I had my point of view. But you'd have an argument. Now what they do is they go silent. It's called suppression. And that's what happens in a communist country. That's what they do. They suppress. You don't fight with them anymore unless it's a bad story. If they have a little bad story about me, they make it 10 times worse and it's a major headline. But Hunter Biden, they don't talk about him. What happened to Hunter? Where's Hunter? With your help over the last 4 years, we built the greatest political movement in the history of our country, and nobody even challenges that. I say that over and over, and I never get challenged by the fake news, and they challenge almost everything we say. But our fight against the big donors, big media, big tech, and others is just getting started. This is the greatest in history. There's never been a movement like that. Our brightest days are before us. Our greatest achievements still wait. I think one of our great achievements will be election security, because nobody until I came along had any idea how corrupt our elections were. And again, most people would stand there at 9 o'clock in the evening and say, I want to thank you very much. And they go off to some other life. But I said, something's wrong here. Something's really wrong. Can't have happened. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country. And I say this, despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come.
A boxer fighting with his hand tied behind his back, members of Congress fighting, Rudy being Rudy. These are the metaphorical, rhetorical uses of the word fight. We all know that, right? Suddenly, the word fight is off limits. Spare us the hypocrisy and false indignation. It's a term used over and over and over again by politicians on both sides of the aisle. And of course, the Democrat House managers know that the word fight has been used figuratively in political speech forever. But don't take it from me. It's best to listen to them.
Our mission is to fight.
Our job is to fight.
We are in a fight. We are in a fight. We are in a fight.
Democrats are fighting as hard as we can.
Democrats are standing up to fight.
We know how to fight. We like a good fight.
Democrats are going to fight like hell.
We fight like hell.
I'm going to fight like hell.
I will fight like hell.
We're going to fight like hell.
I'm going to fight like hell. Fight like hell.
I will fight like hell.
We have to fight like hell.
I, and I know many other senators and members of the House, will fight like hell.
We are going to fight like hell.
We're going to fight like hell.
We're going to fight like hell.
And we just have to fight.
We're gonna fight. We are gonna fight. We're gonna fight. We're gonna fight.
Because you'll fight.
To fight.
Political revolution. That means that millions have got to stand up and fight.
And fight and fight. Stand up and fight back.
To fight.
And continue to fight. And once again, fight back in the fight.
We're fighting back.
My fight. To fight an administration.
You don't get what you don't fight for.
We'll also fight him and challenge him in every way that we can.
Fight in Congress, fight in the courts, fight in the streets.
In the Congress, in the courts, and in the streets.
There's the fight, there's the fight, there's the fight, and then there's the fight to defend.
We're eager to take on this fight.
The American people are going to have to fight.
Get in this fight. Get in this fight.
Around the clock fighting. We've got to keep fighting and keep focused.
We will fight when we must fight. We've been fighting, and we need to fight, but we also need to fight.
It's always going to be an uphill fight.
This is going to be a fight.
We always must fight.
We're in the fight of our lives.
And we're going to be in for the fight of our lives.
This is the fight of our life.
The fight of their lives.
We are in this fight for our lives.
We cannot ever give up fighting.
Hypocrisy. The reality is, Mr. Trump was not in any way, shape, or form instructing these people to fight or to use physical violence. What he was instructing them to do was to challenge their opponents in primary elections, to push for sweeping election reforms, to hold big tech responsible, all customary and legal ways to petition your government for redress of grievances, which of course is also protected constitutional speech. But the House managers don't want you to focus on those things because, again, it does not fit their story. In the end, I leave you with this quote from Benjamin Franklin. Freedom of speech is a principal pillar of a free government. When this support is taken away, the constitution of a free society is dissolved and tyranny is erected on its ruins. Thank you.
Mr. President,
The majority leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate recess for a 15-minute break.
The objection.
All right, just about 2 hours into the defense case, the president's lawyers making the case. They are taking their first break. Keep in mind that we expect that the Trump defense will only take a few hours, so this may be the only break before they go back into it. I want to bring in NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, and Chief Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell. Chuck, this seems to have tracked along pretty much the way that we expected to call the president's speech more political rhetoric than anything that would incite a crowd. Going after many of the usual enemies, the media and Democrats, and using the words of Democrats against this case, essentially indicting them for their words. Your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I mean, Sean Hannity or Rush Limbaugh could have put this together. It was just sort of a lazy version of whataboutism. I mean, it really wasn't even that sophisticated. It was a bit intellectually dishonest in numerous times. But it's clear what they're trying to do, right? They're trying to isolate the January 6th speech. They're trying to ignore everything else about it. They're trying to ignore all the tweets around it. And look, there's still 2 hours. Maybe they will address the dereliction of duty issues with him during the siege and right after it. But this is a time, look, it can come across extraordinarily silly. I mean, to see them even replaying videos over and over, it almost feels as if like there's a term paper and they're trying to fill in the blanks here and adding the words very, 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 but instead they're using the word fight and, hey, let's extend the video play more to suck up time. But it's clearly designed to just to the deepest of the sort of the talk radio, primetime cable base of the Republican Party, that part of it. And look, that's the animated part of this base, right? That is the Trump base. They're not trying to address any of the real elephants in the room right now, and maybe that's their fast track in their minds, their fast track to acquittal, but they're not actually addressing any of the real accusations that have been made against the former president.
Andrea, some of those accusations had to do with what the former president was saying at the time. His vice president was being whisked away to a secure location of the Capitol. What other things stood out in terms of things that have not been addressed so far that were made by the House managers?
Well, they certainly never addressed what he did during those 6 hours, and after being told by Senator Tuberville of Alabama that the vice president was being taken out and not responding at all with any concerns about his vice president or any effort to get the National Guard or anyone else in. But also the fact-checking, there was no Antifa leader who was arrested there. There was someone arrested but not connected to Antifa. To try to describe that rally as a left-wing inspired rally is absurd on its face. There was also the claim that that the House managers did not disclose the security footage beforehand to the defense. Well, this is not a trial in the classic sense of a trial. As the senators are not jurors, there is no obligation to disclose to the defense what their strategy is. I don't know if the defense had asked for that security footage. There's no indication that they had. They didn't claim that they had. They misstated what happened in Lafayette Square. There was no fencing around Lafayette Square at the time. There was no breach of any security wall. They also misstated Hillary Clinton. She conceded the morning after the election. I was there. She conceded that in the overnight hours as well at 2 or 3 in the morning, but she had a news conference. She, surrounded by her family and her top aides, were at a hotel in New York saying that President Trump had won and that she wished him well as a citizen. So it's not that she was denying the reality of the election results as Donald Trump did. She certainly raised questions about whether or not there had been election interference by the Russians, but that was certainly subsequent to years after, actually, to having conceded. Lester?
All right, Andrea, let me go to Casey Hunt, who's on Capitol Hill. Casey, many of the members who were in that room were unwitting stars of some of the videos that were played today as the president's lawyers really honed in on this idea of hypocrisy. What was the reaction among Democratic senators or even Republican senators as those videos were played?
Lester, I was actually in the chamber watching the senators as this video played
on the screen. And while, for the most part, senators who saw themselves on the screen had studied non-reactions, it prompted whispers from their colleagues, comments throughout. And when the attorney turned at the end of that montage and seemed to direct his comments at the Democratic senators, there was a lot of shifting in seats, some outright laughter, and clearly a sense of what is the point here? Why did we just go through that exercise? Now, on the Republican side, everyone seemed to be watching along. Senator Josh Hawley, who, as we've noted earlier in the week, had been doing other things during the proceedings, seemed to be watching this time and perhaps taking notes on a pad of paper. At one point in the fight montage, Senator Rand Paul openly laughing as the Elizabeth Warren clips continued to play. It felt clear to me in the room that this was really a play to former President Trump's sensibilities, to the sensibilities of his supporters, to those who watch media outlets where many of these themes come. Because this was not something really that in the room, I don't think was taken in the same kind of serious way that it may be by people who are consuming that sort of media. Now, another note I should make, Lester, we've got some new reporting from the House managers who you may have seen at the top of the performance today. The Trump attorney took some issue with how some of the things were presented in the House managers' presentation. So they're defending themselves at this point. They acknowledge that there was a mistake with a tweet that showed a blue check mark, but they also point out that they've had to recreate a lot of this because former President Trump was kicked off Twitter after the riot. And so they have to use archives to reconstruct all of these graphics, which they say that President Trump's attorneys should be willing to or should rather know as they're working on this presentation.
Casey, let me ask you, will the House managers have a chance to rebut some of the things said today, to walk us through the end game and all this?
Well, Lester, there still are going to be closing arguments, so we will have another opportunity to hear from House managers, and then, of course, again, from former President Trump's defense attorneys. The way that it's structured, the managers could save out some of their time and have basically the last word on the floor. But before we get to that point, we're going to have a question and answer session from senators. And while the prosecution and the defense seem to have not taken the entirety of their time, I'm interested to see the senators have 4 hours for Q&A. In the last impeachment trial, they took all of their time. They don't typically like to give up their own time, but then again, there is a very real sense people want to get on with this. So I think you could potentially see them asking questions that allow the House managers to come back and make these cases in public, potentially to respond to what the Trump team has done here. But we're just going to have to wait and see. We do know that right now senators are crafting questions, submitting questions behind the scenes. They're going to be looked at to make sure that they're not repetitive and organized ahead of time before we get to that phase of the trial, which could come later today or tomorrow, Lester.
All right, Casey. Let's bring in senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Hallie, ultimately, this is about some Republican senators needing the sufficient cover to vote for acquittal. That's the bar here. How does it look?
Well, the reaction that Casey just described from some of the senators in the room, I think, is interesting. And the reaction that I imagine that we're seeing, although we don't have a camera at Mar-a-Lago right now, from Donald Trump, I think is worth noting. I think there are things that he would have liked in that presentation. Number one, the audiovisual element of it. He's a person who likes TV. There were plenty of clips, in some instances, repetitive clips as you were watching through them, including some of the montages that we saw there. The Trump defense team and those around the Trump defense team liked that. They thought and said publicly, as this presentation was happening over the last 2 hours, that was basically hammering or pummeling the point home that they wanted to make. I think that if you're Donald Trump, you also like to see his attorneys, two of them at least, use some of these buzzwords that we often hear in conservative circles. So, for example, you heard one of the former president's attorneys call this constitutional cancel culture, basically seizing on this sort of line that's been used in various other instances, not at all relating to impeachment, in conservative circles in the last, year or so, 6 months or so. You also heard one of the attorneys say this is not whataboutism, to the point that Chuck Todd made just a couple of minutes ago. it is, in fact, the definition of whataboutism, and that it is essentially looking to equivocate the actions and the language of former President Trump to things that Democrats have said in an entirely different context and one that was not shown there. So here's what's not been addressed. And you talked about the questions of what is still sort of out there. We do have time left, right? They technically have up to, I think, 14 more hours. They are certainly not expected to take all this time. But one of the things that really hasn't been touched on yet that Republicans do want to know about or will want to hear about, including certainly Democrats too, is what about the case that the House managers made specifically yesterday, linking the acts of the insurrectionists, the language of the insurrectionists, to direction from Donald Trump himself. That's going to be important for the defense team to try to put up some kind of answer to here, because that is an open question. When you look ahead to the Q&A, there are other senators, I think Republican Bill Cassidy among them, who want to know more about that phone call between Tommy Tuberville, Senator Tuberville, then President Trump, now former President Trump, the timing of what he knew and when he knew it. There are things that Republicans sitting in that room will want to hear. Broadly, however, at this point, the defense team is making much more of a political argument than a legal argument. It took probably 90 minutes or so to get to some of the meat and potatoes of the legal case. But then again, Lester, as we've been saying, that's not necessarily what this is about. What this is about. This is not a court of law. That has been made very clear. This is a political proceeding, and the Trump defense team is seizing on that, Lester.
Yeah, and yet there are legal arguments. Let's go to former U.S. Attorney and senior FBI official and an NBC News contributor, Chuck Rosenberg, and NBC News legal analyst Carol Lamb is a former U.S. attorney. There seem to be two legal arguments that were put there, so I'm going to let you guys split it up. Chuck, first take on the First Amendment argument that the president's attorneys are making. Is it a solid one? Where do you see holes in it, if there are?
Oh, I don't think it's a solid one at all. And I think there's a significant hole in it, Lester. Let me give you an example. Imagine that on Martin Luther King Day, former President Trump decided to put on a Ku Klux Klan robe and a Nazi swastika armband and march down Pennsylvania Avenue. Is that protected by the First Amendment? Absolutely. Absolutely clear. No question about it. Would that be impeachable? Of course it would be impeachable for a whole bunch of reasons, including that the Senate has the sole power to try all cases of impeachment, and the House has the sole power to impeach for high crimes and misdemeanors, which we know includes public misconduct. And so the First Amendment argument, reference to the 1969 Supreme Court case of Brandenburg, a very important case in First Amendment jurisprudence, is interesting. It's also completely beside the point.
All right, let me turn to Carol on the other legal argument I heard, and there may have been more in there, but the idea that the former president has been denied due process. Carol, dissect that argument for me.
Well, that argument has even less merit than the First Amendment argument. That argument, and I'm sure Chuck would agree with this, as all former prosecutors would, there is no due process right during an investigative stage. The Republicans brought this up last year, in last year's impeachment hearing as well, when they argued, unfortunately, incorrectly, that they were denied due process and the ability to attend the hearings that led up to the impeachment. But when a prosecutor is investigating a case and determining whether to bring charges, as is the House's role in an impeachment, there is simply no due process allowance. And as Jamie Raskin noted yesterday, sometimes that opportunity is presented to the person who might be impeached, but it does not have to be. There was time pressure here, and there was also, probably more importantly, just a lot of public evidence in this case. There was no secret about what was being investigated or what the evidence was, frankly.
Well,
so that was simply not a meritorious argument.
Yeah, I mean, the president's lawyers will argue, and they did argue, that those surveillance tapes, which were revealed for the first time, weren't presented to the defense ahead of time as you would in a trial with discovery. Does that in itself undermine due process?
You know, the rules are what the rules are, what the Senate decides the rules are. in a criminal court of law or even a civil court of law, there are many, many rules and a lot of case law that is imposed by courts in the wake of laws being passed, and people have to abide by those rules. In this case, there are simply no rules governing discovery. If the defense wanted to show videos, as they did, that others had not seen before, there's no rule governing that. And when we talk about precedent in an impeachment, that things have been done previously in impeachment hearings, and that's precedent. It may well be precedent, but it is not binding precedent. That's the point. The rules in this impeachment are what the rules that this Senate today says are the rules.
Chuck, anything else stand out to you in this first part of the defense's case? Not sure we have Chuck with us anyway. We should note on the others. Oh, there you are. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, no, I would add another point to what Carol said, and I agree with her. It was interesting to hear the defense team argue that they were denied due process. Remember, this is the same defense team that met with jurors, senators, to map out trial strategy. Now, that's a remarkable thing. Carol and I were federal prosecutors. You don't even look at jurors when you are not in the courtroom. You don't talk to them. If you pass them in the hallway, you go to the other side of the hall. If an elevator door opens and there's a juror in it, you don't get on the elevator. And yet these defense lawyers who were complaining about violations of due process are mapping out trial strategy with jurors. Extraordinary.
All right. And on the right side of your screen, we should know these are just pictures of the corridors outside the Senate chambers and just some of the comings and goings of the senators and their staff during this brief break. I want to go to Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker right now while we have a moment. Kristen, the president has made it clear right now his focus is on COVID and other pressing matters. To the extent he's actually watching this physically, I guess is an open question, but how closely are they following all this?
Well, they are following it, Lester, and heading into this week, President Biden, his top advisors have said that he was going to keep the focus on the fight against COVID-19, really only weighing in on that matter. But as we have gotten more deeply into this trial, the president is increasingly weighing in on the matter. It happened again early this morning. He and the First Lady came out to tour this Valentine's display that is set up here on the North Lawn behind me. And when he was asked about the impeachment trial, the president said he's anxious to see what his Republican friends will do. Will they, quote, stand up? And of course, that comes on the heels yesterday, Lester, of my asking him in the Oval Office about the newly revealed videos that we all saw this week of that attack against the Capitol. And President Biden responded to that by saying that he thinks it could sway some minds. And now, just moments ago, in the press briefing room, Jen Psaki, who's the White House press secretary, weighed in again on the matter. She said that it's all a reminder of why this can't happen again, and that the president wants his Republican colleagues to take their responsibility very seriously. So that is the tone that is coming from this administration, again, as the president increasingly weighs on what we're seeing on Capitol Hill. Now, he's also trying to keep the focus on his agenda, on his push to get that $1.9 trillion COVID relief package passed. He had a bipartisan meeting with governors and mayors earlier today, and that was the key focus. Lester, he wants it to pass with bipartisan support, and it increasingly looks like that might not happen, that Democrats may have to go it alone. But nonetheless, this is the backdrop, this impeachment trial, and there are concerns among top White House officials that what's happening on Capitol Hill, if it doesn't get wrapped up quickly, could slow the momentum for the president's legislative agenda. Now, publicly, they are not weighing in on the timeline, but those are the conversations that are happening privately. In terms of this continuing through the weekend, we know that the president is going to be at Camp David, his first trip that he will make as president. He has said he's not watching these proceedings as they unfold live because he's been so busy working on COVID-19. That's the message from the president, but clearly paying very close attention to what's happening on Capitol Hill and watching the news reports, Lester.
All right, David Cho there, one of the president's lawyers making his way back toward the chambers. Kristen, thank you. Joining me now is Jonathan Capehart, host of the Sunday Show on MSNBC and also NBC News political analyst and editor of the National Review, Rich Lowry. Gentlemen, good to have you both here. Let me start with you, Jonathan. Just ticking off some of the key words in the first few minutes of the defense presentation: Antifa, cancel culture, witch hunt, Elizabeth Warren. These are obviously names that spark a lot of emotion among the president's base. How key was it that they quickly went there?
I think it's key, Lester, because you're focused on this is language that appeals to the president's base. But more importantly, it is language that has come out of the former president's own mouth. And so the entire presentation of the defense, I kept thinking the things that I always thought during Donald Trump's presidency, whenever any of his officials were speaking ostensibly to the public, you always got the sense, and eventually you always knew, that those officials were speaking to an audience of one. They were speaking directly to the president, then President Trump, because they knew he was watching, they knew he was listening, and they knew that they would be berated if they did not hew to the lines and the arguments that he wanted out there. And so when cancel culture was said, when witch hunt was said, barely 2 minutes into their presentation, the light bulb went off in my head and said, they're not really talking to the senators. They're not even talking to the American people in the way that the House impeachment managers. They are talking to Donald Trump. And we know that Donald Trump is watching because of the press reports about how angry he was on the first day of the trial, when the arguments were going back and forth over the constitutionality of the actual trial, and how angry he was with his lawyer, Mr. Castor, which is why we have not seen him today. So it's an audience of one, has always been, and apparently will continue to be.
Yeah, Rich, weigh in on that for me. Let's say it's an audience for one, but if you're a Republican member of the Senate who's been feeling really queasy about all this, does anything you've seen in the first part of this day would make you feel better about acquitting?
Yes. Now, obviously, they're throwing out a lot of flack, and they are concerned with President Trump and what he thinks of everything they're saying. But I think that the key thing to focus on is what I believe is the defect in the article of impeachment, which strongly implies, if it doesn't explicitly state, that the president had the intent for these protesters to ransack the Capitol. That's at the heart of the article. And I don't believe that's true, and I certainly don't believe it was proven. And I think at the end of the president's defense, right before this break, that was the point of the emphasis on the word fight. Because the Democrats say, look, he said fight. You know, he said fight like hell. He wanted them to go beat up police officers and try to run down and hang Mike Pence. And the president's lawyers are saying, no, everyone uses that word. It's kind of martial imagery that's common in our political discourse. So you can't hang intent on that. So I believe that this is the defect in the article. I think if Democrats in the House had taken more time with it, thought about it, marinated in the factual record more, they would have written it differently. There are all sorts of blameworthy things that you could put in the article without stretching to something that can't be proven, and I think is factually incorrect.
All right, let me bring Chuck Todd in here and Andrew Mitchell as well. Chuck, I don't know how many times we heard the word fight, but did they effectively take the sting out of the word? We heard it over the last couple of days from the House managers, from the president's mouth, trying to create that linkage. He's telling them to go fight at the Capitol. Hearing it and presented in this way with the dramatic music behind it and the beating drums, did that take some of the sting out of the word?
Well, what they want to do, I think, in fact, I think it's even more narrow than that, Lester, what the motive is. It's to make the focus the speech itself. They want the January 6th speech itself in isolation. They want that to say, well, that wasn't, you can't point to just that. Now, of course, that's not the Democratic House manager's case. They have a case where they're saying, hey, this was a 5-year campaign and certainly a 30-day effort to sort of plan and make this happen. But I do think the whole point of the fight montage was to try to say, hey, don't pay attention to the other arguments, just pay attention to that speech. So I do think it both exposes their own defense flaws. It's hard to defend against much of what the House impeachment managers have laid out. So they're trying to find the narrowest path that they think they can find something that's, a fig leaf to defend themselves with. So diluting the word fight is about the best they could come up with. And
Andrew, we just watched Senator Mitch McConnell walk by the camera there. This trial is moving at a very quick pace. If we understand right, the defense is going to wrap up here within the next hour or two. At what point are Republicans going to need to hear from Mitch McConnell about where he's going?
Some of them may already have heard from him, although he's been very oblique, to say the least. But there was a gathering of some of the more moderate, though conservative Republicans around Mitch McConnell that Casey and others noted during recesses yesterday. And so he may be signaling to some of his allies. Senator Thune, who sits near him, of course, is the number 2 in their caucus. So they may already understand where he's going. And there's no one really who thinks that 17 Republicans will vote to convict, but there may be more than the 5 or 6 that we are now suggesting if Mitch McConnell does, and some of these other Republicans who do have questions. I think the questions actually that are asked by the senators will give us a pretty good clue as to what they want to ask from each side. I just want to point out also something interesting, that the same Supreme Court case was cited by both sides, Jamie Raskin and by the defense, on opposite sides of the argument about the First Amendment free speech privilege. And it does involve, interestingly, a man named Clarence Brandenburg, who in 1964, after the landmark Civil Rights Act was passed by Lyndon Johnson and, of course, signed by Lyndon Johnson, he was a Ku Klux Klan member leading a rally in Ohio. And he was jailed for incitement of a riot and wearing KKK robes and the like. He was defended in a Supreme Court argument by none other than Eleanor Holmes Norton, the black woman who is the 83-year-old longtime veteran delegate from the District of Columbia to Congress. And she was asked recently by the Washington Post about this, and the Supreme Court upheld the case, saying that he was not inciting to riot. And she said that as an ACLU lawyer then and now as a free speech proponent, she believes that that was the right case because he was not inciting a riot. But the counter-argument made by Jamie Raskin is that President Trump was, and that was from his statements before, during, and after. So that selective editing of the January 6th speech by the defense is very much in dispute.
All right, Andrea, thanks again. We've been watching members of the Senate and staff making their way down these corridors, and there's likely some interesting conversations taking place, and Casey Hunt has been observing some of them. Casey.
Lester, that's right. And we just saw Senator Ted Cruz go into the LBJ room off the Senate floor where the defense has been working throughout this trial. We saw him yesterday meeting with Donald Trump's defense team here at the Capitol, along with a couple of other Republican senators. And I think that gives you a window into how they're proceeding here, because the reality is, I think there was a sense it would be hard for the defense team to do worse than they did in their opening arguments. They were widely panned, criticized by Republicans as being unfocused. Of course, we've reported, our White House team has reported that former President Trump was not pleased with their presentation. So clearly there were some who felt a need to make sure that they were involved here. And, you know, what you've seen, I think, is an attempt to push everyone back into their partisan corners. There are reminders to people watching, whether they be in particular Trump supporters, that these are your enemies, the media, the Democrats, the way that they are being hypocritical toward you. You are the victim of their manipulation. Those are themes that really hit on many of the culture war items that many of Republicans, certainly like Ted Cruz, often push on when they appear on places like Fox News or Newsmax. So I think you're seeing that play out in real time. And the question for me is, okay, we've seen all of this play out, but the reality is the actions that were taken in the wake of what President Trump said, they have not been the focus of the defense today. And the reality is we're still living here at the Capitol with all of the impacts of that. I mean, there are National Guard troops in the tunnels underneath these buildings, hundreds of them, with guns that are very, frankly, jarring to see. There's razor wire around the entire complex. The roads are still closed. It's hard to drive down those broad avenues here in Washington, D.C., along the mall that's supposed to be, America's really demonstration of democracy, that the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Monument, and of course, down at this end, the Capitol of the United States. And that's all because of the actions that were taken in the wake of what President Trump did. And I also think it shows you why the House managers set up their arguments the way they did. They started well before January 6th to show how what the president did in the lead up to that speech that he made were also relevant to this argument about incitement. So again, the question is, are there any Republicans that are going to be convinced here? Is there some cover that the defense team can give to Republicans who don't want to vote to acquit the president, but who are feeling conflicted or troubled about it? And, that I think is the one answer that's still outstanding. We've had a little bit of praise for the Republican presentation today from people like Lisa Murkowski, but the reality is we also believe that we know where Murkowski is going to come down on this and that she is likely to vote to convict this president. So there's still that big question hanging out there of what Mitch McConnell is going to do. And I think the reporting that I'm pursuing over the course of the next few hours is, okay, how did he react to what he saw today? How did John Thune, his number 2, react to what he saw today? Because I think that may tell us a lot about the next 24 hours.
Yeah, all right, Casey, thank you. Let me bring in attorney Dan Goldman, who assisted the Democrats during the first impeachment of Donald Trump. Dan, I want to talk about, there's going to be obviously more of the defense case, but then there's going to be this question and answer period. If you're a Democratic senator right now, what questions have been unanswered that you would want to ask to this defense team?
Oh, there are a lot of questions that I'd want to ask. The first would be, if Donald Trump was not responsible for the insurrection, why were there so many Republican officials going on television during the riot saying that Donald Trump needs to call it off because he's the only one who can? Why were so many of the supporters saying on Parler or other social media postings that they were there at the direction of Donald Trump? We really haven't addressed what Rich Lowry's point is very much at all. We haven't addressed a number of things. They haven't addressed the constitutional argument. They haven't addressed this intent argument. I thought the first thing that they would do would be to condemn the attacks and try to distance Donald Trump from them. They haven't done that yet. And they haven't addressed any of what you just recited, the sort of buildup to the January 6th event, which is everything in terms of proving intent. It's showing there was a pattern in practice of Trump making inflammatory comments and his supporters reacting with violence that Trump would then endorse. That indicated that he certainly intended to incite them to protest. So, I mean, there are a ton of questions that are unanswered now, and I'm guessing will remain unanswered after this presentation, because they are just trying to find a couple of talking points that can be replayed on conservative media that the Senate Republicans can glom onto, that they can then hang their acquittal verdict on without taking, too much heat. And I frankly expect to see a little bit more of some of what I said just now, but I thought that some of the claims about manipulating evidence and the partisan talk about unity and divisiveness, it's really hard to hear that sort of thing when Donald Trump has still not recognized Joe Biden as legitimate president. He has still not admitted that his big lie was a lie. It's hard to then claim, oh, this is a divisive proceeding. So I would anticipate that they will get to more of the meat and potatoes of what their argument is going to be.
Yeah, well, we'll see here very shortly when this trial resumes. Dan, thank you. Hallie Jackson, let's talk about the defense team and what their plan is for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, if they've got more meat and potatoes to get to, as Dan Goldman just laid out, it's going to be on a pretty small plate, because Trump attorney David Schoen is telling one of our NBC News colleagues over on Capitol Hill that they don't have much left, which means this is going to wrap up probably within the next hour to perhaps 2 hours, probably max, which means we may be barreling toward that Senate Q&A at some point tonight in what is really, Lester, an extraordinarily accelerated timeline, especially considering what has been laid out now from the House Democratic managers. Listen, nobody wants this to be dragged out, at least on the defense side. That has been a very specific point that has been made repeatedly by those on the former president's defense team. But if this goes at the rate we think it'll go, it might be closer to 3 hours even than 4. And this had been the plan, at least as of yesterday. That said, at least as of late last night, our team has reported that the Trump legal team was still trying to put together how their arguments would come together, who would go when, the order, et cetera. You're seeing some of that now. You will see, as we heard at the very top of the defense team presentation, Bruce Castor, who is that attorney that so irritated former President Trump, based on the sources that I've talked to and our team has talked to, when he spoke earlier in the week. So that is something to keep an eye on. But again, it does look like we may be headed to that Q&A. Of course, it's up to the Senate to decide what happens when. Do they want to pause, come back tomorrow for that? But given sort of the desire, at least on the part of many Senate Republicans, to get through this, it seems like that's where we're going here, Lester.
Yeah, and we should note, of course, the House managers did not use their allotted time, coming up, I think, 5 or 6 hours shorter than what they were allocated. Let's go to Chief White House Correspondent Kristen Welker right now. Kristen, what sort of reaction are you getting to what we have seen thus far?
Well, former President Trump's allies believe this has been a very strong presentation so far by the legal team. They think that this was an important reset from everything that Hallie was just talking about, that first appearance by the legal team, which disappointed the former president. And so now they watch and wait to see what happens in these final remaining hours. I do think, Lester, it's worth taking a step back and noting that all of this is unfolding against the backdrop of a Republican Party that is sharply splintered right now. We know that just 6 Republican senators voted to say that, yes, these proceedings were even constitutional. So that, of course, gives us a potential indication of what we might see in a final vote. But behind the scenes, there's a lot more discord. We know that there are a number of Republicans who, for example, might vote to acquit former President Trump, but who still feel let down by his behavior on January 6th. And today, these stunning quotes that we are getting from former President Trump's UN ambassador, Nikki Haley, who said in an interview, Lester, and let me just read you some of what she said. She was asked about the former president's words and actions on that day. She said, "We need to acknowledge he let us down. He went down a path he shouldn't have, and we shouldn't have followed him. We shouldn't have listened to him, and we can't let that ever happen again." When she was asked if she thought Mr. Trump could run for office again, she says she doesn't. She thinks he's fallen too far. Now, we have reached out to people in Mr. Trump's inner circle to try to get reaction to that. So far, we haven't been able to. We've also, of course, reached out to Nikki Haley. It is worth noting she's someone who has her own eyes on a potential run in 2024. But it does underscore what is happening here within the Republican Party. You have people choosing sides about what happened on January 6th and about former President Trump. Now, if you look at the polls, he is still very popular within the Republican Party. He still has a very strong base of support. And so anyone who wants to run in 2024, Lester, is going to have to contend with that. And that's part of the political box that a number of these Republican senators find themselves in right now. But again, just remarkable comments coming from former President Trump's former UN ambassador, Nikki Haley, who, of course, left long before the Trump presidency was over. Lester, in part, it was thought at the time to try to distance herself from a very controversial figure who is now increasingly more controversial.
All right, Kristen, thanks. I want to bring Chuck Todd back into the conversation if I can. Chuck, unless I miss it, they didn't really address in a big way what the Democrats have been labeling the big lie, the president's contention that the election had been stolen. It seems a little awkward that you've got, Republicans in those chambers who bought into this, who supported this. So do you expect that the defense is going to take that on or just move past it?
Lester, I think that they would claim they already took it on. I think that they're in their own whataboutism way. That was the point of putting Hillary Clinton up there. That was the point of talking about Jamie Raskin being one of those that rose to challenge the electors in January 6th on 2017. So I think that is their attempt to try to dilute that charge as well. But look, they're already having a real trouble here. Their first 2 hours of presentation isn't holding up well under fact checks. Apparently, they claimed somehow they didn't get those videos beforehand. Well, it turns out they did. And I do want to remind folks one other thing. There's this conversation about due process. Did they get their due process? Well, The House impeachment managers have a very important Republican ally on their side on this question, and it's Mitch McConnell. When both McConnell and Schumer agreed to the rules of the trial, here's what McConnell said in a statement. Republicans set out to ensure the Senate's next steps will respect former President Trump's rights and due process, the institution of the Senate, and the office of the presidency. That goal has been achieved. This is a win for due process and fairness. Those are the words of Mitch McConnell about the rules of this trial. So it is almost foundational undermining of their due process argument, Lester.
I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to bring Rich Lowry back into this and talk a little more about Mitch McConnell and what influence he still wields here.
Yeah, obviously a key and interesting player. And I've never thought conviction was in the cards, Lester, except for that moment, couple days, when there was a leak from McConnell's team, very deliberate, very calculated, to the New York Times saying that he was glad that Trump was getting impeached by the House, and he didn't know where he was going to come down on conviction. And I think that was McConnell kind of testing the waters, seeing if something would break loose within his own caucus, and you'd get more than the 5 votes we're probably going to get for conviction, whether it be a higher number. And I think if it was a higher number, that McConnell probably would have joined it. I think his calculations probably have changed now, that he realizes as the leader that he can't be one of 6. You know, he could be one of 12, one of 17, but one of 6 would be awkward for him. And then I imagine, I'm guessing also has an eye to future political fights with the Trump forces and realizes voting to convict will make him very radioactive for a lot of voters.
All right, Rich, thank you. Senator Leahy is back, and we're going to trial resumes.
Mr. Castro is recognized.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, good afternoon. It has been my great privilege over the past couple of weeks to lead this outstanding team of lawyers and dedicated professionals in the defense of the 45th President of the United States. One of the most difficult things in leading such a talented group is deciding who's responsible for what and the strategy and the order in which we will present our evidence. And you have heard from Mr. Van der Veen and Mr. Schoen on the importance of the First Amendment and the importance of due process of law. And because I had the opportunity to set out the schedule, I decided that I would take the last substantive part of the case for myself. You can take that 2 ways. The first, perhaps, is the best, and that would be that it's almost over. The second is that perhaps you have to wait another hour for it to be over. The reason why I chose this section, and believe me, it was a very difficult decision to make because I thought that the other arguments presented by Mr. Schoen and Mr. Van der Veen were outstandingly researched, thoroughly vetted, and wonderfully and articulately presented by them. But the critical issue in this case is the very narrow issue that is charged against the 45th president. And that issue is, did the 45th president engage in incitement of, they continue to say, insurrection? Clearly, there was no insurrection. Insurrection is a term of art. It's defined in the law. It involves taking over a country, a shadow government, taking the TV stations over, and having some plan on what you're going to do when you finally take power. Clearly, this is not that. What our colleagues here across the aisle meant is incitement to violence, to riot. So the word incitement is the critical case and the critical issue in the case. Now, the first time that you heard from us, I told you that you would never hear from our side that what happened on January 6th was anything other than horrific, and that the 45th President of the United States and his lawyers and his entire team adamantly denounce that violence by those criminals that occurred in this very chamber, this very building. There was a reason why we started our presentation back on Tuesday in that way. Because I did not want the senators to consider that there was any challenge to that particular fact. And yet, the House managers, knowing it was not contested at all, chose to spend 14 plus hours showing you pictures of how horrific the attack on the United States Capitol was. They spent no time at all in connecting legally the attack on the Capitol to the 45th President of the United States, which is the only question that needs to be answered, was Donald Trump responsible for inciting the violence that came to this building on January 6th? Now, by any measure, President Trump is the most pro-police, anti-mob rule president this country has ever seen. His real supporters know this. He made it clear throughout his presidency. He made it clear during the violence this past summer. He made it clear on January 6th. But politics changes things. Politics has created and interposed an element that should not be here. It has interposed the element of hatred. And the political world changes when hatred becomes part of the dynamic. As we wrote in our answer to the original charging document, and I hope that this is a phrase that lives on long after we are all departed, and that I hope someday this becomes the mantra by which all of us operate who work for the benefit of the public. That political hatred has no place in the American justice system, and most certainly no place in the Congress of the United States. To illustrate the contrast that I am speaking of, we have a video.
I am your president of law and order and an ally of all peaceful protesters.
The vast majority of the protesters have been peaceful.
Republicans stand for law and order, and we stand for justice.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
My administration will always stand against violence, mayhem, and disorder.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
I stand with the heroes of law enforcement.
And you push back on them, and you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
We will never defund our police. Together, we will ensure that America is a nation of law and order.
We were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
But I think you need to go back and punch him in the face.
Feel like punching him.
We just want law and order. Everybody wants that.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
We want law and order. We have to have law and order.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
We believe in safe streets, secure communities, and we believe in law and order.
is there truly anyone in this chamber who disagrees with the words as spoken by President Trump on that video? Surely not. Surely not. This contrast, and in this context, I ask you to keep that in mind. My colleagues here, actually my colleague here, Mr. Raskin, hopes that you don't. They have used selective editing and manipulated visuals to paint a picture far different from this truth. Make no mistake, and I will repeat it now and anytime I'm ever asked, January 6th was a terrible day for our country. The attack on this building shocked us all. President Trump did not incite or cause the horrific violence that occurred on January 6th, 2021. They know that. We know the president did not incite the riot because of his plain words that day, as Mr. Van der Veen elucidated on a few moments ago. We know the president could not have incited the riots because of the timeline of the events of that day. We heard a great deal from the House manager about their prosecutorial bona fides and their ability to analyze evidence, apply it to statutes, use timelines, and figure out what happened based on circumstantial evidence and direct evidence and testimony and forensic analysis. I can't recall any of the House managers who got up that didn't make some reference to prosecutorial bona fides. Well, I spent more than 3 decades locking up killers, and I do know a little bit about applying the facts to the law. We know that the president would never have wanted such a riot to occur because his long-standing hatred for violent protesters and his love for law and order is on display, worn on his sleeve, every single day that he served in the White House. But if we're going to apply the facts to the statute, it has to be done systematically. It has to be done with precision, the way a court would expect us to do that. Let's look at the letter of the law. Again, Mr. Van der Veen gave you an overview of the Brandenburg case and some of the related cases. You notice that when Mr. Van der Veen listed the elements that he took verbatim or close to verbatim right out of Vandenberg, they bore no reference whatsoever to the elements that were flashed up by the Democrat managers the other day repeatedly. He actually used the Supreme Court's case. He didn't make it up. Let's look at the letter of the law. The Supreme Court of the United States over 50 years ago laid out a clear test to determine whether speech is incitement. Under that test, the Brandenburg versus Ohio test, there are 3 elements that must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt by a preponderance of the evidence, whatever the Senate considers, I suggest, beyond a reasonable doubt. First, the speech in question must explicitly or implicitly encourage the use of violence or lawless action. But here, the president's speech called for peaceful protest. Second, the speaker must intend that his speech will result in the use of violence or lawless action. And again, as Mr. Van der Veen pointed out, the president clearly deplores rioters and political violence and did so throughout his term as president and never hesitated to express his admiration for the men and women that protect this country. Finally, the third element under the Brandenburg test is the imminent use of violence. Imminent use of violence. In other words, right then, the imminent use of violence or lawless action must be the likely result of the speech. The likely result of the speech. Well, that argument is completely eviscerated by the fact that the violence was pre-planned, as confirmed by the FBI, Department of Justice, and even the House managers, not the result of the speech at all. Several of my colleagues at the House managers got up and spoke about the proceeding in the House being like a grand jury proceeding. Well, I've been in grand jury proceedings. I have run grand juries. In grand jury proceedings, you call witnesses. You hear evidence. You make transcripts. You take affidavits. You develop physical evidence. You hear reports from police officers. You hear forensic analysis from scientists. In fact, you invite the target of the grand jury to come in and testify if he or she pleases to be heard by the grand jury. Which one of those things happened in the House prior to the impeachment article? I don't believe any of them happened. So the suggestion that what happened in the House was anything at all like a grand jury investigating a case and preferring it for prosecution is complete nonsense. And if the House managers are trying to fool you about that, you must ask yourself, what else are they trying to fool you about? Let's look more closely at the president's speech. We have mentioned this line before, but it is so critical we need to talk about it again. The president asked that the attendees at his rally peacefully make their voices heard.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
The managers would have you believe that the president's supporters usually follow his every word, but in this case, imputed some imaginary meaning to them while ignoring his most clear instructions. President Trump said, peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard, and the House managers took from that, go down to the Capitol and riot. So you are supposed to put yourselves in the heads of the people who hear peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard and conclude that those words do not mean what the president said. More than that, the president criticized the destruction wrought by left-wing anarchists and rioters. He told his supporters that they build, they don't destroy.
If this happened to the Democrats, there'd be hell all over the country going on. There'd be hell all over the country. But just remember this, you're stronger, you're smarter, you've got more going than anybody, and they try and demean everybody having to do with us. And you're the real people. You're the people that built this nation. You're not the people that tore down our nation.
Is it possible, listening to those words in the proper cadence without them being edited or the sound changed so that they're indistinguishable or sounds as though the crowd is right there, but listening to it as you have here, unedited by us, is it possible that President Trump's disdain for political violence could be any clearer to the persons listening as he was speaking? Is it possible that his words could have been misunderstood? I suggest to you that is impossible. Now, the House manager said the president told the crowd, quote, "You have to get out your people to fight." The House manager's claim is that the President of the United States was telling the audience to get each other to physically fight. But that is not what the President said. The people who should fight, he said, were members of Congress. If they don't fight, what the president said is, what should the rally attendees do? If members of Congress wouldn't fight for the principles they held dear, what was it that the president specifically told his supporters at that rally he wanted them to do? He wanted them to support primary challenges. Now, nobody in this chamber is anxious to have a primary challenge. That is one truism I think I can say with some certainty. But that's the way we operate in this country. When the people of a state want to change their representatives and their senators, they use the electoral process. President Trump told his listeners that if their members of Congress won't fight for their views, then go back home and find others that will. That's what President Trump said. The people who should fight were the members of Congress.
You have to get your people to fight. He told them.
You have to get your people to fight. And if they don't fight, we have to primary the hell out of the ones that don't fight. You primary them. We're gonna let you know who they are. I could already tell you, frankly.
It is pretty stark contrast when you watch that video, isn't it? When you see the House manager tell you, and I don't know if we're under oath here, but when I walked into this room, I sure as heck felt I was under oath, and that I was speaking not only to senators of the United States, but before the entire world and with God watching. And a House manager got up here and told you that the President of the United States on January the 6th, 2021, told the crowd that they had to go and fight. And the implication that they wanted you to draw was that he was sending them down to Capitol Hill to go and breach the building and trash the very sacred halls of Congress. But we now know that is not at all anything near what the president said. What the president said was, if you can't get your members of Congress to do as you would like them to do, you primary them. That's the American way. The first way that the House managers presented and wanted you to conclude, that's the criminal way. But what the president said was the American way. Again, House managers manipulated President Trump's words. I can't stand here and pretend to tell you that I know every time from all those videos that the House managers manipulated what the president said, put up evidence that was not with the foundation of correctness and admissibility we expect. I can't tell you that I picked up every one. I don't think Mr. Van der Veen or Mr. Schoen or any of the others that worked with us can tell you that. But what I can tell you is that there were an awful lot of times, and I know at least some of you were judges in previous lives, and if one of the lawyers was able to create the impression that one side intentionally presented false or misleading evidence, that judge would give an instruction called falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus. False in one thing, false in everything. In other words, if they're trying to fool you about one thing, not only might they be trying to fool you in something else, but under that maxim of the law, you may conclude they're trying to fool you in everything else. President Trump was immediate in his calls for calm and respect for law enforcement. The House managers emphasized President Trump's tweet in the 6 p.m. hour where he told crowds to, quote, go home in love and peace and remember this day. What is it that they left out? Well, the House starts their recitation of what President Trump said as far as the aftermath of when the Capitol was breached at roughly 6 p.m. What they don't tell you and didn't tell you, and which you probably don't know because I think I'm the first one to say it in this forum, is at 2:38, President Trump urged protesters at the U.S. Capitol to, quote, stay peaceful, please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful. And before we run the graphic, I just want to point out to you, President Trump's speech ended at 1:11 p.m. So at 2:38 p.m., by the time word reaches the president that there's a problem down here, he's out urging people to support the police, stay peaceful, support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are on the side of the country. Stay peaceful. At 3:13 p.m., President Trump urged protesters at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. 3:13 p.m. President Trump's words couldn't have incited the riot at the Capitol. The day's events make this clear. Let's walk through the actual timeline. At 11:15 a.m., police security camera videos show crowds forming at First Street near the Capitol reflecting pool. This is a full 45 minutes before President Trump even took the stage on January 6th. Let me repeat that. Violent criminals were assembling at the Capitol over a mile away, almost an hour before the president uttered a single word on the ellipse. You did not hear that fact during the hours and hours of the House manager's presentation, did you? When the president spoke, what did he call for? He called for rally attendees to peacefully and patriotically make their voices heard, for them to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue to cheer on members of Congress. President Trump went on for more than an hour, ending at 1:11. Now, why is this important? Because of all of the events that I am about to describe, they all occurred before President Trump's remarks concluded. At 12:49 p.m., the first barriers at the U.S. Capitol grounds were pushed over and the crowd entered the restricted area. At 11:05 p.m., Acting Defense Secretary Christopher Miller received open source reports of demonstrator movements to the U.S. Capitol. At 1:09 p.m., U.S. Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sund called the House and Senate Sergeants at Arms, telling them he wanted an emergency declared and he wanted the National Guard called. The point? Given the timeline of events, the criminals at the Capitol weren't there at the ellipse to even hear the president's words. They were more than a mile away, engaged in their pre-planned assault on this very building. This was a pre-planned assault, make no mistake, and that is a critical fact. Watch this.
Does anyone in this chamber honestly believe that but for the conduct of President Trump, that a charge in the article of impeachment, that attack at the Capitol would have occurred? Does anybody believe that?
It was not some sort of spontaneous decision by a bunch of, quote, protesters to go up to Capitol Hill and storm Capitol Hill. This was all planned out.
How much of it was planned? How much of this was strategized ahead of time?
They are getting indications, some evidence that they've seen that indicates that there was some level of planning.
There appears to be premeditation.
FBI internal report the day before the siege, warning of a violent war at the Capitol.
The FBI issued a warning of a, quote, war at the Capitol.
The FBI warned law enforcement agencies about this specific attack.
Be ready to fight. Congress needs to hear glass breaking, doors being kicked in.
We developed some intelligence that a number of individuals were planning to travel to the D.C. area with intentions to cause violence. We immediately shared that information.
And they pushed out that information through this JTTF structure.
It was immediately disseminated through a written product and briefed through our command post operations to all levels of law enforcement.
The FBI says 2 pipe bombs discovered near the Capitol on January 6th were placed there the night before.
New video appears to show a person suspected of planting pipe bombs near the U.S. Capitol the night before.
The FBI now says the bombs were planted the night before the Capitol siege between 7:30 and 8:30 p.m.
They were planted the day before.
All goes to the idea of premeditation and coordination among individuals.
This was a planned assault as if going after a castle.
So to answer the question of the House manager, does anybody believe that this would have occurred but for the speech from Donald Trump? I do. All of these facts make clear the January 6th speech did not cause the riots. The president did not cause the riots. He neither explicitly or implicitly encouraged the use of violence or lawless action, but in fact called for peaceful exercise of every American's First Amendment rights to peacefully assemble and petition their government for redress of grievances. In other words, the Brandenburg Standard is not made out. The House managers admitted many facts are unknown. Even Speaker Pelosi admitted not knowing the real cause of the violence when she called for a 9/11-style commission to examine the facts and causes that led to the violence. On the screen is Speaker Pelosi's call for the 9/11 Commission. Let's touch now on the second absurd and conflated allegation in the House manager's single article. President Trump's phone call to Georgia Secretary of State Ben Roethlisberger, surreptitiously recorded, by the way, included multiple attorneys and others on the call. Let me point out the very obvious fact that the House managers ignored. The private call that was made public by others cannot really be the basis to claim that the president intended to incite a riot, because he did not publicly disclose the contents of the call. How could he have hoped to use this call to invite his followers if he had no intent to make the conversation public and indeed had nothing to do with it being secretly recorded? The House managers told you that the president demanded that the Georgia Secretary of State, quote, find just over 11,000 votes. The word find, like so many others the House managers highlighted, is taken completely out of context. And the word find did not come out of thin air. Based on an analysis of publicly available voter data, that the ballot rejection rate in Georgia in 2016 was approximately 6.42%. And even though a tremendous amount of new first-time mail-in ballots were included in the 2020 count, the Georgia rejection rate in 2020 was a mere 0.4%, a drop-off from 6.42% to 0.4%. President Trump wanted the signature verification to be done in public. How can a request for signature verifications to be done in public be a basis for a charge for inciting a riot. With that background, it is clear that President Trump's comments and the use of the word find were solely related to his concerns with the inexplicable dramatic drop in Georgia's ballot rejection rates. Let's examine how the word find was used throughout that conversation. Mr. Trump's first use of the word find was as follows, quote, "We think that if you check the signatures, a real check of the signatures going back in Fulton County, you'll find at least a couple 100,000 of forged signatures of people who have been forged. And we are quite sure that's going to happen." President Trump also used find as follows, quote, "Now why aren't we doing signature, and why can't it be open to the public? And why can't we have professionals do it instead of rank amateurs who will never find anything and don't want to find anything? They don't want to find, they don't want to find anything. Someday you'll tell me the reason why, because I don't understand your reasoning. But someday you'll tell me the reason why. But why don't you want to find?" President Trump echoed his previous sentiments, again in the context of pursuing a legitimate and robust investigation into the lack of signature verification for mail-in and absentee ballots. Quote, "And why can't we have professionals do it instead of rank amateurs who will never find anything and don't want to find anything? They don't want to find anything, they don't want to find anything. They don't want to find, they don't want to find anything. Someday you'll tell me why, because I don't understand your reasoning, but someday you'll tell me why. But why don't you want to find? We can go through signature verification and we'll find hundreds of thousands of signatures, and you can let us do it. And the only way you can do it, as you know, is to go to the past. But you didn't do that in Cobb County. You just looked at one page compared to another. The only way you could do a signature verification is to go from one that signed it on November whatever, recently, and compare it to 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 6 years ago, or even one. And you'll find that you have many different signatures. But in Fulton, where they dumped ballots, you will find that you have many that aren't even signed and that you have many forgeries." End quote. Mr. Trump continued to use the word find throughout the conversation. Each and every other time in the context of his request that Mr. Raffensperger undertake a review of signature verifications, and his concerns generally with ballot integrity and his reported electoral deficit, here are a few examples. Quote, "But why wouldn't you want to find the right answer, Brad? Instead of keep saying that the numbers are right, because those numbers are so wrong." Another example, quote, "We think that if you check the signatures, a real check of the signatures going back in Fulton County, you'll find at least a couple 100,000 of forged signatures of people who have been forged, and we are quite sure that's going to happen." End quote. Moreover, there was nothing untoward with President Trump, or any other candidate for that matter, speaking with the lead elections officer of a state. That's why the Georgia Secretary of State took a call along with members of his team, one of whom decided to record it and release it to the press. The only reason this conversation is being discussed in this chamber is because, once again, the media and their Democratic allies distorted the true conversation to mislead you and the American public. So we have a complete lack of evidence for the article of impeachment presented by the House managers. So why are we here? Politics. Their goal is to eliminate a political opponent, to substitute their judgment for the will of the voters.
Why bother with a Senate trial of Donald Trump? He's no longer president.
He'll be out of office anyway.
Is it to keep him from ever running again?
Make sure he can never run for office again.
Keep him from running for office again.
Donald Trump would not be able to run for office again.
Barring him from running for office again.
Disqualified from running for office.
Disqualify him from ever running from office again.
Disqualified from running for office again.
It's about focusing that he can never run again.
Remove him from ever running for office again.
Never be able to run for office again.
To ban former President Trump from running again.
If we don't impeach this president, he will get reelected.
The goal is to eliminate a political opponent, to substitute their judgment for the will of the voters. Members of the Senate, our country needs to get back to work. I know that you know that. But instead, we are here. The majority party promised to unify and deliver more COVID relief. But instead, they did this. We will not take most of our time today, us of the defense, in the hopes that you will take back these hours and use them to get delivery of COVID relief to the American people. Let us be clear. This trial is about far more than President Trump. It is about silencing and banning the speech the majority does not agree with. It is about canceling 75 million Trump voters and criminalizing political viewpoints. That is what this trial is really about. It's the only existential issue before us. It asks for constitutional cancel culture to take over in the United States Senate. Are we going to allow canceling and banning and silencing to be sanctioned in this body? To the Democrats who view this as a moment of opportunity, I urge you instead to look to the principles of free expression and free speech. I hope truly that the next time you are in the minority, you don't find yourself in this position. To the Republicans in this chamber, I ask, when you are next in the majority, please resist what will be an overwhelming temptation to do this very same thing to the opposing party. Members of the Senate, this concludes the formal defense of the 45th President of the United States to the impeachment article filed by the House of Representatives. I understand that there is a procedure in place for questions, and we await them. Thereafter, we will close on behalf of President Trump. Mr. President, we yield the balance.
And I ask unanimous consent. We take a 15-minute recess.
Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess.
All right, things rocketing along at a rather quick pace as the president's defense presentation by his lawyers ends up being a little less than 3 hours of their allotted 16 hours. They had telegraphed going into today that they would make very short work of trying to essentially attack all of the House managers' characterizations and calling it a monstrous, preposterous lie this idea that the president somehow incited the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. Let's go to Casey Hunt, who is on Capitol Hill. So, Casey, we are way, way ahead of schedule. How does this play out?
We are ahead of schedule, Lester, and a couple things I want to pick up on from the presentation that we just saw. One note, the attorney there tried to say that what happened on January 6th was not an insurrection under the definition. He walked through the legal definition of that and tried to suggest that it was something else. I think it's important to underscore that Mitch McConnell actually, after this happened, called it a failed insurrection in public. I think that's an important point to make. There has not been a lot of dispute about what happened, the way that the Trump team described it. And I think you're going to see that get some attention going forward. The other thing I would highlight, too, that stood out to those of us who were listening and who cover Capitol Hill every day is this quote about primary challenges. He said, "No one in this chamber is anxious to have a primary challenge." That's one truism I think I can say with some certainty, but that's the way we operate in this country. And in a lot of ways, that really read like a threat, came across like a threat. And that is, of course, what the former president has been saying privately, threatening privately to do for many of these Republican senators. And that is one of the major motivating factors here as they have to go on record in public saying whether they want to convict or acquit him. But I'm not sure how that's really going across in the room, because it's something that I think will get senators' backs up. And I'm going to start asking about that as soon as they start to come out of the chamber and we have a chance to communicate a little bit more with them. But to pick up on your earlier point about the timing and what's going to happen now. So these are the question cards that that all of the senators have been handed, where they can fill out they fill out their name. They indicate whether their question is for the counsel, the defense counsel, or the House managers, and they write it on a card. They have been submitting these cards throughout the day today, and while we don't yet have official confirmation that that's what they're going to be doing this evening, Schumer just went to the majority leader just went to a break. It's widely expected right now that they are going to go to the question and answer period tonight. We're again waiting on official confirmation of that. But should they do that and finish the 4 hours of that tonight, that potentially sets up a final vote as soon as Saturday afternoon, which would be a pretty accelerated timetable. And I think it shows you just how anxious everyone is to move on from this. And it's different reasons on each side. Republicans obviously want to take the focus off of former President Trump, and many in the Senate don't believe that this is helpful for anyone. Democrats want to turn the focus to the now president, Biden, who is proposing a $1.9 trillion COVID rescue plan. So the motivation for that, and I will also add, Lester, they are supposed to be on vacation next week. Nobody wants to be here working on Sunday, and that is also a highly powerful, if human, motivating factor here in the Senate.
Yeah, Lester. I'd agree. That's a motivating factor for all of us. All right. Casey, thanks very much. Also with us is Chief Washington Correspondent Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, I'd like you to explore this idea of how many Republican votes for guilty would it take for Democrats to feel this was worthwhile?
Well, I think any more than 5 or 6, frankly, Lester, because look, it's a pretty low bar now. They have gone into this with the idea that it was going to be very difficult ever since that first preliminary vote on the Rand Paul resolution, even before they got to the trial. So anything that they can get, any number that they can pick up, they will call that a victory, at least a Pyrrhic victory, because they are arguing for history. They're trying to argue, to the American people. They're trying to move the poll numbers, trying to damage Donald Trump's reputation by presenting what they think is very strong evidence that he should be disqualified from any future role in politics, in elective politics, and trying to hurt his ability to still be a presence from Mar-a-Lago or wherever going forward. So I think that they have pretty well conceded, as they've seen, the defense also folding their tents pretty early, that they don't feel that they're going to get a conviction. And at this point, they're looking to see whether any of those other Republican senators, one warning signal might be from Lisa Murkowski, whom they, I think, had been counting on, because she said earlier to some of the reporters in the hallway that she was more impressed at least with the defense presentation today than the other day. Now, of course, the other day was widely panned, so maybe that just means that it was a little better than a very bad presentation. But I was also struck today, Lester, by the way the defense is dismissing what happened in Georgia, the run-up to January 6th, the denial of the election of Joe Biden, and also the pressure on Georgia. Just we saw this week that the district attorney in Fulton County, Georgia, has opened a criminal investigation into whether or not that was illegal interference with the election and inciting or promoting election fraud by pressuring multiple officials in the Republican Party and elected officials, the Secretary of State and others, to change the vote by at least one vote. And the way he characterized that and read that transcript of that very damaging audio remains to be seen. But that is an active case, a criminal prosecution pending that, could be lodged against the president and others.
Yeah, this idea, he was talking about the president saying, find the votes. The defense of that at times did feel perhaps a bit tortured. I want to bring in senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson right now. Hallie, this has been being anxiously watched by Republicans everywhere. What kind of reaction? What are you hearing?
Yeah, so far, Lester, and I'll pick up on a thread after this, too, of what you and Andrew are just discussing. But so far, I think you are seeing it from what we have heard from some of the Senate Republicans, including one Republican senator not expected to vote against former President Trump, Ron Johnson, who thought that this was obviously a successful defense. In his view, that is something that's been picked up upon by some of the former president's defenders here. I think that you'll get more of a read on that as folks start to leave. But you even had, interestingly, Senator Lisa Murkowski, for example, a Republican who is not always known for going along with what the former president either wanted or his positions. She's been known to break away, applauding the defense so far. I think that gives you a bit of an indication as we head now into the Q&A, which it's always interesting. And you remember this, as I do, from the last impeachment trial of Donald Trump, the Q&A, you can read those tea leaves and see sort of which senators are leaning where, who's asking which questions to which side. Is much of a tell as anything in these kinds of trials. I will say, Lester, that when you look at what the defense team did there, what Bruce Castor laid out, he said and did a couple of things. So to pick up on what you and Andrew are talking about, this discussion of that call between former President Trump, then the president at the time, and the Georgia Secretary of State, this was stunning to a lot of people when that audio was revealed after the election, when Donald Trump said, I'm asking you to find the votes. And Bruce Castor reading that into the record in the impeachment trial, these quotes from Donald Trump, I find very interesting because the discussion that I had with sources all up until the trial began was that election fraud, these false claims of voter fraud that Donald Trump made were not going to be part of this defense. Why? For a couple of reasons. Number one, it's why the original defense team for Donald Trump left, basically parted ways with him, because based on what we have heard from sources, Donald Trump wanted them to make that a central theme of the arguments. Those attorneys said that's not going to hold water, and they couldn't come to an agreement. But secondly, because even the former president's Republican allies did not want that to be a central piece of these arguments at the trial. Yet here is Bruce Castor reading into the record pieces of that phone call. And we should note, Lester, it has been exhaustively fact-checked. You didn't hear that fact-checking in the chamber, but the things that Donald Trump was saying at the time simply were not true. Like the idea that signatures were being invented in some of these Georgia counties, that is just not accurate. It just didn't happen. And in fact, the point of this call was for the Secretary of State, perhaps not the point, but a function of the call, was for Secretary of State Raffensperger to push back on things that then President Trump was saying and to explain that is actually not correct. Here is the actual piece of it that's accurate. And we have been through that over the last month or so. The other piece of this, Castor referenced just in this last section here, he claimed that the House Democratic impeachment managers did not spend time trying to connect Donald Trump to what happened on January 6th. Although, as you know, Lester, that was largely the focus yesterday of the House Democratic impeachment managers' close, basically. The wrap-up, I should say, of their initial arguments was trying to connect the dots and draw that line between those two things. So I imagine that that's going to be a line of inquiry that you will see when we hit the Q&A portion, possibly in the next couple of minutes here.
All right, let's turn to our colleague, NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Chuck, where do you think the president's lawyers may have landed some punches, not knockout punches, but those that might turn Republican senators in the direction they want to go?
Well, look, I think by constantly making this a partisan political argument, I mean, that is what animates the Republican base. I think Mr. Castor bringing up the primary challenge wasn't an accident in his remarks. I think reminding them the political stakes here. So, I don't know if to me, they did not do a very good job answering what was presented in the last 3 days. What they did do a good job of was ignoring it and just focusing on the shortest path to acquittal, which is make a hard partisan argument that you can defend to your base, you can go on Fox in primetime and defend, and close your ears to everybody else. So in that sense, it's a smart defense for what you have to do. But the questions that they didn't answer, why didn't he try to stop this for a couple of hours? He didn't seem to do anything with Pence. And then to follow up on what Hallie said, the problem he has with trying to distance former President Trump from the events of January 6th is he basically was the guy that saved the date for January 6th in his own Twitter feed that then convinced two other organizations to move their rallies to January 6th. He's essentially the organizer of the entire day of protest movement, and they just ignored it completely. This will come up in Q&A. I'll be very curious to see if they they can continue to sort of pretend that didn't happen, because that's the weakest part of their defense and one of the stronger parts of the prosecution.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. Let me turn now to NBC News political analyst and former Democratic Missouri Senator Claire McCaskill and NBC News political analyst and editor of the National Review, Rich Lowry. Claire, let me first ask your thoughts of picking up on what Chuck was saying there. Were there things that you saw, for example, of many of your colleagues becoming unwitting stars in this, talking about fighting and using inflammatory language? Were things that you saw that you think that they scored points with?
First of all, I don't think that the defense was trying to convince anyone of anything. I think the defense was trying to give Trump's supporters really good political talking points and to warn them about political consequences. And by that measure, I think their defense was a success. I think they gave Trump supporters good talking points, and they certainly warned them about primary challenges. But their credibility, I think, was damaged right off the bat when they just out and out lied about a number of things. The only reason this trial was delayed was because Mitch McConnell wanted it delayed. Everybody in the room knows it. There's no evidence that Antifa had anything to do with this riot. And finally, the last lie was they had all of the materials that were used by the House managers before this trial began, according to the rules that were set by Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer. These were bipartisan rules. So I don't think that they obviously made any points with the Democratic side of the aisle, and I doubt they move very many people on the facts.
And Rich, we're hearing a lot of this, well, they used whataboutism again. Does whataboutism work, though?
It does to some extent politically. I think this was the most effective presentation, low bar, but the most effective argument by the defense, making the obvious points you would if you're trying to argue that, no, President Trump didn't directly incite or intend this violence to happen at the Capitol. The violence was probably planned before Donald Trump said anything on that morning. Some of the mayhem had already started before President Trump finished his speech by people who weren't listening to his speech, who were already at the Capitol. And he did issue, in the context of things, pretty pro forma tweets saying stop this, but he did actually tweet a few of those. So the standard here, Lester, conviction's not in play. Did they make Republicans feel a little better about a vote to acquit? Yeah. And I think by that standard was a success.
What do you make of how now President Biden made out in that tape in which we hear Democrats in the last election trying to oppose the certification? It is Joe Biden who's banging the gavel saying no and essentially holding up the right for this process. What do you make of that?
Well, I do think it's a fair hit on the hypocrisy of some of these Democratic members. It's just wrong to use the process of certifying electors this way. But there you had Joe Biden standing up there doing his duty. And obviously the circumstances are much different. It's different, a member of the House doing this and a president of the United States running a months-long campaign to undermine the legitimacy of the election and to use every means fair and foul to try to overturn the result. I think that's at the core of the case against Trump. And again, I think Democrats made a mistake by over relying on January 6th and his speech on January 6th rather than broadening out the case they actually wrote down in the article.
And then, Claire, what happens if in fact there is an acquittal? Where does that leave Republicans? Is this a case if you win the battle, but you've got your own internal war you've got to deal with?
Oh, yeah, they've got a war. You can just see in the last 24 hours, Nikki Haley, I worry about whether or not she's in pain straddling the fence. There are a number of Republicans trying to decide whether or not they want to go back to the norms of principles of small government, conservative, free trade, all of those things, or if they want to stay in the Trump circus. And I think this trial may have hardened the lines within the Republican Party. And I agree with my friend Rich Lowry on this. I do think that no minds were changed today, but there are now talking points. And the other thing I agree with him is the difference between what Joe Biden did this time and what Mike Pence did this time is that we didn't have someone who lost the election trying to convince the country that our elections aren't fair. Every modern president has conceded except this one.
All right, Claire and Rich, thank you. Let's go to Chief White House Correspondent Kristen Welker. And speaking of President Joe Biden, what are you hearing, Kristen?
Well, Lester, we know that President Biden and this White House has been eager for this process to move forward expeditiously. And so I was just talking to a number of White House officials who have said that, look, the president is eyeing the end of this impeachment process and looking to intensify his push for COVID relief on the other side, something he is going to engage in next week. Now, what do we expect from President Biden over the weekend if, in fact, this process does come to a conclusion? Based on conversations with a number of administration officials, we anticipate that the president will put out some sort of written statement. Don't expect him to go before cameras. He's going to be at Camp David, his first trip to Camp David as president. And then next week, I am told he is going to really try to ramp up the push on his agenda. He has his first official trip out of Washington, D.C. He's going to be heading to Wisconsin for a town hall event. And then I'm told he's going to continue his outreach to state and local officials to try to build up support for his COVID relief package. Of course, there are a lot of details that they're still debating here within the Democratic Party, Lester, in order to get that passed through Congress. It does come, though, Lester, as this president has said that he's wanted to stay on the sidelines and stay focused on his agenda, but increasingly he has found himself weighing in. Yesterday, of course, I was in the Oval Office and I asked him about that newly released video that we saw earlier this week from House managers, and that's when President Biden made those remarks, essentially saying that he believes that video could change some minds. So going back to a point that Andrea made a few minutes ago, could we in fact see one or two more Republican senators vote to convict? That's something that we'll be watching for very closely. And then earlier today, he was out here on the North Lawn just behind me touring this Valentine's display that is up. And some reporters had the chance to ask him about the impeachment. He did weigh in, saying that he is anxiously awaiting what his Republican colleagues will do. Will they, quote, stand up? Those are his words. So, Lester, this attempt to try to stay focused on his agenda and to try to keep the focus there, but increasingly finding himself peppered with questions about something that is gripping the nation right now. His press secretary also saying that the president found the videos to be harrowing. So they await the conclusion to this process along with everyone else. I can tell you, I was just back in the press offices, and of course all of the TVs are trained on this very trial. So they are clearly watching and monitoring these developments quite closely, Lester.
All right, Kristen, thanks very much. Again, we are in a break. If you're just joining us, the president's lawyers have concluded their presentation using less than 3 hours to do so, a fraction of what they were allocated. Depending what happens at the end of this break, we may get a better sense of how quickly things will move from this point on. Whether we could see an immediately move to questions from both sides, to both the prosecution and defense, and perhaps even as soon as tomorrow, a final vote on all this. But again, it remains to be seen. I don't want to get too far ahead of us. We're joined now by a veteran of the Justice Department and the Mueller investigation, NBC News legal analyst Andrew Weissmann, and NBC News legal analyst Carol Lam is a former U.S. attorney. Good to have you both with us. Andrew, let me begin with you. A lot of the arguments in the latter part of the defense presentation was the definition of incite, the definition of insurrection, saying that when you dismantle it, those things didn't exist. Is that the case?
I think that the defense left themselves very open to the questioning that's now going to happen on those issues. And I think that one thing that I think your viewers should sort of be prepared for is I think the Democrats are going to ask very pointed questions on, you say that but for the president, this still would have happened. Well, do you say that there's evidence, material evidence of election fraud? Are you saying that the president did not win the election, that is President Biden? If so, what is the evidence? And wasn't that what was the fire for the insurrection on January 6th? So I think there are going to be pointed questions about that. And on the issue of January 6th, I think that the defense did a very poor job on this issue of inciting. I think that there's going to be a lot of questions about what the president did not do. If his intent was really not to incite, there are going to be a lot of questions about why he wasn't immediately on the airwaves and on Twitter, immediately calling the National Guard. They really can't get around the timeline. And then finally, if they really want to essentially be saying what it is that the president, this is not President Trump, what he did or did not intend, why isn't he here testifying or at least submitting a letter or an affidavit? It's just like the first impeachment where the president is absent. So they're making representations about what Donald Trump might or might not have believed, but they actually had the opportunity to have him come and testify, and he didn't.
Carol, give me some questions that you would ask if you were challenging this defense presentation.
Yeah, I think this is an opportunity for the Democrats to do what the House managers don't have an opportunity to do on their own right now, which is to rebut some of the things that they heard earlier. Typically, in a trial, the prosecution would go first, then the defense would go, then the prosecution has another opportunity. So the Democratic senators are going to have to give those questions to the House managers to allow them to answer. I think there were, frankly, a couple of unforced errors that the House managers need to clean up about some of the pieces of evidence they put in and things like that. But I think overall, Andrew is correct. There needs to be more. There needs to be some questions to fill in the record again about why the president basically sat on his hands for a long time after the breach began, and what happened during that period of time. The House managers need to re-emphasize that again. These events were taking place only a mile and a half from where the president was. There's no excuse for an hour going by before the first tweet comes out. So I certainly think that needs to be filled in. I thought the whole presentation about the word find was frankly silly. One of the instructions you give to jurors is you don't check your common sense at the door. And when the president says, I want you to find a specific number of votes, he's using the word find in a very, very specific way. And that is not the way you typically use the word find. So I thought there was some overplaying on that ground.
All right, Carol and Andrew, thanks to both of you. Let me turn to NBC News political analyst Eugene Robinson, columnist and associate editor for the Washington Post. Eugene, good to see you. One of the things that was used in one of those tape montages were Democrats talking about the fact this would end in their hope is that Donald Trump would not be able to run again. It was used against them in this context, but what is the reality, no matter how this thing plays down? How is the political future of Donald Trump affected by this?
Well, that's a very good question. You saw Nikki Haley today sort of backing away from Donald Trump. Others are going to embrace him. You heard the threat, and I think it was just an explicit threat in Bruce Castor's summation of primary challenges to those who are insufficiently loyal to President Trump. I think he remains the the principal actor in the Republican Party, no matter which way this vote goes, at least in the short term. Now, former president's influence tends to wane more quickly than they would like and more quickly than we realize at the time. I suspect that will happen to Trump too, but he's kind of in a unique position right now. He is the kingmaker and still the king. Just one other thing about the summation. We heard I think a preview of his potential criminal defense in Georgia with that business about the word find and what it means in that call with Brad Raffensperger. And because it's now under criminal investigation in Georgia. But I think that also sort of opened the door for the Democratic House managers to litigate the big lie about the election, which, the president's defense wasn't going to touch on, but did, in fact, touch on in that closing. And I think that opened the door for what is potentially some strong questioning by Democrats in this next phase.
I'm not sure I heard Mike Pence's name mentioned, and if it was, forgive me, but I don't think I heard it. Do you think that was something that they really didn't want to touch, this idea of, as the president is tweeting about his vice president is actually in reasonable fear of his life?
No, I think absolutely right. I think that omission was not by accident, because we now know that the president was aware that the vice president had to be evacuated from the Capitol. The situation was that serious. So why wasn't the president trying to do more to potentially save the life of his vice president? And again, that is the big hole in the defense is, if you did not intend to incite a riot, then why did you not try to stop the riot, try to stop the insurrection more quickly and more forcefully once it began? And they didn't offer an answer to that question, really, and it'll be interesting to see if they come up with one when they're questioned about it.
All right, Eugene, thanks. Also with us is Chief Washington correspondent Andrew Mitchell. And Andrew, I think you want to pick up on that thought about what we didn't hear.
No, I think Eugene and Lester's, your conversation is exactly to the point. The fact that he did not mention, that the defense did not address the whole issue of Mike Pence, because the president, for all of those hours, was aware of it, as we know from what Senator Tuberville said, but also was tweeting attacks on Mike Pence. And what we've seen in the video is that the Mike Pence was really a rallying cry. Hang Mike Pence. A gallows was constructed outside the Capitol itself, on the grounds there, by the rioters. So that, and the fact that the defense cherry-picked statements from the president's January 6th speech, trying to, I think, mischaracterize the intent of the speech, whether or not it was for incitement was, of course, their contention, but also not dealing with all of those hours where he did nothing, not only regarding Mike Pence and his safety and attacking Mike Pence during that time, but did nothing to fulfill his constitutional requirement, his oath, to protect and secure the national security of the United States at home and abroad. He did not call the Pentagon. He did not call in for reinforcements. So there were so many instances during those 6 hours where his behavior was just really questionable, according to the House managers, but also according to any independent view of what was going on. Also, of course, the run-up, as you were just saying with Eugene, what happened in Georgia. The fact that that has now been opened up. I think that's what you're going to hear in these questions. The questions that are being presented, that will be presented by the House managers, are going to be to that very point. All of the incitement prior to January 6th, and as Chuck pointed out earlier, the fact that he actually moved the date to January 6th by calling for it to be on January 6th, that's when they, according to the testimony, changed their application for a permit. In fact, for the day when the Electoral College certification was to be ratified, all to the point of trying to overturn the election results that were clearly evident that Joe Biden had been elected, and that, relatedly at least, Mitch McConnell and others in the Senate Republican caucus were acknowledging. Lester.
All right, Andrea, let me bring in senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Hallie, as I was watching, I was ticking off some of the things that I knew would play well to the base. They brought up the media, Antifa, Democratic hypocrisy, cancel culture, witch hunt, Elizabeth Warren, Hillary Clinton. Obviously, things that we know that play very strongly with the Republican base. Was that a lot of the goal? The audience outside those chambers?
Because the audience outside the chamber, Lester, is affecting the audience inside the chamber, right? Like it or not, as we've heard again and again, it's a political proceeding in many ways. And those specifically Republican senators who are the ones who are the core audience here, because it does seem like Democrats know how they're going to vote on this to a large degree, they have constituents. And those constituents still support, in large part, speaking broadly about the Republican Party, Donald Trump. And you see that, Lester, in new polling. A new poll just out this week from CBS YouGov shows that 2/3 of Republican voters say it is still very important or somewhat important that the GOP continue to back Donald Trump. 71% say that a vote to convict the former president would be seen as disloyal to the party, a sign of disloyalty, not a sign of, for example, being able to stand up for whatever you may think is right. And so I think that those numbers give you a sense more broadly of where this party is. You heard Eugene talking about the comments from Nikki Haley that are out today that are making a lot of waves in the sort of beltway politicosphere, if you will. Nikki Haley, widely speculated to be a contender for 2024, talking very harshly about the former president, saying he has fallen so far, we should not have listened to him. But just 2 weeks ago, it was Nikki Haley appearing over on a different cable network saying, give the man a break, arguing against impeachment. You do have people like Karl Rove, for example, Senator Lisa Murkowski, who have suggested that there is no way that Donald Trump could have a political future now and could really realistically run again in 2024, although he is likely to continue to talk about it. But the numbers show you where the base is. I also want to draw your attention to something else, Lester. We've been looking, as we're having these conversations, if our viewers have seen on the right side of our screen, this is the area sort of outside on the Hill where reporters are talking with, if they can, members of the Senate, any of the attorneys who walk by. There's a pool camera there. I don't know if that's live or tape of Chuck Schumer, but this is what we're talking about. If you notice, you saw Senator Lindsey Graham walk by. Our team on the Hill reports that Senator Graham, even just in these last couple of minutes, was conferring with the Trump defense team, or was seen inside that room with the Trump defense team. This is notable because, as Casey Hunt reported, Senators Graham, Lee, and Cruz talked with the defense team late yesterday. We know, based on the reporting that we have, that they were basically kicking around ideas, getting and giving advice, if you will, a signal that even as late as yesterday, there were some Republicans, allies of the former president, who were a little bit concerned about what they might see from this defense presentation today. It has concluded after 2 hours and 30 minutes, just by way of comparison, Lester. Obviously, this is a different trial than the first one, different time frames, different references. The defense in trial one, the first impeachment, went just about more than 9 hours during that first impeachment. This time, the defense felt like they made the points they needed to make. They want to, for lack of a better phrase, get this show on the road, because I think they have seen, and Republicans that I've talked to believe, that an acquittal is going to be at the end of this path, at least based on how things are going at the moment. As always, things could change, Lester.
All right, Hallie, let's go over to Casey Hunt right now in Capitol Hill. Casey, you were showing us earlier those cards in which the senators will submit their questions. To what extent are there any not deliberations, but conversations about what questions might be helpful to a particular side? Or is this strictly the senators on their own just asking what they want to know?
I think it's a little bit of both, Lester. And while you've seen both the defense and the prosecution in this trial give back some of their time, I think we've come to know that senators typically like to use all of the time that they have available to them for things like this. So I would be surprised if they don't use the full time here. And I'm interested to see if this is similar or different to how we saw it play out last time, and whether each side is looking to try to bolster their own case, or if they're trying to poke holes or ask additional questions about the other side. It's two different strategies. And some of the questions, I think, and this actually is a little bit of what Andrea Mitchell was hitting on just a minute or so ago, the big question that many of both Republicans and Democrats that I talk to is about what was President Trump doing while the riot was going on? Because there are only a handful of actual witnesses to that. There has been reporting about it. But the reality is the Trump team, if in fact that was going to be exculpatory, why did they not lay out more information about what he was doing in the course of their defense? And I think that's something that you're likely to see brought up throughout the course of this. I think there are also questions about what the president's mindset was like ahead of January 6th and some of those tweets that encouraged people to come. The other piece, of course, the moving of that permit that Andrea also referenced. What does the defense team know about that? I think that there are a lot of strictly facts here that could potentially contribute to the case one way or the other. And then, of course, the other interesting piece of this is who are the questions coming from? In the last trial, we ended up seeing questions from people, both that were on the partisan side and were trying to make a point one way or the other, but we also had some questions, for example, from Mitt Romney, from a couple other senators we were watching to see if they might vote back then to convict former President Trump on the charges he faced at that point. So I'm looking to see if any of these senators who may be considering a vote for conviction submit questions that are actually read on the floor. So we know that Romney submitted 5 questions. That's what he told us. And they have said that they're planning on releasing the questions that Romney submitted. Now, not every senator will need to do that, although if one of their questions is chosen to be read on the floor, their name will be attached to it. And they are going to group the questions together for efficiency. So if there are 2 or 3 senators who are asking a very similar question, that question could be read from multiple senators and asked on the floor. But if we start to see questions from people like Richard Shelby of Alabama, who's retiring. He's one of the Senate's last old bulls. I doubt we will get a question from the minority leader, Mitch McConnell. It would be a really big deal if we did. He is still really the person that we are watching the most closely as we look ahead to the vote tomorrow. Other senators who I saw grouped around McConnell's desk are the ones I'm following. Richard Burr of North Carolina. He's not running again and also faced some legal problems during the Trump administration, as he was the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee that raised some questions about his relationship with the former president. People like Jerry Moran of Kansas, although I would also be surprised if he asked a question. So it's that group of people that I'm really looking to see if not only do they ask questions at all, but if so, are the questions antagonistic toward the former president at all, or are they searching for specific pieces of evidence or information that could contribute to a case? Lisa Murkowski is another one who had questions last time around, and I'm watching her too.
Pursuant to
All right, well, here we go.
Senate Resolution 47, the senators provide up to 4 hours during which senators may submit questions in writing directed either to the managers on the part of the House of Representatives or counsel for the former president. Majority Leader.
President, I ask unanimous consent that the answers within the 4-hour question period be limited to 5 minutes each, and if the questions are directed to both parties, the times be equally divided. Furthermore, that questions alternate sides for posing questions for as long as both sides have questions.
Without objection, is so ordered.
Mr. President, I have a question at the desk, for the desk.
The senator will submit it. The question from Senator Schumer and Senator Feinstein is directed to the House managers. The clerk will read it.
Isn't it the case that the violent attack and siege on the Capitol on January 6th would not have happened if not for the conduct of President Trump?
Of up to 5 minutes.
To answer your question very directly, Donald Trump summoned the mob. He assembled a mob and he lit the flame. Everything that followed was because of his doing. And although he could have immediately and forcefully intervened to stop the violence, he never did. In other words, this violent, bloody insurrection that occurred on January 6th would not have occurred but for President Trump. The evidence we presented at trial makes this absolutely clear. And this attack, as we said, didn't come from one random speech, and it didn't happen by accident, and that mob didn't come out of thin air. Before the election, Donald Trump spread lie after lie about potential fraud. An election, remember, that hadn't even happened yet. Months before the election took place, he was saying it was rigged, that it was going to be stolen. All to make his supporters believe that the only way he was going to lose is if the election was stolen, if the election was rigged. And when he did lose, he spent week after week inciting his supporters to believe that their votes had been stolen and that the election was fraudulent and that it was their patriotic duty to fight like hell to stop the steal and take their country back. And remember, this is in the United States where our vote is our voice. You tell somebody that an election victory is being stolen from them, that's a combustible situation. And he gave them clear direction on how to deal with that. For example, on December 19th, 18 days prior to January 6th, President Trump told them how and where to fight for it. He first issued his call to action for January 6th. This was a save the date sent 18 days before the event on January 6th. And it wasn't just a casual one-off reference or a singular invitation. For the next 18 days, he directed all of the rage he had incited to January 6th. And that was for him what he saw as his last chance to stop the transfer of power, to stop from losing the presidency. And he said things like, quote, fight to the death. And January 6th will be a, quote, wild and, quote, historic day. And this was working. They got the message. In the days leading to the attack, report after report, social media post after social media post confirmed that these insurgents were planning armed violence. But they were planning it because he had been priming them, because he had been amping them up. That's why they were planning it.
We're interrupting just for a few seconds so some of our stations can leave us for local coverage. For everyone else, we return you to the trial.
Insurgents were planning to carry weapons, including guns, to target the Capitol itself. And yet, Donald Trump, from January 5th to the morning of his speech, tweeted 34 times, urging his supporters to get ready to stop the steal. He even, on the eve of the attack, warned us that it was coming. He warned us that thousands were descending into D.C. and would not take it anymore. And when they got here at the Save America March, he told them again in that speech exactly what to do. His lawyer opened with, quote, let's have trial by combat. That was Rudy Giuliani. And Donald Trump brought that message home. In fact, he praised Rudy Giuliani as a fighter. And President Trump used the words fight or fighting 20 times in that speech. Remember, you've just told these people, these thousands of people, that somebody has stolen your election, your victory. You're not going to get the president that you love. Senators, that is an incredibly combustible situation when people are armed and they've been saying that they're mad as hell and they're not going to take it anymore. He looked out to a sea of thousands, some wearing body armor, helmets, holding sticks and flagpoles, some of which they would later use to beat Capitol Police, and told them that they could play by different rules. Play by different rules. He even at one point quite literally pointed to the Capitol as he told them to fight like hell. And after the attack, we've shown clearly, that once the attack began, insurgent after insurgent made clear they were following the president's orders. You saw us present that evidence of the insurgents who were there that day, who said, I came because the president asked me to come. I was here at his invitation. You saw that of the folks that were in the Capitol that day.
The Time has expired. Are there further questions?
Mr. President.
Senator from South Carolina, have a question?
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Submit it.
I send a question to the desk on behalf of myself, Senator Cruz, Marshall, and Kramer to council.
Senator Graham for himself, Senator Cruz, Senator Marshall, and Senator Kramer submits a question for the counsel for Donald Trump. Clerk will read it.
Does a politician raising bail for rioters encourage more rioting?
Counsel has 5 minutes.
Yes.
Does counsel yield back the rest of their time? Counsel's time is yielded back. Are there other questions?
Mr. President,
The senator from Georgia.
I have a question for the desk.
Send it to the desk. The senator from Georgia, Senator Warnock, has a question for the House managers. Clerk will read the question.
Is it true or false that in the months leading up to January 6th, dozens of courts, including state and federal courts in Georgia, rejected President Trump's campaign's efforts to overturn his loss to Joe Biden?
House managers recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. President, Senators, that is true. That's true. I want to be clear, though, that we have absolutely no problem with President Trump having pursued his belief that the election was being stolen or that there was fraud or corruption or unconstitutionality. We have no problem at all with him going to court to do it. And he did, and he lost in 61 straight cases, in federal court and state court, in the lowest courts in the land, in the U.S. Supreme Court. He lost it. He lost in courts in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, and Wisconsin. All of them said the same thing. They couldn't find any corruption. They couldn't find any fraud, certainly nothing rising to a material level that would alter the outcome of any of the elections, and there was no unconstitutionality. That's the American system. And so, I mean, it's hard to imagine him having gotten more due process than that in pursuing what has come to be known popularly as the big lie, the idea that somehow the election was being stolen from him. And we have no problem with the fact that he went to court to do all those things. But notice, number one, the big lie was refuted, devastated, and demolished in federal and state courts across the land, including by 8 judges appointed by President Donald Trump himself. We quoted earlier in the case what happened in Pennsylvania, where U.S. District Court Judge Matthew Brown said, in the United States, the court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations. In the U.S., this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of its 6th most populous state. Our people, laws, and institutions demand more. Then it went up to Judge Stefanos Bibas, who's a Trump appointee, who was a part of the appeals court panel. He said, the campaign's claims have no merit. The number of ballots it specifically challenges is far smaller than the 81,000 vote margin of victory, and it never claims fraud or that any votes were cast by illegal voters. Plus, tossing out millions of mail-in ballots would be drastic and unprecedented, disenfranchising a huge swath of the electorate and upsetting all of the down-ballot races, too, which incidentally weren't being challenged even though it was the exact same ballot that had been brought. So the problem was when the president went from his judicial combat, which was fine, to intimidating and bullying state election officials and state legislators, and then finally, as Representative Cheney said, summoning a mob, assembling a mob, and then lighting the match for an insurrection against the Union. When he crossed over from nonviolent means, no matter how ridiculous or absurd, that's fine, he's exercising his rights, to inciting violence. That's what this trial is about. And we heard very little of that from the presentation of the president's lawyers. They really didn't address the facts of the case at all. There were a couple propaganda reels about Democratic politicians that would be excluded in any court in the land. They talked about the rules of evidence. All of that was totally irrelevant to the case before us. Whatever you think about it, it's irrelevant. And we'll be happy, of course, to address the First Amendment arguments, too.
Mr. President.
The senator from Maine.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk.
The question is from Senator Collins and Senator Murkowski. It is for the counsel for the former president. Clerk will read.
Exactly when did President Trump learn of the breach of the Capitol? What specific actions did he take to bring the rioting to an end? And when did he take them? Please be as detailed as possible.
Clerk, read that question again. We're getting it back.
Exactly when did President Trump learn of the breach of the Capitol? And what specific actions did he take to bring the rioting to an end? And when did he take them? Please be as detailed as possible.
Mr. Van Veen.
The House managers have given us absolutely no evidence one way or the other onto that question. We're able to piece together a timeline it goes all the way back to December 31st, January 2nd. There is a lot of interaction between the authorities and getting folks to have security beforehand. On the day, we have a tweet at 2:38, so it was certainly sometime before then. With the rush to bring this impeachment, there's been absolutely no investigation into that. And that's the problem with this entire proceeding. The House managers did zero investigation, and the American people deserve a lot better than coming in here with no evidence, hearsay on top of hearsay on top of reports that are of hearsay. Due process is required here, and that was denied.
Mr. President.
And the Senator from Nevada.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk.
The Senator from Nevada, Senator Rosen, submits a question for the House managers and the clerk will read it.
On January 6th, the anti-Semitic Proud Boys group that President Trump had told to stand by laid siege to the Capitol alongside other rioters, including one wearing a Camp Auschwitz shirt. Is there evidence that President Trump knew or should have known that his tolerance of anti-Semitic speech, hate speech, combined with his own rhetoric, could incite the kind of violence we saw on January 6th?
Mr. President, Senators, Donald Trump has a long history of praising and encouraging violence, as you saw. He has espoused hateful rhetoric himself. He has not just tolerated it, but he's encouraged hateful speech by others. He has refused, as you saw in the September debate, that interview, to condemn extremist and white supremacist groups like the Proud Boys. And he has, at every opportunity, encouraged and cultivated actual violence by these groups. Yes, he has encouraged actual violence, not just the word fight. He told groups like the Proud Boys, who had beaten people with baseball bats, to stand by. When his supporters in the 50-car caravan tried to drive a bus of Biden campaign workers off the road, he tweeted a video of that incident with fight music attached to it and wrote, "I love Texas." When his supporters sent death threats to the Republican Secretary of State Raffensperger in Georgia, he responded by calling Mr. Raffensperger an enemy of the state after he knew of those death threats. And in the morning of the 2 Million MAGA March, when it erupted in violence and burned churches, he began that day with the tweet, "We have just begun to fight." I want to be clear that Donald Trump is not on trial for those prior statements. However, that hateful and violent and inappropriate they may be, but his statements, the president's statements, make absolutely clear 3 important points for our case. First, President Trump had a pattern and practice of praising and encouraging violence, never condemning it. It is not a coincidence that those very same people, Proud Boys, organizers of the Trump Caravan, supporters and speakers of the 2 Million MAGA March, all showed up on January 6th to an event that he had organized with those same individuals who had organized that violent attack. Second, his behavior is different. It's not just that it was a comment by an official to fight for a cause. This is months of cultivating a base of people who were violent, not potentially violent, but were violent. And that prior conduct both helped him cultivate the very group of people that attacked us. It also shows clearly that he had that group assembled, inflamed, and all the public reports ready to attack. He deliberately encouraged them to engage in violence on January 6th. President Trump had spent months calling his supporters to a march on a specific day, at a specific time, for a specific purpose. What else were they going to do to stop the certification of the election on that day but to stop you? But to stop you physically. There was no other way, particularly after his vice president said that he would refuse to do what the president asked. The point is this, that by the time he called the cavalry, not Calvary, but cavalry of his thousands of supporters on January 6th, an event he had invited them to, he had every reason to know that they were armed, violent, and ready to actually fight. He knew who he was calling and the violence they were capable of. And he still gave his marching orders to go to the Capitol and, quote, fight like hell to stop the steal. How else was that going to happen? If they had stayed at the Ellipse, maybe it would have just been to violently fight in protest with their words. But to come to the Capitol? That is why this is different, and that is why he must be convicted and acquitted. And disqualified.
Mr. President, on behalf of Senator Scott of South Carolina and myself, I'd like to submit a question to the desk.
Senator from Tennessee shall submit it. Thank you. The question is for counsel for the former president from Senators Haggerty and Scott of South Carolina. Clerk will read the question.
Given that more than 200 people have been charged for their conduct at the Capitol on January 6th, that our justice system is working to hold the appropriate persons accountable, and that President Trump is no longer in office, isn't this simply a political show trial that is designed to discredit President Trump and his policies and shame the 74 million Americans who voted for him?
Thank you, Senators, for that question. That's precisely what the 45th President believes this gathering is about. We believe in law and order and trust that the federal authorities that are conducting investigations and prosecutions against the criminals that invaded this building will continue their work and be as aggressive and thorough as we know them to always be, and that they will continue to identify those that entered the inner sanctum of our government and desecrated it. The 45th President no longer holds office. There is no sanction available under the Constitution, in our view, for him to be removed from office that he no longer holds. The only logical conclusion is that the purpose of this gathering is to embarrass the 45th President of the United States and in some way try to create an opportunity for senators to suggest that he should not be permitted to hold office in the future, or at the very least, publicize this throughout the land to try to damage his ability to run for office when and if he is acquitted, and at the same time, tell the 74 million people who voted for them that their choice was the wrong choice. I believe that this is a divisive way of going about handling impeachment, and it denigrates the great solemnity that should attach to such proceedings. I yield the remainder of my time, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I send a question to the House managers to the desk because the President's lawyers did not answer the question when it was posed to them.
The Senator will send the question. Debate's not allowed. The question is from Senator Markey with Senator Duckworth to the manager on the part of the House Representatives. The clerk will read the question.
Exactly when did the president learn of the breach at the Capitol, and what steps did he take to address the violence? Please be as detailed as possible.
Just wish to respond.
Mr. President, Senators, this attack was on live TV, on all major networks in real time. The president, as president, has access to intelligence information, including reports from inside the Capitol. He knew the violence that was underway. He knew the severity of the threats. And most importantly, he knew the Capitol Police were overwhelmingly outnumbered and in a fight for their lives against thousands of insurgents with weapons. We know he knew that. We know that he did not send any individuals. We did not hear any tweets. We did not hear him tell those individuals, stop. This is wrong. You must go back. We did not hear that. So what else did the president do? We are unclear. But we believe it was a dereliction of his duty. And that was because he was the one who had caused them to come to the Capitol, and they were doing what he asked them to do. So there was no need for him to stop them from what they were engaged in. But one of the things I would like to ask is we still have not heard and posed to you all the questions that were raised by Mr. Raskin, Manager Raskin, in his closing argument. Why did the President Trump not tell the protesters to stop as soon as he learned about it? Why did President Trump do nothing to stop the attack for 2 hours after the attack began? Why did President Trump do nothing to help protect the Capitol and law enforcement battling the insurgents? You saw the body cam of a Capitol police officer at 4:29, still fighting. 4:29 after, since what time? 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Why did he not condemn the violent insurrection on January 6th? Those are the questions that we have as well. And the reason this question keeps coming up is because the answer is nothing.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Utah.
I send a question to the desk.
The Senator from Utah, Mr. Romney, on behalf of himself and Senator Collins. Submits a question, and the clerk will read it. Oh, and I apologize. The question is for both sides, so the time will be evenly divided.
When President Trump sent the disparaging tweet at 2:24 p.m. regarding Vice President Pence, was he aware that Vice President had been removed from the Senate by the Secret Service for his safety?
The House Manager. And time will be evenly divided between. Of course, would the clerk read the question again?
When President Trump sent the disparaging tweet at 2:24 p.m. regarding Vice President Pence, was he aware that the Vice President had been removed from the Senate by the Secret Service for his safety?
The House of Representatives managers are recognized 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. Well, let me tell you what he said at 2:24 p.m. He said Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. The USA demands the truth. And you know by now what was all over the media. You couldn't turn on the television, couldn't turn on the radio, couldn't consume any media, or probably take any phone calls or anything else without hearing about this, and also hearing about the Vice President. And here's what Donald Trump had to know at that time, because the whole world knew it. All of us knew it. Live television had, by this point, shown that the insurgents were already inside the building and that they had weapons and that the police were outnumbered. And here are the facts that are not in dispute. Donald Trump had not taken any measures to send help to the overwhelmed Capitol Police. As president, at that point, when you see all this going on and the people around you are imploring you to do something, and your vice president is there, why wouldn't you do it? Donald Trump had not publicly condemned the attack, the attackers, or told them to stand down, despite multiple pleas to do so. And Donald Trump hadn't even acknowledged the attack. And after Wednesday's trial portion concluded, Senator Tuberville spoke to reporters and confirmed the call that he had with the president and did not dispute Manager Cicilline's description in any way that there was a call between he and the president around the time that Mike Pence was being ushered out of the chamber. And that was shortly after 2 p.m. And Senator Tuberville specifically said that he told the president, Mr. President, they just took the vice president out. I've got to go. And that was shortly after 2 p.m. There were still hours of chaos and carnage and mayhem. The vice president and his family were still in danger at that point. Our commander-in-chief did nothing.
Counsel for the former president.
The answer is no. At no point was the president informed the vice president was in any danger, because the House rushed through this impeachment in 7 days with no evidence. There is nothing at all in the record on this point, because the House failed to do even a minimum amount of due diligence. What the president did know is that there was a violent riot happening at the Capitol. That's why he repeatedly called via tweet and via video for the riots to stop, to be peaceful, to respect Capitol Police and law enforcement, and to commit no violence, and to go home. But to be clear, this is an article of impeachment for incitement. This is not an article of impeachment for anything else. It's a one count. They could have charged anything they wanted. They chose to charge incitement. So that the question, although answered directly no, it's not really relevant to the charges for the impeachment in this case. And I just wanted to clear up one more thing. Mr. Castro, in his first answer, may have spoke, but what he said was Mr. Trump had said, fight to the death. That's false. I'm hoping he misspoke. Thank you.
Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, on behalf of myself and Senators Casey and Brown, I send a question to the desk.
It's a question from Senator Klobuchar, Senator Casey, Senator Brown to the House managers. The clerk will report.
In presenting your case, you relied on past precedents from impeachment trials, such as William Belknap's impeachment. After what you have presented in the course of this trial, if we do not convict former President Trump, what message will we be sending to future presidents and Congresses?
President Trump engaged in a course of conduct that incited an armed attack on the Capitol. He did so while seeking to overturn the results of the election and thwart the transfer of power. And when the attack began, he further incited violence aimed to his own vice president, even as demonstrated his state of mind by failing to defend us and the law enforcement officials who protect us. The consequences of his conduct were devastating on every level. Police officers were left overwhelmed, unprotected. Congress had to be evacuated. Our staff barricaded in this building, calling their families to say goodbye. Some of us, like Mr. Raskin, had children here. And these people in this building, some of whom were on the FBI's watch list, took photos, stole laptops, destroyed precious statues, including one of John Lewis, desecrated the statue of a recently deceased member of Congress who stood for nonviolence. This was devastating, and the world watched us, and the world is still watching us to see what we will do this day, and we'll know what we did this day 100 years from now. Those are the immediate consequences, and our actions will reverberate as to what are the future consequences. The extremists who attacked the Capitol at the president's provocation will be emboldened. All our intelligence agencies have confirmed this. It is not House managers saying that. There are quite literally standing by and standing ready. Donald Trump told them this is only the beginning. They are waiting and watching to see if Donald Trump is right that everyone said this was totally appropriate. Let me also bring something else up. I'll briefly say that defense counsels put a lot of videos out in their defense, playing clip after clip of Black women talking about fighting for a cause or an issue or a policy. It was not lost on me as so many of them were people of color and women, and Black women like myself, who are sick and tired of being sick and tired for our children, your children, our children. This summer, things happened that were violent, but there were also things that gave some of us Black women great comfort. Seeing Amish people from Pennsylvania, standing up with us, members of Congress fighting up with us. And so I thought we were past that. I think maybe we're not. There are long-standing consequences, decisions like this that will define who we are as a people, who America is. We have in this room made monumental decisions. You all have made monumental decisions. We've declared wars, passed civil rights acts, ensured that no one in this country is a slave. Every American has the right to vote, unless you live in a territory. At this time, some of these decisions are even controversial, but history has shown that they define us as a country and as a people. Today is one of those moments, and history will wait for our decision.
Mr. President?
The Senator from Utah.
I send a question to the desk.
The senator from Utah, Mr. Lee, sends a question on behalf of himself, Senator Hawley, Senator Crapo, Senator Blackburn, Senator Portman. And the question is for the counsel for the former president. Clerk will read.
Multiple state constitutions enacted prior to 1787, namely the constitutions of Delaware, Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Vermont, specifically provided for the impeachment of a former officer. Given that the framers of the U.S. Constitution would have been aware of these provisions, does their decision to omit language specifically authorizing the impeachment of former officials indicate that they did not intend for our Constitution to allow for the impeachment of former officials?
Good question. And the answer is yes, of course they left it out. The framers were very smart men, and they went over draft after draft after draft on that document. And they reviewed all the other drafts of all of the state constitutions, all of them. And they picked and chose what they wanted, and they discarded what they did not. And what they discarded was the option for all of you to impeach a former elected official. I hope that's answering your question. Thank you.
Mr. President.
The senator from California.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk.
The senator from California submits a question for the House managers. The clerk will report.
Having been on the front lines of combating the big lie over the past 4 years as California's chief elections officer, it is clear that President Trump's plot to undermine the 2020 election was built on lies and conspiracy theories. How did this plot to unconstitutionally keep President Trump in power lead to the radicalization of so many of President Trump's followers and the resulting attack on the Capitol?
Senators, Donald Trump spent months inciting his base to believe that their election was stolen. And that was the point, that was the thing that would get people so angry. Think about that. What it would take to get a large group of thousands of Americans so angry to storm the Capitol. That was the purpose behind Donald Trump saying that the election had been rigged and that the election had been stolen. And to be clear, when he says the election is stolen, what he's saying is that the victory, and he even says one time, the election victory is being stolen from them. Think about how significant that is to Americans. Again, you're right, over 70 million, I think 74 million people voted for Donald Trump. And this wasn't a one-off comment. It wasn't one time. It was over and over and over and over and over again with a purpose. And we're not having this impeachment trial here because Donald Trump contested the election. As I said during the presentation, nobody here wants to lose an election. We all run our races to win our elections. But what President Trump did was different. What our commander-in-chief did was the polar opposite of what we're supposed to do. We let the people decide the elections, except President Trump. He directed all of that rage that he had incited to January 6th, the last chance. This again, to him, this was his last chance. This was certifying the election results. He needed to whip up that mob, amp them up enough to get out there and try to stop the election results, the certification of the election. And y'all, they took over the Senate chamber to do that. They almost took over the House chamber. There were 50 or so or more House members who were literally scared for their lives up in the gallery. A woman who bought into that big lie died because she believed the president's big lie. This resulted in a loss of one of his supporters' lives. A Capitol police officer died that day. Other of President Trump's supporters. 2 Capitol police officers ended up taking their own lives. Defense counsel, their defense is basically everything President Trump did is okay, and he could do it again. Is that what we believe? That there is no problem with that? That it's perfectly fine if he does the same thing all over again? This is dangerous. He's inciting his base. He was using the claim of a rigged election. We have never seen somebody do that over and over and over again, tell a lie, say 6 months ahead of time that it's a rigged election. There is a dangerous consequence to that. When you've got millions of followers on Twitter and millions of followers on Facebook, and you've got that huge bully pulpit from the White House, and you're the President of the United States, there is a cost to doing that. People are listening to you in a way that, quite honestly, they're not listening to me, and they're not listening to all of us in this room. You know, I just want to clear up, the defense counsel made a point about something that I read earlier. The defense counsel suggested I misspoke. And I just want to clarify for the record that the tweet I referenced, let me read you the tweet directly. If a Democrat presidential candidate had an election rigged and stolen with proof of such acts at a level never seen before, the Democrat senators would consider it an act of war and fight to the death. Mitch and the Republicans do nothing. just want to let it pass. No fight. So Donald Trump was equating what Democrats would do if their election was stolen. He said they'd fight to the death. Why do you think he sends that tweet? Because he's trying to say, hey, the other side would fight to the death, so you should fight to the death. I mean, do we read that any other way?
Mr. President.
The senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, on my behalf and on behalf of Senator Kramer, I send a question to the desk.
Senator Hawley, on behalf of himself and Senator Kramer, send a question for the council and House manager. And following our procedure, the first one to respond will be, after it's read, will be the counsel for the former president.
If the Senate's power to disqualify is not derivative of the power to remove a convicted president from office, could the Senate disqualify a sitting president but not remove him or her? If the Senate's power to disqualify is not derivative of the power to remove a convicted president from office, could the Senate disqualify a sitting president but not remove him or her?
President has 2.5 minutes.
No. But I can't let this rest. Mr. Castro attributed a statement the time before last that he was up here that Donald Trump had told his people to fight to the death. I'm not from here. I'm not like you guys. I was being very polite and given an opportunity to correct the record, and I thought that's exactly what he would do. But instead what he did is he came up and illustrated the problem with the presentation of the House case. It's been smoke and mirrors, and worse, it's been dishonest. He came up and tried to cover when he got caught, as they were caught earlier today with all of the evidence, checking tweets, switching dates, everything they did. And bear in mind, I had 2 days to look at their evidence. And when I say 2 days, I mean they started putting in their evidence, so I started to be able to get looking at it. That is not the way this should be done. But what we discovered was he knew what he was doing. He knew that the president didn't say that to his people. What he said was, if it happened to the Dems, this is what they would do. In his speech that day, you know what he said? He said, if this happened to the Democrats, if the election was stolen from the Democrats, all hell would break loose. But, he said to his supporters, we are smarter, we are stronger, and we're going to do what they did all summer long. So what he did was he misrepresented a tweet to you to put forth the narrative that is wrong. It's wrong, it's dishonest, and the American people don't deserve this any longer. You must acquit.
Managers on the part of the House of Representatives have 2.5 minutes.
And that was profoundly inaccurate and irrelevant to what the question is. So I'm going to get back to the question. So under Article 2, Section 4, a president who is in office must be convicted before removal, and then must be removed before disqualification. Okay. But if the president is already out of office, then he can be separately disqualified, as this president is. But these powers have always been treated as separate, which is why I think there have been 8 people who've been convicted and removed, and just 3 of them disqualified. And as you know, there's a totally separate process within the Senate for doing this. The Constitution requires 2/3 vote for conviction, but for disqualification, it's a majority vote. It's a separate thing. So people could vote to convict and then vote not to disqualify. If they felt that the evidence demonstrated that the president was guilty of incitement to insurrection, they could vote to convict. But if they felt that they didn't want to exercise the further power established by the Constitution to disqualify, they wouldn't have to do that, and that could be something that's taken up separately by the Senate by majority vote.
Mr. President? All right, they are well into the question and answer phase. Again, everything has been sped up because the defense team only used a very small amount of their time for the presentation. So we're well into what is, as you can obviously see, the question and answer period, perhaps one of the more political aspects of what is ultimately a political trial. Let me bring in NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, and Chief Washington correspondent, Andrea Mitchell. Chuck, walk us through this day and where this looks like it's leading.
Well, look, the president's defense team decided to make a very hard partisan argument, basically a cable TV argument, and it may be successful. And you see during this question and answer period, they're sort of sticking to this, make it a red-blue fight, make it about polarization, try to make this as political as possible, and I think give Republican senators who are more nervous about the political impact of this something to hang their hat on. Look, again, we go back to what we've said a million times before, Lester. In a real courtroom, this defense argument would be a disaster. Normal jury, I think, would have been swayed or moved by them. But they made a hard partisan political argument, and it may be just enough for those senators that are thinking about the short-term political impact of Donald Trump, rather than potentially the long-term impact on the democracy of Donald Trump.
Andrea, does it seem that the prosecutors are cleaning up whatever damage they may have received from the defense presentation?
Well, they're trying to, and they had a little help in this regard from a couple of Republican senators, not surprisingly, Romney, Collins, and Murkowski, asking, when did the president know that the Capitol had been breached? They wanted to know, when did he know that the vice president was in danger? And did he know that before or after his tweet at 2:24 making disparaging remarks about the vice president? Yeah, so not surprisingly, they are at least focused on the safety of the vice president and the pretty shocking reality that the president, whom we know had been informed by Senator Tuberville, had acknowledged that around 2:15 he had informed the president that the vice president had been taken out and was in danger. Well, the defense didn't even address that. They said that the House managers, he said incorrectly, the House managers had never addressed it, and said that this was another example of how they had rushed the case. But they simply did not respond to it, so they have still not addressed that key fact of why he did not stop the violence, why he, during all those hours, did not say anything, and in fact was tweeting, continuing to praise the rioters and to attack his own vice president.
And so, Casey, we're about, an hour into the Q&A, maybe a little less. How much more of this is left, and then what are the steps that lead up to the final vote?
Sure. Well, this is 4 hours in total, Lester, and then we'll hear additional closing arguments ahead of a final vote that we anticipate is likely to happen tomorrow afternoon, Saturday. But just to pick up on what Andrea was saying there, I think that this is an absolutely critical point here. If the defense team wanted to tell us what Trump knew and when he knew it, they could ask him. They are his defense team, and they clearly have decided, no, we're going to argue this is not relevant. One quick note also that I would say, I was in the chamber as they were starting to ask these questions, and just so far, there's nothing that's happened that has surprised us. Questions that have gotten to these questions of facts have come from either Democrats or Republicans who we knew were likely to vote to convict: Senator Romney, Senator Collins, Senator Murkowski. I still believe the one major question here is, what is Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell going to do? He has kept it extremely close to the vest. He has sent some signals he's willing to convict. There may be a handful of others who would also vote to convict if he were to go that way, but it would also be a pretty earth-shattering bombshell from a political perspective if he were to do that. And we just don't know if he's willing to at this point, Lester.
Yeah, let me bring Chuck into that. For him to do that, you would think he would already begin telegraphing that to fellow members of the Senate who may want to go along with him. Wouldn't you think by now we would have had some indication?
Yeah, look, I could argue that on both sides of that, Mitch McConnell would be setting it up either way. Look, here's what he has done. He's made it clear. He calls it a vote of conscience, which means it sends a signal. I'm not keeping score. So that's one thing. You do what you want to do. And by the way, I'm going to do what I want to do. But I just don't imagine he goes it alone. If he goes, there'll be another 5 that go with him in addition to that other 5. So if he's a convictor, it'll be 10 plus.
And not lost on us that his wife, a member of the administration, resigned after all this.
No, and look, there's no doubt Mitch McConnell believes Donald Trump cost him the Senate, believes Donald Trump hurts the Republican Party. It's still a tough political decision for him. This would divide the party short term, but it might heal it long term. But that's a tough decision to make.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. Well, that concludes today's coverage of the Senate impeachment trial of Donald J. Trump. We'll return you to your local programming now. I'll be back with a complete wrap-up, of course, on NBC Nightly News. And live coverage of the trial continues on NBC News Now. I'm Lester Holt in New York. For all of us at NBC News, thank you for joining us, and good day.
And that's what happened. They got caught doctoring the evidence, and this case should be over.
The senator from Vermont. The senator from Vermont, Senator Sanders, has a question for both the counsel for the former president and the House manager. The clerk will read it, and following our procedure, the House managers will go first.
The House prosecutors have stated over and over again that President Trump was perpetrating a big lie when he repeatedly claimed that the election was stolen from him and that he actually won the election by a landslide. Are the prosecutors right when they claim that Trump was telling a big lie, or in your judgment, did Trump actually win the election?
The House managers have up to 2.5 minutes.
As we all know, President Trump did lose the election by 7 million votes, 306 electoral votes. By the time of the January 6 attack, the courts, the Justice Department, all 50 states across the country had done, agreed that the votes were counted, the people had spoken, and it was time for the peaceful transfer of power, as our Constitution and the rule of law demands. 61 courts the president went to. That's fine, appropriate. He lost. He lost. He lost the election. He lost the court case. As Leader McConnell recognized the day after the electors certified the votes on December 14th, he said, quote, "Many millions of us had hoped that the presidential election would yield a different result. But our system of government has processes to determine who will be sworn in on January 20th. The Electoral College has spoken." Patriotism. Sometimes there is a reason to dispute an election. Sometimes the count is close. Sometimes we ask for a recount, go to courts. All of that's appropriate. I lost my first election. I stayed in bed for 3 days. We do what we need to do, and we move on. This was not that. Because when all of these people confirmed that Donald Trump had lost, when the courts, his Department of Justice, state officials, Congress, his vice president were ready to commit to the peaceful transfer of power, Donald Trump was not ready. And so we are all here because he was not ready. Day after day, he told his supporters false, outlandish claims of why this election was rigged. Now, let's be clear. President Trump had absolutely no support of these claims, but that wasn't the point of what he was doing. He did it to make his supporters frustrated, to make them angry.
Time has expired. And counsel for the former president recognized for 2.5 minutes.
May I have the question read again and not have it count to my 2 minutes?
Of course, the clerk will read the question again.
The House prosecutors have stated over and over again that President Trump was perpetrating a big lie when he repeatedly claimed that the election was stolen from him and that he actually won the election by a landslide. Are the prosecutors right when they claim that Trump was telling a big lie, or in your judgment, did Trump actually win the election?
The counsel for the former president have 2.5 minutes.
My judgment? Who asked that?
I did.
My judgment's irrelevant in this proceeding. It absolutely is. What's supposed to happen here is the article of impeachment is supposed to be...
The Senate will be in order.
Senators may not challenge the response.
The senators, under the rules, cannot challenge the content of the response. The counsel will continue.
May I have the question read again, please?
The House prosecutors have stated over and over again that President Trump was perpetrating a big lie when he repeatedly claimed that the election was stolen from him and that he actually won the election by a landslide. Are the prosecutors right when they claim that Trump was telling a big lie, or in your judgment, did Trump actually win the election?
In my judgment, it's irrelevant to the question before this body. What's relevant in this impeachment article is, were Mr. Trump's words insightful to the point of violence and riot? That's the charge. That's the question. And the answer is no. He did not have speech that was insightful to violence or riot. Now, what's important to understand here is the House managers have completely, from the beginning of this case to right now, done everything except answer that question. The question they brought before you, the question they want my client to be punished by. That's the questions that should be getting asked. And the answer is, he advocated for peaceful, patriotic protests. They're his words. The House managers have showed zero evidence that his words did anything else. Remember, all of the evidence is this was premeditated. The attack on the Capitol was pre-planned. It didn't have anything to do with Mr. Trump in any way, what he said on that day on January 6th at that ellipse. And that's the issue before this Senate. Now, on the issue of contesting elections and the results, the Democrats have a long history of just doing that. I hope everybody was able to see the video earlier today. Over and over again, it's been contested. When Mr. Trump was elected president, we were told that he was hijacked.
Council's 2.5 minutes has expired. Oh, okay. The senator from Wisconsin. I'm sorry, I couldn't see who was.
Understand. I sent a question to the desk for both parties.
So we'll go. Employers. Senator from Wisconsin sends a question for both counsel for the former president and the House managers. Clerk will read it, and the counsel for the former president will have the first 2.5 minutes.
The House managers assert that the January 6th attack was predictable and it was foreseeable. If so, why did it appear that law enforcement at the Capitol were caught off guard and unable to prevent the breach? Why did the House Sergeant-at-Arms reportedly turn down a request to activate the National Guard, stating that he was not comfortable with the optics?
Counsel, former president is recognized.
Could you read the question again, please?
Clerk will read the question again.
The House managers assert that the January 6th attack was predictable and it was foreseeable. If so, why did it appear that law enforcement at the Capitol were caught off guard and unable to prevent the breach? Why did the House Sergeant-at-Arms reportedly turn down a request to activate the National Guard, stating that he was not comfortable with the optics?
Holy cow. That is a really good question. And had the House managers done their investigation, maybe somebody would have an answer to that. But they didn't. They did zero investigation. They did nothing. They looked into nothing. They read newspaper articles. They talked to their friends who know a TV reporter or something or another. But Jiminy Crickets, there is no due process in this proceeding at all. And that question highlights the problem when you have no due process, you have no clear-cut answers. But we do know that there was, I think, a certain level of foreseeability. It looks like from the information they were presenting, some law enforcement knew that something could be happening. In my presentation, we knew that the mayor 2 days before had been offered to have federal troops or National Guard deployed, beef up security here in Capitol Police. That was offered. So somebody had to have an inkling of something. And my question is, who ignored it and why? If an investigation were done, we would know the answer to that too. Thank you.
The House managers have 2.5 minutes.
First, if defense counsel has exculpatory evidence, you're welcome to give it to us. We would love to see it. You've had an opportunity to give us evidence that would exculpate the president. Haven't seen it yet. The defense counsel wants to blame everyone else except the person who was most responsible for what happened on January 6th, and that's President Trump, Donald Trump. And he is the person who foresees this the most because he had the reports, he had access to the information, he as well had, we all know how he is an avid cable news watcher. He knew what was going to happen. He cultivated these individuals. These are the undisputed facts. The National Guard was not deployed until over 2 hours after the attack. I heard reference to Mayor Bowser in defense's presentation. Mayor Bowser does not have authority over the Capitol or federal buildings. She could not deploy National Guards to the Capitol. That is outside of the jurisdiction of the mayor of the District of Columbia. At no point in that entire day did the President of the United States, our Commander-in-Chief, tell anyone, law enforcement struggling for their lives, insurgents who felt empowered by the sheer quantity of them, any of us in this building, or the American people, that he was sending help. He did not defend the Capitol. The President of the United States did not defend the capital of this country. It's indefensible.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk.
Senator Merkley submits a question for the House managers. The clerk will read the question.
If a president spins a big lie to anger Americans and stokes the fury by repeating the lie at event after event, and invites violent groups to D.C. on the day and hour necessary to interrupt the Electoral College count, and does nothing to stop those groups from advancing on the Capitol, and fails to summon the National Guard to protect the Capitol, and then expresses pleasure and delight that the Capitol was under attack, is the president innocent of inciting an insurrection because in a speech he says, "Be peaceful"?
The House managers have 5 minutes.
You all ask a very important question, which is, given everything that the president did leading up to the election, after the election, and leading up to January 6th, all of the incitement of his supporters, whom he convinced with a big lie over and over that the election had been stolen from them and from him. And then once the mob had stormed the Capitol, the vice president was in danger, the speaker was in danger, the members of the House and the Senate, and all the staff here, the janitorial staff, the cafeteria workers, everybody. And all of the hot rhetoric that he spoke with, and then simply a few times said, "Stay peaceful." Remember, he said, "Stay peaceful," when they'd already gotten violent, when they'd already brought weapons, when they'd already hurt people. What he never said was, "Stop the attack, leave the Capitol, leave immediately." And let me be clear, the president's message in that January 6th speech was incendiary. So in the entire speech, which was roughly 1,100 words, he used the word peaceful once. And using the word peaceful was the only suggestion of nonviolence. And President Trump used the word fight or fighting 20 times. Now again, consider the context. He'd been telling them a big lie over and over, getting them amped up, getting them angry because an election had been stolen from them. There's thousands of people in front of him. Some of them are carrying weapons and arms. They're angry. He's telling them to fight. And President Trump's words in that speech, just like the mob's actions, were carefully chosen. His words incited their actions. And how do we know this? For months, the president had told his supporters his big lie, that the election was rigged. And he used the lie to urge his supporters not to concede and to stop the steal.
If you rob a bank and on the way out the door you yell, "Respect private property," that's not a defense to robbing the bank.
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk directed at both sides.
The senator from Texas has a question for both sides. The clerk will read it, and the House managers will go first for 2.5 minutes.
Out of their 16 hours, the House managers devoted all of 15 minutes to articulating a newly created legal standard for incitement. One, was violence foreseeable? 2, did he encourage violence? 3, did he do so willfully? Is this new standard derived from the criminal code or any Supreme Court case? While violent riots were raging, Kamala Harris said on national TV, "They're not going to let up, and they should not." And she also raised money to bail out violent rioters. Using the manager's proposed standard, is there any coherent way for Donald Trump's words to be incitement and Kamala Harris's words not to be incitement?
Thank you, Mr. President, Senators. I'm not familiar with the statement that is being referred to with respect to the Vice President, but I find it absolutely unimaginable that Vice President Harris would ever incite violence or encourage or promote violence. Obviously, it's completely irrelevant to the proceeding at hand, and I will allow her to defend herself. The president's lawyers are pointing out that we've never had any situation like this before in the history of the United States, and it's true. There's never been a president who has encouraged a violent insurrection against our own government. So we really have nothing to compare it to. So what we do in this trial will establish a standard going forward for all time. Now, there are two theories that have been put before you, and I think we've got to get past all of the picayune little critiques that have been offered today about this or that. Let's focus on what's really at stake here. The president's lawyers say, echoing the president, his conduct was totally appropriate. In other words, he would do it again. Exactly what he did is the new standard for what's allowable for him or any other president who gets into office. Our point is that his incitement so overwhelms any possible legal standard we have that we've got the opportunity now to declare that presidential incitement to violent insurrection against the Capitol and the Congress is completely forbidden to the President of the United States under the impeachment clauses. So we set forth for you the elements of encouragement of violence, and we saw it overwhelmingly. We know that he picked the date of that rally. In fact, there was another group that was going to have a rally another date, and he got it moved to January 1st. He synchronized it exactly with the time that we would be in joint session. And as Representative Cheney said, he summoned that mob, he assembled that mob, he incited that mob, he lit the match. Come on, get real. We know that this is what happened. And the second thing is the foreseeability of it. Was it foreseeable? Remember Lansing, Michigan, and everything we showed you. They didn't mention that, of course. Remember the MAGA 2 march, the MAGA 2 rally. They didn't mention that. Violence all over the rallies. The president cheering it on, delighting in it, reveling in it, exulting in it. Come on, how gullible do you think we are? We saw this happen. We just spent 11 or 12 hours looking at all the evidence. And intent to encourage.
Time
Thank you.
Expired. Counsel for the former president has 2.5 minutes.
Senator Cruz, I believe the first part of your question refers to the newly created Raskin Doctrine on First Amendment. He just in his answer actually gave you a new one, appropriateness. The standard that this body needs to follow for law is Brandenburg v. Ohio, and the test really, the three-part test really comes out of Bible Believers versus Wayne County, to be specific. The speech has to be explicitly or implicitly encouraged, the use of violence. In other words, it has to be in the words itself, which is clearly it's not in the words itself. That's step one. They don't get past it. Two, the speaker intends that his speech will result in use of violence or lawless action. There's no evidence of that, and it's ludicrous to believe that that would be true. Third, the imminent use of violence or lawless action is likely to result in speech. Also, they fail on all 3 points of the law as we know it and needs to be applied here. I don't know why he said he never heard Kamala Harris say about the riots and the people rioting and ruining our businesses and our streets that they're not going to let up, and they should not, because we played it 3 times today. We gave it to you in audio, I read it to you, and you got it in video. That's what she said. But it's protected speech. Her speech is protected also, Senator. That's the point. You all have protections as elected officials, the highest protections under the First Amendment. And that First Amendment applies here in this chamber to this proceeding. And that's what you need to keep focused on. You need to keep focused on what is the law and how do we apply it to this set of facts. It's your duty.
You can't get caught up in all of the rhetoric and the facts that are irrelevant. You need to keep focused on what is the issue before you, decide it based on the law, Brandenburg and Bible believers, and apply it to the facts. And that requires you to look at the words. And there were no words of incitement of any kind.
The council's time has expired.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
The senator from Washington State.
President, I send a question to the desk.
The senator from Washington, Senator Murray, has a question for the House managers. The clerk will read the question.
At 6:01 p.m. Eastern Time on January 6th, President Trump tweeted, "These are the things that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long." Adding, for rioters to go home with love and in peace. What is the relevance of this tweet to President Trump's guilt?
The House managers are recognized for up to 5 minutes.
Senators, this was a key quote and a key statement by the president that day, that horrific day. Remember, the Capitol had been stormed, it had been attacked, people had yelled, "Hang Mike Pence," people had gone after Speaker Pelosi, people brought baseball bats and other weapons. Many members of Congress and the Senate and the House were fearful for their own lives. The president didn't call the National Guard. His own administration didn't list him as somebody that they had spoken with to activate the Guard. And he said, "Remember this day forever." So if he was not guilty of inciting this insurrection, if this is not what he wanted, if it wasn't what he desired, by that time the carnage had been on television for hours. He saw what was going on. Everybody saw what was going on. If it wasn't what he wanted, why would he have said, "Remember this day forever"? Why commemorate a day like that, an attack on the U.S. Capitol, for God's sake? Why would you do that? Unless you agreed that it was something to praise, not condemn, something to hold up and commemorate. No consoling the nation, no reassuring that the government was secure, not a single word that entire day condemning the attack or the attackers or the violent insurrection against Congress. And this tweet is important because it shows two key points about Donald Trump's state of mind. First, this was entirely and completely foreseeable, and he foresaw it. And he helped incite it over many months. He's saying, "I told you this was going to happen if you certified the election for anyone else besides me. And you got what you deserved for trying to take it away from me." And we know this because that statement was entirely consistent with everything he said leading up to the attack. Second, this shows that Donald Trump intended and reveled in this. Senators, he reveled in this. He delighted in it. This is what he wanted. Remember this day forever, he said, not as a day of disgrace as it is to all of us, but as a day of celebration and commemoration. And if we let it, if we don't hold him accountable and set a strong precedent, possibly a continuation later on. We will, of course, all of us remember this day, but not in the same way that Donald Trump suggested. We'll remember the bravery of our Capitol and Metro police forces. We'll remember the officer who lost his life, and sadly, the others who did as well, and the devastation that was done to this country because of Donald Trump.
The senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk.
The senator from Louisiana, Mr. Cassidy, has a question for both counsel for the former president and counsel for the House. The clerk will read it, and counsel for the former president will go first for 2.5 minutes, and then the House representatives will have 2.5 minutes.
Senator Tuberville reports that he spoke to President Trump at 2:15 p.m. He told the president that the vice president had just evacuated. I presume it was understood at this time that rioters had entered the Capitol and threatened the safety of senators and the vice president. Even after hearing of this at 2:24 p.m., President Trump tweeted that Mike Pence lacked courage. He did not call for law enforcement backup until then. The tweet and lack of response suggests President Trump did not care that Vice President Pence was endangered or that law enforcement was overwhelmed. Does this show that President Trump was tolerant of the intimidation of Vice President Pence?
Counsel has 2.5 minutes.
Directly, no. But I dispute the premise of your facts. I dispute the facts that are laid out in that question. And unfortunately, we're not going to know the answer to the facts in this proceeding because the House did nothing to investigate what went on. We're trying to get hearsay from Mr. Tuberville. There was hearsay from Mr. Lee, I think it was 2 nights ago when we ended, where Mr. Lee was accused of making a statement that he never made. But it was a report from a reporter, from a friend of somebody who had some hearsay that they heard the night before at a bar somewhere. I mean, that's really the kind of evidence that the House has brought before us. And so I have a problem with the facts in the question because I have no idea. And nobody from the House has given us any opportunity to have any idea. But Mr. Trump and Mr. Pence have had a very good relationship for a long time, and I'm sure Mr. Trump very much is concerned and was concerned for the safety and well-being of Mr. Pence and everybody else that was over here. Thank you.
Managers and part of the House representatives have 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, my counsel said before, this has been my worst experience in Washington, and for that, I guess we're sorry, but man, you should have been here on January 6th. So the counsel for the president keep blaming the House for not having the evidence that's within the sole possession of their client, who we invited to come and testify last week. We sent a letter on February 4th. I sent it directly to President Trump, inviting him to come and to explain and fill in the gaps of what we know about what happened there. And they sent back a contemptuous response just a few hours later. I think they maybe even responded more quickly to my letter than President Trump did as a commander-in-chief to the invasion and the storming of the Capitol of the United States. But in that letter, I said, you know, if you decline this invitation, we reserve all rights, including the right to establish a trial, that your refusal to testify supports a strong adverse inference. What's that? Well, Justice Scalia was the great champion of it. If you don't testify in a criminal case, it can't be used against you. Everybody knows that. That's the Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. But if it's a civil case and you plead the Fifth or you don't show up, then according to Justice Scalia and the rest of the Supreme Court, you can interpret every disputed fact against the defendant. That is totally available to us. So, for example, if we say the president was missing in action for several hours and he was derelict in his duty and he deserted his duty as commander-in-chief, and we say that as inciter-in-chief he didn't call off dogs, and they say, oh no, he was really doing whatever he can. If you're puzzled about that, you can resolve that dispute, factual dispute, against the defendant who refuses to come to a civil proceeding. He will not spend 1 day in jail if you convict him. This is not a criminal proceeding. This is about preserving the republic, dear Senate. That's what this is about, setting standards of conduct for the President of the United States so this never happens to us again. So rather than yelling at us and screaming about how we didn't have time to get all of the facts about what your client did, bring your client up here and have him testify under oath about why he was sending out tweets denouncing the Vice President of the United States while the Vice President was being hunted down by a mob that wanted to hang him and was chanting in this building, hang Mike Pence, traitor, traitor, traitor.
Time of the managers are up. Next question.
Mr. President.
The senator from West Virginia.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk directed to the House managers.
The senator from West Virginia has a question for the House managers. The clerk will report.
Would the president be made aware of the FBI and intelligence information of a possible attack? And would the president be responsible for not preparing to protect the Capitol and all elected officials of government with National Guard and law enforcement, as he did when he appeared in front of the St. John's Episcopal Church?
It's the responsibility of the president to know. President of the United States, our commander-in-chief, gets daily briefings on what is happening in the country that he has a duty to protect. Additionally, the president would have known, just like the rest of us know, all of the reports that were out there and publicly available. How many of you received calls saying to be careful on January 6th, to be careful that day? I'm seeing reports. It doesn't seem safe. How much more the President of the United States? Donald Trump, as our commander-in-chief, absolutely had a duty and a sworn oath to preserve, protect, and defend us, and to do the same for the officers under his command. And he was not just our commander-in-chief. He incited the attack. The insurgents were following his commands, as we saw when we read aloud his tweet attacking the vice president. And with regard to the vice president, I'm sure they did have a good relationship, But we all know what can happen to one who has a good relationship with the president when you decide to do something that he doesn't like. I'm sure some of you have experienced that when he turns against you after you don't follow his command. You heard from my colleagues that when planning this attack, the insurgents predicted that Donald Trump would command the National Guard to help them. Well, he didn't do much better. He may not have commanded the Guard to help them, but it took way too long for him to command the Guard to help us. This is all connected. We're talking about free speech. This was a pattern and practice of months of activity. That is the incitement. That is the incitement. The activity he was engaged in for months before January 6th, not just the speech on January 6th. All of it in its totality is a dereliction of duty of the President of the United States against the people who elected him, all of the people of this country.
The Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk for the former President's Counsel.
Senator from Alaska, Senator Sullivan has a question for the House Counsel, and the clerk will report the question.
Mr. President.
For the former President's Counsel, sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The House manager said yesterday that due process is discretionary, meaning the House is not required to provide, and indeed did not provide in this snap impeachment, any constitutional protections to a defendant in the House impeachment proceedings. What are the implications for our constitutional order of this new House precedent, combined with the Senate's power to disqualify from public office a private citizen in an impeachment trial?
Counsel has 5 minutes.
That's a complicated question. Could I have that read again, please?
The House managers said yesterday that due process is discretionary, meaning the House is not required to provide, and indeed did not provide in this snap impeachment, any constitutional protections to a defendant in House impeachment proceedings. What are the implications for our constitutional order of this new House precedent, combined with the Senate's power to disqualify from public office a private citizen in an impeachment trial?
Well, first of all, due process is never discretionary. Good Lord. The Constitution requires that an accused have the right to due process because the power that a prosecutor has to take somebody's liberty when they're prosecuting them is the ultimate thing that we try to save. In this case, just now, in the last 2 hours, we've had prosecutorial misconduct. What they just tried to do was say that it's our burden to bring them evidence to prove their case. And it's not. It's not our burden to bring any evidence forward at all. What's the danger? Well, the danger is pretty obvious. If a majority party doesn't like somebody in the minority party and they're afraid they may lose the election, or if it's somebody in the majority party and there's a private citizen who wants to run against somebody in the majority party, well, they could simply bring impeachment proceedings. And of course, without due process, they're not going to be entitled to a lawyer. They're not going to be entitled to have notice of the charges against them.
it puts us into a position where we are the kind of judicial system and governing body that we're all very, very afraid of. From what we left hundreds of years ago, and what regimes all around this world that endanger us, that's how they act. That's how they conduct themselves without giving the accused due process, taking their liberty without giving them just a basic fundamental right under the 5th through the 14th applied to the states, due process. If you take away due process in this country from the accused, if you take that away, there will be no justice and nobody will be safe. But it's patently unfair for the House managers to bring an impeachment proceeding without any investigation at all, and then stand up here and say, one, they had a chance to bring us evidence, and two, let's see what we can do about flipping around somebody's other constitutional rights to having a lawyer or to having to see the evidence at all. It just gets brought in without anybody, as it was here, without anybody having an opportunity to review it beforehand. They actually sent it to us on the 9th, the day after we started this. So it's a really big problem. The due process clause applies to this impeachment hearing, and it's been severely and extremely violated. This process is so unconstitutional because it violates due process. I'm not even going to get into the jurisdiction part. The due process part should be enough to give anybody who loves our Constitution and loves our country great pause to do anything but acquit Donald Trump. Thank you.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I send a question to the desk for the House managers.
The Senator from Connecticut, Senator Blumenthal, has a question for the House managers, and the clerk will report the question.
Former President Trump and his attorneys have cited the Brandenburg v. Ohio case in support of their argument that the First Amendment protects Trump. Did the Brandenburg case prohibit holding public officials accountable through the impeachment process for the incitement of violence?
Thank you, Mr. President, Senators. Let's start with the letter of more than 140 constitutional law professors, which I think they described as partisan in nature. That's a slur on the law professors, and I hope that they would withdraw that. There are very conservative luminaries on that list, including the co-founder of the Federalist Society, Ronald Reagan's former Solicitor General, Charles Fried, as well as prominent law professors across the intellectual, ideological, and jurisprudential spectrum. And they all called their First Amendment arguments frivolous, which they are. Now, they've retreated to the position of Brandenburg versus Ohio. They want their client to be treated like a guy at the mob, I think they said, a guy in the crowd who yells something out. Even on that standard, this group of law professors said there's a very strong argument that he's guilty even under the strict Brandenburg standard. Why? Because he incited imminent lawless action and he intended to do it, and it was likely to cause it. How do we know it was likely to cause it? It did cause it. They overran the Capitol, right? So even if you want to hold the President of the United States of America to that minimal standard and forget about his constitutional oath of office, but as I said before, that would be a dereliction of legislative duty on our part. If we said all we're going to do is treat the President of the United States like one of the people he summoned to Washington to commit insurrection against us, okay? The President swore to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. That's against all comers. Domestic or foreign, that's what ours says, right? Did he do that? No, on the contrary. He's like the fire chief. He doesn't just say, go ahead and shout fire in the crowded theater. He summons the mob and sends the mob to go burn the theater down. And when people start madly calling him and ringing the alarm bells, he watches it on TV and he takes his sweet time for several hours. He turns up the heat on the deputy fire chief who he's mad at because he's not making it possible for him to pursue his political objectives. And then when we say, we don't want you to be fire chief ever again, he starts crying about the First Amendment. Brandenburg was a case about a bunch of Klansmen who assembled in a field, and they weren't near anybody such that they could actually do violent damage to people. But they said some pretty repulsive, racist things, but the Supreme Court said they weren't inciting imminent lawless action because you couldn't have a mob, for example, break out the way that this mob broke out and took over the Capitol of the United States of America. And by the way, don't compare him to one of those Klansmen in the field asserting their First Amendment rights. Assume that he were the chief of police of the town who went down to that rally and started calling for a rally at the city hall, and then nurturing that mob, cultivating that mob, pulling them in over a period of weeks and days, naming the date and the time and the place, riling them up beforehand, and then just saying, be my guest, go and stop the steal. Come on, back to Tom Paine, use your common sense. Use your common sense. That's the standard of proof we want. They're already treating their client like he's a criminal defendant. They're talking about beyond a reasonable doubt. They think that we're making a criminal case here. My friends, the former president is not going to spend 1 hour or 1 minute in jail. This is about protecting our republic and articulating and defining the standards of presidential conduct. And if you want this to be a standard for totally appropriate presidential conduct going forward, be my guest. But we're headed for a very different kind of country at that point.
President?
The senator from Kansas.
I send a question to the desk.
The senator from Kansas, Mr. Marshall, has a question for the counsel for the former president. The clerk will read the question.
The House manager's single article of impeachment is centered on the accusation that President Trump singularly incited a crowd into a riot. Didn't the House managers contradict their own charge by outlining the premeditated nature and planning of this event, and by also showing the crowd was gathered at the Capitol even before the speech started, and barriers were pushed over some 20 minutes before the conclusion of President Trump's speech?
Yes. The House managers contradicted their own charge by outlining the premeditated nature and planning of this event,
and by also showing the crowd gathered at the Capitol even before the speech started, and barriers were pushed over some 20 minutes before the conclusion of President Trump's speech? The answer is yes. And I want to take the rest of my time to go back to the last question because it was completely missed by the House managers. Brandenburg v. Ohio is an incitement case. It's not an elected official case. That's Wood and Bond. And the whole problem that the House managers have in understanding the First Amendment argument here is that elected officials are different than everybody else. He's talking about fire chiefs. Fire chiefs are not elected officials. Police officers aren't elected officials. Elected officials have a different, a higher standard from the holdings that I gave you, the highest protections, I should say. It's not a higher standard, it's a higher protection to your speech because of the importance of political dialogue, because of what you all say in your public debate about policy, about the things that affect all of our lives. That's wicked important stuff. And you should be free to talk about that in just about any way that you can. Brandenburg comes into play from a constitutional analysis perspective when you're talking about incitement. Is the speech itself insightful to riot or lawlessness? One of the two. And the answer here is no. And Brandenburg, through, again, Bible believers, require you to look at the words of the speech. You actually can't go outside the words of the speech. You're not allowed to in the analysis. So all the time they're trying to spend on tweets going back to 2015, or everything they want to focus on that was said in the hours and the days afterwards, are not applicable or relevant to the scholastic inquiry as to how the First Amendment is applied in this chamber in this proceeding. And so again, you need to be focused on what's the law, and then how do we apply it to this set of facts? And so it's important to have that understanding that elected officials and fire chiefs are treated differently under First Amendment law. And that's to the benefit of you all, which is to the benefit of us all, because we do want you to be able to speak freely without fear that the majority party is going to come in and impeach you or come in and prosecute you to try to take away your seat where you sit now. That's not what the Constitution says should be done. But yes, they do. They do contradict themselves, of course. Thank you.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Maryland.
I send a question to the desk for the House managers.
The Senator from Maryland, Senator Van Hollen, has a question for the managers. The clerk will report the question.
Would you please respond to the answer that was just given by the former president's counsel?
Mr. President, thank you. I'm not quite sure which question the senator was referring to, but let me quickly just dispense of of the council's invocation again of Bond versus Floyd. This is a case I know well, and I thank him for raising it. Julian Bond was a friend of mine. He was a colleague of mine at American University. He was a great civil rights hero. And in his case, he got elected to the Georgia State Legislature and is a member of SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, the great committee headed up by the great Bob Moses for a long time. He got elected to the Georgia legislature, and they didn't want to allow him to be sworn in. They wouldn't allow him to take his oath of office because SNCC had taken a position against the Vietnam War. And so the Supreme Court said that was a violation of his First Amendment rights not to allow him to be sworn in. That's the complete opposite of Donald Trump. Not only was he sworn in on January 20th, 2017, he was president for almost 4 years before he incited this violent insurrection against us, and he violated his oath of office. That's what this impeachment trial is about, his violation of his oath of office and his refusal to uphold the law and take care that the laws are faithfully executed. Please don't desecrate the name of Julian Bond, a great American, by linking him with this terrible plot against America that just took place in the storming of the U.S. Capitol. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Plaskett.
Jim? Oh. Thank you. Let's just be clear. President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, lit the flame. Everything that followed was his doing. And although he could have immediately and forcefully intervened to stop the violence, he didn't. In other words, this attack would not have happened without him. This attack is not about one speech. Most of you men would not have your wives with one attempt at talking to her. It took numerous tries. You had to build it up. That's what the president did as well. He put together the group that would do what he wanted, and that was to stop the certification of the election so that he could retain power to be president of the United States in contravention of an American election.
Mr. President?
The senator from Florida.
I send a question to the desk.
The question from the senator from Florida, and it is to both sides. The clerk will read the question, and the House managers will go first for the first 2.5 minutes.
Voting to convict the former president would create a new precedent that a former official can be convicted and disqualified by the Senate. Therefore, is it not true that under this new precedent, a future House facing partisan pressure to lock her up could impeach a former Secretary of State, and a future Senate be forced to put her on trial and potentially disqualify from any future office?
The House managers go first.
Mr. President, Senators, 3 quick points here. First of all, I don't know how many times I can say it. The jurisdictional issue is over. It's gone. The Senate settled it. The Senate entertained jurisdiction exactly the way it has done since the very beginning of the Republic. In the Blunt case, in the Belknap case. And you'll remember both of them, former officials. And in this case, We have a president who committed his crimes against the republic while he was in office. He was impeached by the House of Representatives while he was in office. So, the hypothetical suggested by the gentleman from Florida has no bearing on this case, because I don't think you're talking about an official who was impeached while they were in office for conduct that they committed while they were in office.
The counsel for the former president has 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. Could I have the question read again to make sure I have it right and can answer it directly?
Voting to convict the former president would create a new precedent that a former official can be convicted and disqualified by the Senate. Therefore, is it not true that under this new precedent, a future House facing partisan pressure to lock her up could impeach a former Secretary of State, and a future Senate be forced to put her on trial and potentially disqualify from any future office?
If you see it their way, yes. If you do this the way they want it done, that could happen to the example there, a former Secretary of State. But it could happen to a lot of people. And that's not the way this is supposed to work. And not only could it happen to a lot of people, it'd become much more regular too. But I want to address that, and I want you to be clear on this. Mr. Raskin can't tell you on what grounds you acquit. If you believe, even though there was a vote that there's jurisdiction, if you believe jurisdiction's unconstitutional, you can still believe that. If you believe that the House did not give appropriate due process in this, that can be your reason to acquit. If you don't think they met their burden in proving incitement, that these words incited the violence, you can acquit. Mr. Raskin doesn't get to give you under what grounds you can acquit. And so you have to look at what they've put on in its totality and come to your own understanding as to whether you think they've met their burden to impeach. But the original question is an absolutely slippery slope that I don't really think anybody here wants to send this country down. Thank you.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk.
The senator from Colorado send the question to the desk. And I would note, just for the, as the hour tends to get late, I would note for all counsel, as Chief Justice Roberts noted on January 21st, 2020, citing the trial of Charles Swain in 1905, all parties in this chamber must refrain from using language that is not conducive to civil discourse. The senator from Colorado, Senator Bennett, has a question for the House managers, and the clerk will read the question.
Since the November election, the Georgia Secretary of State, the Vice President, and other public officials withstood enormous pressure to uphold the lawful election of President Biden and the rule of law. What would have happened if these officials had bowed to the force President Trump exerted or the mob that attacked the Capitol?
The House managers have 5 minutes.
I want to take a minute and remind everybody about the incredible pressure that Donald Trump was putting on election officials in different states in this country and the intimidation that he was issuing. I want to remind everyone of the background of Donald Trump's call to one Secretary of State, the Secretary of State from Georgia, Mr. Raffensperger. Donald Trump tried to overturn the election by any means necessary. He tried again and again to pressure and threaten election officials to overturn the election results. He pressured Michigan officials, calling them late at night and hosting them at the White House. He did the same thing with officials in Pennsylvania. He called into a local meeting of the Pennsylvania legislature, and he also hosted them at the White House, where he pressured them. And in Georgia, it was even worse. He sent tweet after tweet attacking the Secretary of State until Mr. Raffensperger got death threats to him and his family. His wife got a text that said, quote, "Your husband deserves facing a firing squad." Firing squad for doing his job. Mr. Raffensperger stood up to him. He told the world that elections are the bedrock of this society, and the votes were accurately counted for Donald Trump's opponent. Officials like Mr. Sterling warned Trump that if this continued, someone's going to get killed. But Donald Trump didn't stop. He escalated it even further. He made a personal call. You heard that call because it was recorded. The President of the United States told a Secretary of State that if he does not find votes, he will face criminal penalties. Please, Senators, consider that for a second. The President putting all of this public and private pressure on election officials, telling them that they could face criminal penalties if they don't do what he wants. And not just any number of votes that he was looking for. Donald Trump was asking the Secretary of State to somehow find the exact number of votes Donald Trump lost the state by. Remember, President Biden won Georgia by 11,779 votes. In his own words, President Trump said, quote, "All I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes." He wanted the Secretary of State to somehow find the precise number plus one of votes that he needed to win. As a Congress and as a nation, we cannot be numb to this conduct. If we are, and if we don't set a precedent against it, more presidents will do this in the future. This will be a green light for them to engage in that kind of pressure and that kind of conduct. And this could have gone a very different way if those election officials had bowed to the intimidation and the pressure of the President of the United States. It would have meant that instead of the American people deciding this election, President Trump alone would have decided this American election. That's exactly what was at stake, and that's exactly what he was trying to do. He intended, wanted to, and tried to overturn the election by any means necessary. He tried everything else that he could to do to win. He started inciting the crowd, issuing tweet after tweet, issuing commands to stop the count, stop the steal, worked up the crowd, sent a save the date. So it wasn't just one speech or one thing. He was trying everything. He was pressuring elected officials. He was riling up his base, telling them the election had been stolen from them, that it had been stolen from him. It was a combination of things that only Donald Trump could have done. And for us to believe otherwise is to think that somehow a rabbit came out of a hat and this mob just showed up here on their own, all by themselves. This is dangerous, Senators. In the future of our democracy, truly rests in your hands.
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk.
The senator from Texas, Mr. Cornyn, has a question for both counsel for the former president and the House manager. The clerk will read the question, and we'll recognize first the counsel for the former president.
The House managers have argued that if the Senate cannot convict former officers, then the Constitution creates a January exception, pursuant to which a president is free to act with impunity because he is not subject to impeachment, conviction, and removal and/or disqualification. But isn't a president subject to criminal prosecution after he leaves office for acts committed in office, even if those acts are committed in January?
The senator from Texas's question raises a very, very important point. There is no such thing as a January exception to impeachment. There is only the text of the Constitution which makes very clear that a former president is subject to criminal sanction after his presidency for any illegal acts he commits. There is no January exception to impeachment. There is simply a way we treat high crimes and misdemeanors allegedly committed by a president when he is in office, impeachment, and how we treat criminal behavior by a private citizen when they are not in office.
The House managers.
Thank you for this excellent question. Wouldn't a president who decides to commit his crimes in the last few weeks in office, like President Trump, by inciting an insurrection against the counting of electoral college votes, be subject to criminal prosecution by the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, for example, the Department of Justice? Well, of course, he would be. But that's true of the president regardless of when he commits his offenses in office. In other words, that's an argument for prosecuting him if he tried to stage an insurrection against the union in his third year in office or his second year in office. You could say, well, he could be prosecuted afterwards. The reason that the framers gave Congress, the House, the power to impeach, the Senate, the power to try, convict, remove, and disqualify was to protect the republic. It's not a vindictive power. I know a lot of people were very angry with Donald Trump about these terrible events that took place. We don't come here in anger, contrary to what you've heard today. We come here in the spirit of protecting our republic, and that's what it's all about. But their January exception would essentially invite presidents and other civil officers to run rampant in the last few weeks in office on the theory that the House and the Senate wouldn't be able to get it together in time, certainly according to their demands for months and months of investigation, wouldn't be able to get it together in time in order to vindicate the Constitution. That can't be right. That can't be right. We know that the peaceful transfer of power is always the most dangerous moment for democracies around the world. Talk to the diplomats. Talk to the historians. They will tell you that is a moment of danger. That's when you get the coups. That's when you get the insurrections. That's when you get the seditious plots. And you know what? You don't even have to read history for that. You don't even have to consult the framers. You don't have to look around the world. It just happened to us. The moment when we were just going to collect the already certified electoral college votes from the states by the popular majorities within each state, except for Maine and Nebraska, which do it by congressional district as well as statewide. But otherwise, it's just the popular majorities in the states. And we were about to certify it, and we got hit by a violent insurrectionary mob. Don't take our word for it. Listen to the tapes, unless they're going to claim those are fabricated too. And the people are yelling, "This is our house now." And where are the blank votes at?
Time is up.
And show us the votes, et cetera. Thank you.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, it's my understanding there are no further questions on either side.
The Republican Leader.
That's correct. I know no further questions on our side.
I ask unanimous consent that the time for questions and answers be considered expired.
Without objection, so ordered.
Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for myself and Senator McConnell to speak for up to 1 minute each, and then it be in order for me to make a unanimous consent to request as if in legislative session.
Without objection, so ordered. The Senator from New York.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, in a moment, I will ask the Senate to pass legislation that would award Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman the Congressional Gold Medal. In the weeks after the attack on January the 6th, the world learned about the incredible bravery of Officer Goodman on that fateful day. Here in this trial, we saw a new video, powerful video, showing calmness under pressure, his courage in the line of duty, his foresight in the midst of chaos, and his willingness to make himself a target of the mob's rage so that others might reach safety. Officer Goodman is in the chamber tonight. Officer Goodman, thank you.
Republican Leader
McConnell.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. I just want to say, I think we can all agree that Eugene Goodman deserves the highest honor Congress can bestow. But before we move to pass this legislation, I want to be clear that he was not alone that day. The nation saw and has now seen numerous examples of the heroic conduct of the Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police, the SWAT teams that were with us on January 6th here in the Capitol protecting us. Our heartfelt gratitude extends to each and every one of them, particularly now as members of the force continue to bear scars, seen and unforeseen, from the events of that disgraceful day. Let us give them all the honor and recognition they so justly deserve.
Mr. President.
The Republican Leader.
I'm pleased to join the Majority Leader's request. January 6th was a day of fear for those who work here in the Capitol, and of sadness for many more watching from afar. But that awful day also introduced our nation to a group of heroes whom we in Congress were already proud to call our colleagues and to whom we owe a great debt. In the face of lawlessness, the officers of the U.S. Capitol lived out the fullest sense of their oaths. If not for the quick thinking and bravery of Officer Eugene Goodman, in particular, people in this chamber may not have escaped that day unharmed. Officer Goodman's actions reflect a deep personal commitment to duty and brought even greater distinction upon all his brave brothers and sisters in uniform. So I'm proud the Senate is taking this step forward, recognizing his heroism with the highest honor we can bestow.
So, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S-35, and then at the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
Without objection, and the clerk will report.
S-35, a bill to award a Congressional Gold Medal to Officer Eugene Goodman.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate now proceeds to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Van Hollen substitute amendment, which is at the desk, be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection, so ordered.
Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the trial adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, Saturday, February 13th, and that this also constitute the adjournment of the Senate.
Without objection, we are adjourned until 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Lord, infuse them with a spirit of nonpartisan patriotism. Unite them in their efforts to do what is best for America.
We do fight back, but we are going to fight back. Fight back! Get in the fight. Fight. Fighting. He's fighting.
Fight, fight, fight. And it is a fight.
Keep fighting. Fight. We're going to fight. We're going to fight. We need to fight. 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 Fight.
Fighting, fighting, fight, fight.
Fighting.
Fighting, I'm fighting. We're both fighting.
We will fight back.
I showed you the video because in this political forum, all robust speech should be protected, and it should be protected evenly for all of us.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching special coverage of the second impeachment trial of Donald Trump here on NBC News Now. One and done for the defense. Former President Trump's lawyers using a single afternoon to argue his words didn't incite violence and are protected by the First Amendment. The defense also accusing the House impeachment managers of manipulating evidence in their case. The House managers predicting a distraction campaign from Trump's legal team today. Let's bring in NBC News political correspondent Ali Vitale from Capitol Hill. Ali, what are you hearing from the House managers and other lawmakers after the Trump team's arguments earlier this afternoon?
Allison, I'm going to shock you here, but it sounds like everyone found something that they liked and everyone found something that they didn't, and it broke down pretty much along partisan lines. Democrats saying that video
Shocking.
that you showed at the beginning, that constant repetition of fight, that was something that came close to being almost comical. They couldn't even take it seriously. Republicans, on the other hand, though, saying that they think that the Trump defense team laid out a good argument, or in other cases, enough of an argument for them to hang their hat on if they vote to acquit former President Donald Trump. So like so many other things in this trial, a little bit of something for everyone here. But in terms of the way that the Trump defense team argued this point, they didn't really engage on the specifics. They tried at certain points to argue that they didn't need to talk about what Trump knew and when he knew it in regards to the Vice President Mike Pence's safety, for example, or the calling in of the National Guard. They argued that they didn't need to engage on those points because of the lack of due process on the House side of this impeachment hearing. And so that's how they kind of skirted getting away with those specifics. They also, though, tried to say that Trump couldn't be taken in a vacuum in terms of when he said fight like hell, something that's pretty central to the Democrats' argument here. At the same time, though, they did a lot of taking comments in a vacuum, especially with that video of Democrats saying fight and other similar words like that. Listen to how Dick Durbin responded, for example, to that video, which was a pretty large part of the Trump legal team's strategy here.
It
it reached almost a cartoon-like presentation with the word fight. Of course, everybody uses it. They all on their high school football teams to get out and fight. I mean, and nobody even envisions looting, vandalism, violence, or murder as part of it. It's just hard to imagine as you look at that crowd and you realize what they were armed with, that the president was sending them up to cheer and to be prepared to get involved in primary elections. I don't think so.
Allison, one of the key people who was featured a lot in that very lengthy 11 or so minute video, they featured the word fight about 538 times, I think is the exact number. I'm sorry, 238 times is the exact number that one of our NBC colleagues counted. So upwards of 200 times. One of the people who was featured the most heavily is someone that I've spent a lot of time with over the last few years, Senator Elizabeth Warren. I heard her say the word fight almost every single day on the campaign trail, but never once in my travels did I meet someone who thought that she was talking about inciting physical altercations and violence. I would tell you, though, on the flip side of this, that I've also spent many years on the campaign trail with Donald Trump, who regularly talked about violence with his supporters. I remember at a certain point in the 2016 campaign, he actually offered to pay the legal bills for supporters of his if they punched protesters at his rallies in the face. One of those supporters actually did that. I was at that rally. And so the false equivalencies today were a pretty key part of the Trump legal team's defense, and Democrats were pretty quick to point that out. But as I said, on the other side, Republicans also celebrated literally with cheers when the Trump legal defense team rested their case today.
Allie, Trump's lawyers argued that his January 6th speech did not incite violence and that a small group hijacked the event that day. How are lawmakers reacting to that argument?
Yeah, the Trump legal defense team basically argued that those comments were in a vacuum because Trump once in his speech on the morning of January 6th said that things should be peaceful. Democrats, on the other hand, have tried to argue the exact opposite, which is showing the brick-by-brick groundwork laying of how Trump incited this insurrection that ultimately culminated on January 6th. Listen to how Senator Tim Kaine laid this out.
Donald Trump was warned, if you don't stop talking about a stolen election, people will be killed. He was specifically warned that. He kept talking about it, and a violent mob attacked the Capitol, and 7 people are dead who would be alive today had he just followed their advice.
And so that was Senator Tim Kaine there talking during one of the breaks in the trial today. But again, it's the constant push and pull between what the Trump defense team and Republicans have been trying to do here today, which is say that Trump once on the morning of January 6th said that people should be peaceful, arguing again that he was not responsible directly for this violence. Democrats, of course, the exact opposite side of it, and they're showing the groundwork laying over the course of the months and weeks before the election even happened that led to what happened here on January 6th.
Allie, Trump's defense claimed the former president didn't know what his supporters would do on January 6th. How did the House managers respond to that during the question and answer portion this evening?
They reiterated a lot of what we had heard during their phase of the arguments. Listen to how Congresswoman Plaskett laid it out again.
President Trump had spent months calling his supporters to a march on a specific day, at a specific time, for a specific purpose. What else were they going to do to stop the certification of the election on that day but to stop you? But to stop you physically.
And I will say, you see Congresswoman Plaskett there at another point during the question and answer portion that ended this evening. We saw Congressman Jamie Raskin pretty much saying the same thing. They've laid out this argument directly time and time again. It's clear that the impeachment managers team thinks that their case is airtight. We've heard our sources over there continuously say that they think that they've brought the goods. I think what was pretty clear to me tonight as we finished things up here, at least the Q&A portion that would bring us to tomorrow's final phase of this, is that the folks folks are pretty entrenched at this point, but that it's clear based on the questions that we were seeing asked and the way that they were being answered that tensions are also getting a little bit high here. Democrats, again, seeming like they feel like they've brought the goods, and Republicans, we saw continuously as the Trump legal team was answering some of the questions tonight, little jabs, little jeers, attempts to ratchet up the tensions even further. That's how things ended here tonight.
Yeah, you got the sense, Allie, it was getting tense. Maybe people were getting tired, a little bit hungry. Time to maybe call it a night because it was getting a little uncomfortable to watch. John Thune, the #2 Republican in the Senate, says he is open to the idea of censuring Trump. This is what he told reporters this morning.
If there was an effort that could be effective, I know there are a couple of resolutions out there. I know a couple of my colleagues who, I've seen a couple of resolutions at least, that I think could attract some support.
Allie, do you think Republicans could get on board with the idea of censure here, or are they just not looking to punish the former president at all?
Look, this is something that is being whispered about here. You ask if Republicans could get on board. I think there's also a question here about what Democrats would do if it comes to that. Right now, before we've seen who votes to acquit and who votes to convict, Democrats that I talk to aren't really engaging on this because they don't want to give Republicans a way out. Of course, what a censure would be is effectively a toothless measure here. What could happen is if Republicans vote to acquit the former president, they could come back around and censure him. Effectively, it would be a rhetorical slap on the wrist that's easier to do because all they need is a simple majority. But right now, we're not there yet. We've still got to get through the vote tomorrow.
All right, Allie Vitale, it has been a long week. This is not yet over, but it is Friday, and you have been wonderful to us throughout the week. Thank you so much for all your great coverage.
Anytime, my friend.
NBC News senior Washington correspondent and MSNBC anchor Hallie Jackson joining me now from D.C. Hallie, Trump's legal team making their arguments in a single afternoon. Before we get into what they said, how do you think Trump felt about his defense team's performance today? And great to see you, by the way.
Great to see you as well. And you should know, Allison, there are no weekends during an impeachment trial. So we are fully in the weekday
This is
mode.
true.
Listen, how do we think that Donald Trump felt about this? Pretty good, right? Because what does Donald Trump like? We know from the last 4.5 years that he likes when people are combative on his behalf. And that is certainly what Michael Van Der Veen presented during the Q&A from senators. At points, even sort of clapping back at some of the senators like Bernie Sanders who were asking various questions, leading to Senator Pat Leahy, who's presiding, kind of saying, hey, order, everybody calm down for a second here. I can tell you that one person involved with the former president's defense team says it is accurate that he was enjoying that from Mar-a-Lago. So we know that he was at least somewhat pleased with the final portion of how today went. Interesting, by the way, that it was Van Der Veen who was presenting and taking most of the questions. You see him here. And not Bruce Castor. Remember, that is in large part because Castor back on Monday issued that rather meandering, by the accounts of even Republicans, widely panned remark to open up this entire trial, one that former President Trump was, by our reporting, furious about. So Castor not super visible today. He did have a speaking role. He will likely be speaking at the close tomorrow. That is what's going to be set up on Saturday there. Because remember, the other Trump attorney that we've seen quite a bit, David Schoen, is observing the Sabbath. So he is not going to be involved tomorrow at any point as this trial wraps up. So I think that's kind of how the former president would see this. And listen, here's another thing you probably liked, I would say, Allison, just from my many years of covering him. The video montages that at times repeated themselves, but it did feel like something you might see over on other cable networks or on conservative outlets to make a point that the Trump attorneys wanted to make about Democrats, Al.
So how about the Republican senators? Bill Cassidy was one of the folks who thought that the defense did a terrible job on day one. Any sense of how he or other Republican senators might be feeling about the Trump team's presentation today?
That's a good question. Yeah, I think that's one of the questions we're all waiting for. And just to pull back the curtain for viewers a little bit, when this trial ends, right, the senators leave the chamber, and then it's like a COVID-safe, socially distant, mad scramble to try to talk to the ones who you want to hear from, right? Bill Cassidy is on that list. Mitt Romney is on that list. Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, right? Some of these senators who are asking some questions, our colleagues on the Hill will want to know, were you satisfied with the answers that you heard? So we'll find out soon how Bill Cassidy feels about this. I can tell you that the Senate Republicans more allied with Donald Trump were pleased, they said, with the defense performance even before the Q&A portion started. I'm thinking, for example, of Senator Ron Johnson, who was publicly praising the former president's defense team. Even Lisa Murkowski during one of the breaks, who does not always take the sort of Trump party line, said that she actually thought that the defense team put on a fairly good presentation today. Here's who I'm looking to hear from, Allison. And that is Senator Tommy Tuberville. I got to imagine that you've got a bunch of reporters who are looking for him today. And let's talk about why that is, right? One of the key questions that we just heard in these last few hours, there were two that in my estimation, that the Trump defense team just did not address, right? You heard them say again and again, these are questions that the House impeachment manager should have proven, basically. The first question had to do with specifics on the timeline of Donald Trump in the White House, then the president, on January 6th, as this was all going down. The other question had to do with the specifics of the timeline on the Pence tweet that Donald Trump sent right around 2:30 on January 6th, attacking basically his vice president, lambasting him for not having the courage in the eyes of Donald Trump to overturn the electoral vote count, something that, of course, Mike Pence did not have the power to actually do. So the question that came up from Senator Romney and others was, did President Trump, at the time the president, know that his vice president had already been evacuated from the Senate chamber at that point and was moving from room to room as this mob of rioters was descending on the Capitol, right? Here's why the Tuberville thing comes into play. So if you're tracking the timeline, you've got Pence evacuated at 2:13. You have the tweet sent at 2:24. At some point, Senator Tuberville says, we don't know when in this time frame, if it was a little after, a little before, we don't know. That's one of the key questions. Senator Tuberville says he got a call from President Trump, who asked him, who was talking to him, and Senator Tuberville said to the president, I got to go. They just removed the vice president. We're being evacuated. He said that on the record to reporters on Capitol Hill on Wednesday. The Trump defense team said, we don't think that's true. We don't believe that to be the case. And so that is something that is a real question mark here, especially because the Trump defense attorneys came out and very explicitly said, you know, at no point, they said, at no point did the president know that his vice president's safety was potentially compromised. Senator Tuberville's comments directly contradict that, Allison. And so here you have, and this is a question posed by Senator Cassidy, who you mentioned. So here you have the Trump defense attorney taking a question from a Senate Republican, a vote for presumably potential acquittal that he'd want to have, right? Dismissing the question and then questioning the recollection of another Republican senator, presumably whose vote for acquittal he would also like to have. So that, I think, is a very interesting piece of this here.
An absolutely interesting piece. And Hallie, you gave this great color. I mean, as we've been watching throughout the day, the trial itself, both really interesting to follow. But then when they go into those breaks and you're able to see, as you mentioned, our colleagues running after or attempting to run in a COVID responsible way to get sound. I mean, if ever there was a challenging job, that is it. So hats off to them. They are doing a great job under tough circumstances. And hats off to you, my friend. I know it is a working weekend, but wishing you a good one nonetheless.
Thank you, Allison. I appreciate it.
I'll see you soon.
This unprecedented effort is not about Democrats opposing political violence. It is about Democrats trying to disqualify their political opposition. It is constitutional cancel culture. History will record this shameful effort as a deliberate attempt by the Democrat Party to smear, censor, and cancel not just President Trump, but the 75 million Americans who voted for him.
Trump defense lawyer Michael Van Der Veen earlier today saying this impeachment trial is simply the Democrats trying to eliminate Donald Trump as a political threat in the future. NBC News legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Glenn Kirshner joining me now. Glenn, what did you think of the Trump team's arguments today and how they handled the senators' questions in the later portion of the day?
I'll tell you, Allison, it was pretty remarkable how at times it seems like Van der Veen was dismissive. He was combative, not only with the House managers, but he seemed to be combative even with some of the Republican senators who were posing questions. And I've seen this tactic in trial before. What he was doing is every time he would get a question, even from Republican senators, whether it was Mitt Romney or Senator Collins or Senator Murkowski, if he knew that the truthful, accurate answer would actually inure to Donald Trump's detriment, it might actually incriminate him, he would lash out, including at the questioner. He would say, you know what, I don't think that's relevant. So instead, I'm going to answer a different question. And I can tell you, I actually wrote in my notes that he may have just lost Senator Collins and Senator Murkowski because he's being so disrespectful, so evasive. And when you fail to answer a question like that, I think the senators will infer that the answer would hurt Donald Trump, and they're going to hold it against him.
Glenn, Trump defense attorney David Schoen accused the impeachment managers of withholding that new security footage of the Capitol riot that we saw earlier this week. But a source told MSNBC's Nicole Wallace that is not true. Listen here.
I have some new reporting, though, from a source familiar with the impeachment manager's preparation and their communications with Donald Trump's defense team. They tell me this, quote, every piece of evidence, including new videos, I think he's talking about the security videos, were given to the defense team before the trial. They could have played them. He lied. He turns out to be Mr. Schoen when he said they never saw them.
So, Glenn, we know an impeachment trial is different from any other trial that we might see in a courtroom. But as our legal expert, help us understand, what are the rules of discovery here? And are there any consequences if, in fact, the House managers withheld that video in violation of said rules?
Sure. The Senate gets to make up the rules as it goes along in an impeachment hearing. There are no rules of evidence. There are few rules of procedure. There are few rules of discovery. Discovery is a fancy word for one party giving over the information they intend to use to the other party so they can preview it. So it looks like, based on the reporting, the defense team might not have been honest with the senators or the American people, because it looks like they did get these video clips in advance. But here's what I can tell you, after 30 years of battling it out in court, Allison, every time I went into trial with a really strong case on the evidence, I knew what was coming. The defense would start attacking me, because that's what they do. If they can't attack the evidence, they attack the prosecutor, they attack the police, they attack the messenger to try to distract the jury from the actual evidence in the case.
I'd like to show something else that Attorney Van der Veen brought up today. He talked about the 1969 Supreme Court case Brandenburg versus Ohio. Here he is.
In the Brandenburg v. Ohio case, another landmark, the court held the government may only suppress speech for advocating the use of force or a violation of law. The House managers cannot get past the first prong of the Brandenburg test. They have not and cannot prove Mr. Trump explicitly or implicitly encouraged use of violence or lawless action, period.
Glenn, what do you think here? Is this appropriate? Does Trump's January 6th speech fall under this Brandenburg precedent, if you will?
I think it was proper for the defense attorneys to argue Brandenburg. The problem is it's a losing argument for Donald Trump. First of all, 140 constitutional scholars, left, right, and center, some of the stalwarts of the Federalist Society, disagree with Donald Trump's lawyer that Brandenburg somehow protects this speech. Listen, the Brandenburg test is basically three elements. First, that you use words that encourage violence. And importantly, those words can either expressly encourage violence or implicitly encourage violence. But when Donald Trump said, get down there and fight, 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 that's actually expressly encouraging violence. So he satisfies element one. Element two of Brandenburg is that your words are intended to incite lawless action. Check. And the third element is that your words are reasonably likely to result in imminent lawless action. Allison, what his words inspired and incited and resulted in was imminent lawless action. This on the law is easy. He checks all three boxes. Brandenburg does not provide him First Amendment protection for this speech, which incited actual deadly violence.
All right, Glenn, let me ask you this. Trump attorney David Schoen also criticized the impeachment managers, saying they relied on what he called unproven media reports. Listen, I have a question for you on the other side.
Reportedly is not the standard in any American setting in which any semblance of due process is afforded an accused. Reportedly isn't even, here is some circumstantial evidence. It is exactly as reliable as, I Googled this for you. And if you're worried that you might ever be tried based on this type of evidence, don't be. You get more due process than this when you fight a parking ticket.
Glenn, the defense also used news clips to support some of their key points today. So how is the use of media reports a lack of due process here?
Yeah, so first of all, the Fifth Amendment due process protections in the Bill of Rights don't apply to an impeachment hearing. They only apply to criminal trials. So all of this, due process sounds like a really pretty phrase. We want everybody to have due process, but we have to focus on when the due process protections of the Fifth Amendment apply, and they don't apply at impeachment. But here, I think there's something for both sides when it comes to the complaint that, we're relying on media accounts. The problem is, because there are no rules of evidence governing impeachment hearings, hearsay is admissible. It can be used. Here is what it all boils down to. If the defense was really complaining that the House managers were relying on hearsay, relying on, secondhand reporting, the House managers invited Donald Trump to come in and testify and give his own first-hand account and defend himself. And frankly, I hate to put it this way, but Donald Trump punked out. He would not come in and testify. And in this kind of a proceeding, Allison, just like in a civil case, that can actually be used against Donald Trump, against a respondent who chooses not to participate. The civil law says you can draw negative inferences based on his failure to participate. In other words, you can infer properly that he's guilty, and that's why he refuses to show up. So I think the defense complaints that they're using reports about what Donald Trump said and did and thought, and they're hearsay, and that's out of bounds. Well, then guess what? Donald Trump could have and should have shown up to defend himself.
Glenn, can't thank you enough for coming on and sharing your legal expertise. So helpful this week. I know we'll be catching up with you a little later. Thank you.
Thanks, Allison.
All this month, they are the Black trailblazers and everyday heroes who've broken barriers, pushed for change, and brought progress to our country. Join us as we share their stories and celebrate groundbreaking changemakers all this month on Today.
The impeachment trial, COVID relief, we're going to find out quickly whether this is going to be a functional bipartisan government. Would you support some raise in the minimum wage? Asking about vaccine distribution, where is the bottleneck? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead. The vaccine effort picks up.
Where are the majority of those doses?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Are we vaccinating right now to keep ahead of these mutant strains?
We still have a demand that far exceeds supply.
He's the first African-American crew member on an extended mission on the International Space Station.
To be able to see someone that looks like them, that is super important.
Perhaps the most successful gospel artist today.
Where you're going is a lot bigger than where you've been.
I am looking forward to seeing you in Tokyo.
Thank you Today Show family. Love you guys.
You're back.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead.
What about the vaccines? The vaccines we have now, can they stop the South African variant?
The first youth poet laureate captivating the nation and capturing our story.
I had this understanding that the world is watching us, that we have the eyes of history and the future upon us.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The word of the day was fight. Trump's legal team trying to focus this impeachment trial on the Democrats, using their own words against them. Take a look.
That same hatred and anger has led House managers to ignore their own words and actions and set a dangerous double standard. The House managers spoke about rhetoric, about a constant drumbeat of heated language. Well, as I'm sure everyone watching expected, we need to show you some of their own words.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
You got to be ready to throw a punch. Well, you have to be ready to throw a punch.
Donald Trump, I think you need to go back and punch him in the face.
Feel like punching him. Many Democrat politicians endorsed and encouraged the riots that destroyed vast swaths of American cities last summer, when violent left-wing anarchists conducted a sustained assault on a federal courthouse in Portland, Oregon. Speaker Pelosi did not call it an insurrection. Instead, she called the federal law enforcement officers protecting the building stormtroopers.
We are in a fight. We are in a fight.
Democrats are fighting as hard as we can.
Democrats are standing up to fight. We know how to fight. We like a good fight.
Unlike the left, President Trump has been entirely consistent in his opposition to mob violence. He opposes it in all forms, in all places. Just as he's been consistent that the National Guard should be deployed to protect American communities wherever protection is needed. For Democrats, they have clearly demonstrated that their opposition to mobs and their view of using the National Guard depends upon the mob's political views. The current Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, urged supporters to donate to a fund that bailed out violent rioters and arsonists out of jail. One of those was released and went out and committed another crime, assault. He beat the bejesus out of somebody. She said of the violent demonstrations, "Everyone beware. They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. They're not going to let up, and they should not."
From Antifa to the 2016 election, the defense making their case today, but was it wholly accurate? Let's bring in NBCNews.com political reporter Jane Tim, our fact checker in chief, if you will. Jane, Trump attorney Michael Van Der Veen claiming in his opening arguments that Trump was not trying to derail the 2020 vote count on Capitol Hill during his speech on January 6th. Listen.
The entire premise of his remarks was that the democratic process would and should play out according to the letter of the law. including both the Constitution and the Electoral Count Act.
Van der Veen also claimed that Trump was advocating for future voting restrictions in that speech. Can you clarify for us, what did Trump actually say in that speech on January 6th?
You know, his attorney really is just not holding water with this argument. The president was not talking about future primaries as much as he was talking about the vote count happening right down the street. I mean, I genuinely wondered, were we watching the same speech? I mean, what I recall him saying was, our country has had enough. We will stop the steal. You know, at the very tail end, he says, you know, we, in addition to challenging the certification, we will push for more voting restrictions. But he does not say, you know, this is all about those future primaries. For him, this is absolutely about confronting lawmakers who were going to certify this vote.
Van der Veen also claimed Antifa was involved in the deadly Capitol riots with at least one member arrested. Listen.
According to publicly available reporting, it is apparent that extremists of various different stripes and political persuasions pre-planned and premeditated an attack on the Capitol. One of the first people arrested was a leader of Antifa. Sadly, he was also among the first to be released.
Did Antifa infiltrate the protest, Jane? And do we know if anyone linked to Antifa was actually arrested that day?
No, Antifa was not involved in any sizable fashion in this protest. It was Trump supporters, QAnon followers, other sort of conspiracy theorists, and this was not an Antifa-involved thing. There was one individual who was believed in reports to be tied to Antifa. He has some sort of loose ties to occasional leftist protests, but absolutely not a leader of Antifa, as the attorney says here. And it's interesting that reports are okay in this scenario, whereas otherwise he, you know, is criticizing the use of media reporting as inaccurate.
Jane, the defense took us back to the 2016 election and a claim we have heard repeatedly from President Trump that there was no evidence that the election was hacked. Here's that moment.
The entire Democratic Party and national news media spent the last 4 years repeating, without any evidence, that the 2016 election had been hacked, and falsely and absurdly claimed the President of the United States was a Russian spy.
You know there was a hack. I know there was a hack. But remind us and our viewers, if you will, of the facts that back that up.
Absolutely. Russia interfered in the election. I don't know how many different ways I can explain this. There absolutely was a hack. This is how we know that John Podesta has really strong feelings about risotto recipes, because we've seen all of their private emails. Those were hacked and released. You know, obviously the idea of Donald Trump being a Russian spy is the kind of baseless, allegation that you might have heard on late night talk shows. But what we're talking about is there really was a hack in that election. There was no conspiracy about whether Russia was involved. They were.
Jane, look, not going to argue that one. I have strong feelings about risotto recipes, too. What can I say? Jane Tim, always love having you on to help us separate the fact from the fiction. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Allison.
The impeachment trial, COVID relief, we're going to find out quickly whether this is going to be a functional bipartisan government. Would you support some raise in the minimum wage? Asking about vaccine distribution. Where is the bottleneck? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Are we vaccinating right now to keep ahead of these mutant strains?
We still have a demand that far exceeds supply.
He's the first African-American crew member on an extended mission on the International Space Station.
To be able to see someone that looks like them, that is super important.
Perhaps the most successful gospel artist today.
Where you're going is a lot bigger than where you've been.
I am looking forward to seeing you in Tokyo.
Thank you today, show family. Love you guys.
You're back.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead.
What about the vaccines? The vaccines we have now, can they stop the South African variant?
The first youth poet laureate captivating the nation and capturing our story.
I had this understanding that the world is watching us, that we have the eyes of history and the future upon us.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
It's all about politics. That's what the Trump legal team said today, arguing this impeachment trial is disenfranchising President Trump's supporters and going against the will of the people. Take a listen.
Congress would be claiming that the right to disqualify a private citizen, no longer a government official, from running for public office. This would transform the solemn impeachment process into a mechanism for asserting congressional control over which private citizens are and are not allowed to run for president.
They should have listened to their own words of the past. I leave you with the wise words of Congressman Jerry Nadler.
The effect of impeachment is to overturn the popular will of the voters. We must not overturn an election and remove a president from office, except to defend our system of government or our constitutional liberties against a dire threat.
Do you want to create a precedent where the Senate will be tasked with sitting in judgment as to the meaning and implied intent of a president's words or words of any elected official? Will that allow and maybe encourage a majority party to weaponize the awesome power of impeachment against the minority to suppress a point of view? Will the Senate then have to deal with constant articles of impeachment by a majority party accusing minority presidents or other elected officials of so-called insightful or false speeches? You can see where this would lead.
Hatred, animosity, division, political gain, and let's face it, for House Democrats, President Trump is the best enemy to attack.
But politics changes things. Politics has created and interposed an element that should not be here. It has interposed the element of hatred. And the political world changes when hatred becomes part of the dynamic.
Today was the first time we heard opening arguments from the Trump team, and it will also be the last. The defense using just one afternoon to make their case. So how effective was it? Joining me now, Republican strategist Susan Del Percio and Democratic strategist Mustafa Tamiz. Susan, Trump's defense team argued that the House managers took Trump's words out of context. Then they played a really long montage of Democrats using the word fight without context. Here's a small part of it.
We need to say loud and clear that we are ready to fight.
It's a bare knuckles fight.
Now they're going to have to actually fight back against people.
The fight has to be conducted.
It's so important that we need to fight.
Fight that fight.
We have been fighting.
I was fighting very hard. Time is of the essence, both in terms of the fight.
I think we should be fighting.
Well, I really believe we need to fight.
Susan, doesn't that undermine the Trump team's argument then, or am I missing something? What was the goal here?
Well, I don't know what the goal of the Trump team was exactly. I know it was to be brief because they didn't have a lot to use, frankly, a lot of legal argument, if you will. So they used the same video 3 times. They offered a somewhat bizarre commentary when it came to personal issues about how long they've been working on the case. And frankly, all they had to do was offer some kind of fig leaf to the Republican senators about the Constitution, which they did, which is not true, but that's what they offered. And his job was done. The goal here was not to cause harm. and he almost did it, or they almost did it.
Mustafa, Trump lawyer Michael van der Veen used Joe Biden's campaign slogan in his defense of Trump's January 6th speech. Take a listen.
Countless politicians have spoken of fighting for our principles. Joe Biden's campaign slogan was "Battle for the Soul of America." No human being seriously believes that the use of such metaphorical terminology is incitement to political violence.
Your take on that comparison, Mustafa?
Well, look, I think that when you say the word fight, as you were talking about earlier to, activists, you're talking about political organizing, you're talking about basically, being engaged. When you say the word fight in front of extremists, people like the organization like Proud Boys, that's a very different definition. And President Trump knows that he's activated these people in the past. He did this in Michigan, where he told people to go to the Michigan Capitol and to fight and to stand up for them. And there was a plot that the FBI spoiled coming from insider leads that they were going to kidnap the governor of Michigan. And they were going to hold her. I mean, just think about this. So this notion that this all happened on the 6th is a false notion. President Trump has been ginning this crowd up. He knows exactly what they can do. And to make an analogy about what Joe Biden says on the campaign trail is just, at the end of the day, anybody that works for President Trump is doing a my dear leader act. They're basically, speaking to one person, not to the rest of us.
Well, they have to get paid, so
Susan,
that's why they do it.
I don't think they can get paid, Susan. You and I both know that no matter what happens, there's one thing I understand from President Trump, that he does not pay his lawyers, so they're not going to get paid. Their TV time was it, as far as he's concerned.
Hey, Susan, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley breaking from former President Trump. She told Politico, "We need to acknowledge he let us down. He went down a path he shouldn't have, and we shouldn't have followed him, and we shouldn't have listened to him, and we can't let that ever happen again." But in the same interview, she called impeachment a waste of time. Can Haley have it both ways?
To some extent, she can. This is what she did with her time with President Trump over the last 4 years. Remember Charlottesville, she was fairly aggressive calling him out on it and his actions and his words, but then she fell back in line, and she's frankly gotten quite good at doing that. She goes a little bit and comes back a little bit, and I think she's setting herself up very well, actually. She's putting down a marker that this behavior was unacceptable, but she still has the credentials as being in Trump's cabinet.
Mustafa, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell hasn't decided how he will vote. Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse saying that's an important signal. Here's Whitehouse this morning.
Whether or not he truly is on the fence, I think it's significant that he's allowing that to get out there. I think it's pretty real to Mitch, and while I doubt he'll end up voting to convict, I think he's sending an important signal that he is deeply disturbed by all of this.
Do you agree with Whitehouse that McConnell is sending a signal here? And do you think it's significant, even if in the end he votes to acquit?
Yeah, look, it is significant. And one thing we all know, that this is not going to be just the Democrats. There will be a group of Republicans that will vote on this. We saw that in the House, where 11 members of Congress, Republican members of Congress, that voted for impeachment, including Liz Cheney, the number 3 ranking member. You're likely to see that on the Senate. You got, Romney is likely to come along, Susan Collins, and probably 2 or 3 other senators that are on the fence are likely to come along, including Cassidy.
Susan, let's turn to the questioning phase tonight. The defense team was asked about when Trump knew about the Capitol breach and what specific actions he took to stop it. Michael van der Veen deflected and basically blamed the House managers. Here's part of his answer.
On the day, we have a tweet at 2:38, so it was certainly sometime before then. With the rush to bring this impeachment, there's been absolutely no investigation into that. And that's the problem with this entire proceeding. The House managers did 0 investigation, and the American people deserve a lot better than coming in here with no evidence, hearsay on top of hearsay on top of reports that are of hearsay.
Several senators raised this question, and I should note that they were Republicans. What do you make of his response there? Is criticizing Democrats there the right move?
Well, if you can't answer with the truth, that's all you've got. So that is, by the way, that question is everything to the Republican senators who are considering voting for impeachment. It lands there because it shows his complete disregard for the people there, for the country, and that's what they can't tolerate. And just want to talk about Mitch McConnell a little bit. He also is in an interesting position because he's an institutionalist. And I think he wants to go there and vote no and allow any member who wants to go ahead. He also knows it won't hurt him on the fundraising side either.
Mustafa, how about you? Your takeaways from the Q&A overall, what struck you the most there?
The righteous indignation. I mean, the Trump lawyers just stood up there and they made these wild accusations and claims. They're utterly false. And so this term of alternative facts that we learned from Kellyanne Conway when the Trump administration first came to town, we saw lots of alternative facts today trying to pay an alternative reality that none of us, including those senators, can deny because they were there, they experienced it. The House managers did an excellent job in presenting their case. But the politics are where the politics are. This is the most experienced senators for impeachment ever. They've gone through two different, acts of impeachment for the same president. So I think we're going to see the politics land. But this will be a bipartisan vote. I think you're going to see some Republicans come out on this.
All right, Mustafa, Susan, thank you both so much for your insights tonight. Great to see you both.
Thank you.
All this month, they are the Black trailblazers and everyday heroes who've broken barriers, pushed for change, and brought progress to our country. Join us as we share their stories and celebrate groundbreaking changemakers. All this month on Today.
The impeachment trial, COVID relief, we're going to find out quickly whether this is going to be a functional bipartisan government. Would you support some raise in the minimum wage? Asking about vaccine distribution. Where is the bottleneck? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead. The vaccine effort picks up.
Where are the majority of those doses?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Are we vaccinating right now to keep ahead of these mutant strains?
We still have a demand that far exceeds supply.
He's the first African-American crew member on an extended mission on the International Space Station.
To be able to see someone that looks like them, that is super important.
Perhaps the most successful gospel artist today.
Where you're going is a lot bigger than where you've been.
I am looking forward to seeing you in Tokyo.
Thank you, Today Show family. Love you guys.
You're back.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead.
What about the vaccines? The vaccines we have now, can they stop the South African variant?
The first youth poet laureate captivating the nation and capturing our story.
I had this understanding that the world is watching us, that we have the eyes of history and the future upon us.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
When did Donald Trump know about the Capitol riot, and what did he do once he found out? Both sides took that question today. Here's how they answered it.
Exactly when did President Trump learn of the breach of the Capitol? And what specific actions did he take to bring the rioting to an end? And when did he take them? Please be as detailed as possible.
Mr. Van Veen. The House managers have given us absolutely the other onto that question. We're able to piece together a timeline, and it goes all the way back to December 31st, January 2nd. There is a lot of interaction between the authorities and getting folks to have security beforehand. On the day, we have a tweet at 2:38, so it was certainly sometime before then. With the rush to bring this impeachment, there's been absolutely no investigation into that. And that's the problem with this entire proceeding. The House managers did zero investigation, and the American people deserve a lot better than coming in here with no evidence, hearsay on top of hearsay on top of reports that are of hearsay. Due process is required here, and that was denied.
Mr. President, senators, this attack was on live TV, on all major networks in real time. The president, as president, has access to intelligence information, including reports from inside the Capitol. He knew the violence that was underway. He knew the severity of the threats. And most importantly, he knew the Capitol Police were overwhelmingly outnumbered and in a fight for their lives against thousands of insurgents with weapons. We know he knew that. We know that he did not send any individuals. We did not hear any tweets. We did not hear him tell those individuals, stop. This is wrong. You must go back. We did not hear that. So what else did the president do? We are unclear. But we believe it was a dereliction of his duty. And that was because he was the one who had caused them to come to the Capitol, and they were doing what he asked them to do. So there was no need for him to stop them from what they were engaged in.
Who came out the biggest winner of the impeachment trial this week? I guess that all depends on how the Senate votes. NBCNews.com senior political analyst Jonathan Allen here now, though, to grade the impeachment trial so far. John, let's start with how long the Trump legal team went today. You set the over-under real low yesterday, saying 2 hours, then 1. They went 2 hours and 32 minutes. What'd you think of the timing?
I was wrong, I guess, Allison. I set the over-under at 2 hours, but
you weren't far off.
Close. It was pretty close. So I'm not going to eat my hat metaphorically, as I said I would if I was wrong, if that's okay. Nobody wants to watch me anyway. But
no, and we certainly won't force you to because you weren't off. What'd you make of the fact that they just didn't go all that long today?
I think they didn't have much to say. We saw most of what they said was a video clip of a lot of Democratic members of Congress using the term fight. That did not result in the storming of the Capitol, that did not result in violence on a massive scale. And so their argument was somehow that the President of the United States telling his supporters to go fight and them going to rush the Capitol was the same as any other politician saying at a political speech that their supporters should fight for something. It's absurd. And anybody who anybody who weighs it in any reasonable way would find that absurd.
Yeah, I was going to ask what you thought about that video. Pretty clear what you think there for sure. Let me ask you about a tweet you made earlier today. You tweeted that you'd be interested in the argument that Bill Clinton lying about what he lied about is more of a threat to the republic than the president sending armed supporters to the Capitol to stop the counting of electoral votes by force. Now, the defense didn't exactly go there. So what was their most interesting argument today, in your opinion?
I mean, I think their most interesting argument is, that the president didn't incite this riot. It's the one that I think senators are going to judge. I mean, some of them will say this is an unconstitutional effort by the House Democratic managers, but I think some of them are going to weigh this and argue that, like the defense lawyers did, that the president didn't incite the riot, that it doesn't meet the threshold. What he did does not meet the threshold of incitement there. And that's probably what I think you're going to hear a lot of Republican senators say.
All right. So what was their most egregious argument?
It's a great question, Allison. I mean, they sort of piled up on each other, telling the Senate that they don't have constitutional authority when they clearly do. And by the way, the senators, if they're institutionalists, would protect that prerogative at almost all costs, other than putting their partisan interests first. So I think that one's pretty tough after the Senate already voted to say that it does have the jurisdiction.
Yeah.
But even some of the others, I mean, the sort of free speech arguments, the idea that the president has some elevated protection from the Constitution, when in fact it's the legislators, the ones they showed in those videos, who have a higher form of protection of speech. In the Constitution, there's something called the Speech and Debate Clause, which protects what they say from them being held accountable in any other forum than Congress. The president doesn't have that protection that exists for those lawmakers who were in the videos of them saying fight. So, some of these arguments were just specious at best and disingenuous at worst.
You also tweeted a quote from Trump lawyer Michael Van Der Veen, who opened today's arguments. That quote, "No thinking person could seriously believe that the president's rally on January 6th on the Ellipse was in any way an incitement to violence or insurrection." John, you said, "I know a lot of thinking people who seriously, gravely, and somberly believe otherwise." Are any of them Senate Republicans?
Yeah, I think some of them are Senate Republicans. I mean, we'll obviously see with the votes, but Mitt Romney's indicated that he's leaning in that direction. Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, Pat Toomey, perhaps, Bill Cassidy, maybe. Even Senator McConnell has, as was just said in the last segment, has left open the possibility that he might vote to convict. If you are around the Capitol community, we saw the House vote on a bipartisan basis to send these impeachment articles over. If you talk to the members of the staffs of many of these Republican senators, they will tell you that they were very unhappy with what happened on January 6th, and they're disgusted with President Trump. I mean, many of his own officials resigned right in the aftermath of January 6th, which suggests that they believe that he bore responsibility for it. So to say that no thinking person would see this as incitement is laughable.
You published a piece this morning on NBCnews.com saying House Democratic prosecutors asked the Senate Republicans to consider the precedent they would set by approving Trump's conduct, going on to say what is left for the Senate to decide is whether the former president's conduct demands his conviction and disqualification from future office. Today, Trump's lawyers said the prosecution's case was divorced from facts, evidence, and the interest of the American people. Your reaction to that?
Yeah, I mean, short of getting into the president's head, which is difficult since he's refused to testify, the Democratic managers brought all of the evidence they had. And you asked earlier, or mentioned earlier, the idea of winners and losers. And, one of the things that will be lost in this impeachment trial, if there's no punishment for Trump or no rebuke by the Senate, whether it's actually conviction and barred from future office, or if they have some sort of censure. If that doesn't happen, the precedent that's set here is that any president can send his supporters to go overthrow the Capitol and the legislature anytime he wants, not just in the lame duck period of his presidency if he loses the next election, but simply that any president can do that. And that's a precedent that I think most presidents hopefully would not follow, even though it exists. But it's really potentially dangerous for the republic.
All right, so I promised we would ask you in the intro, so I got to ask before you go, who won, in your opinion, this week? And does it matter? Do you think that either side was able to change any senators' minds?
I think it's possible that you may see one or two senators on the Republican side flip and support impeachment, from where they looked like they were on those votes on whether it was constitutional or not. But in terms of winners, look, the fact that all the evidence was laid out is sort of a victory for truth, and the potential for Donald Trump to walk away scot-free after what I think most people think was clearly inciting his supporters. In fact, his supporters believe was inciting his supporters to go storm the Capitol. That's a big loss.
John Allen, always great to see you. Listen, I have thought for a long time now that our families, our households have some things in common. You're reaffirming that with the basketball hoop over the closet door. We've got one of those too. So just, backing up what we've already known so far.
Right in sync, Allison.
Thanks, John.
Take care.
Tonight, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Minority Leader Mitch McConnell recognized Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman's bravery during the Capitol riots. Take a look.
In a moment, I will ask the Senate to pass legislation that would award Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman the Congressional Gold Medal. In the weeks after the attack on January the 6th, the world learned about the incredible bravery of Officer Goodman on that fateful day. Here in this trial, we saw a new video, powerful video, showing calmness under pressure, his courage in the line of duty, his foresight in the midst of chaos, and his willingness to make himself a target of the mob's rage so that others might reach safety. Officer Goodman is in the chamber tonight. Officer Goodman, thank you. I think we can all agree that Eugene Goodman deserves the highest honor Congress can bestow. But before we move to pass this legislation, I want to be clear that he was not alone that day. The nation saw and has now seen numerous examples of the heroic conduct of the Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police, the SWAT teams that were with us on January 6th here in the Capitol protecting us. Our heartfelt gratitude extends to each and every one of them, particularly now as members of the force continue to bear scars, seen and unforeseen, from the events of that disgraceful day. Let us give them all the honor and recognition they so justly deserve.
Mr. President.
The Republican leader.
I'm pleased to join the Majority Leader's request. January 6th was a day of fear for those who work here in the Capitol, and of sadness for many more watching from afar. But that awful day also introduced our nation to a group of heroes whom we in Congress were already proud to call our colleagues and to whom we owe a great debt. In the face of lawlessness, the officers of the U.S. Capitol lived out the fullest sense of their oaths. If not for the quick thinking and bravery of Officer Eugene Goodman, in particular, people in this chamber may not have escaped that day unharmed. Officer Goodman's actions reflect a deep personal commitment to duty and brought even greater distinction upon all his brave brothers and sisters in uniform. So I'm proud the Senate is taking this step forward, recognizing his heroism with the highest honor we can bestow.
The article of impeachment now before the Senate is an unjust and blatantly unconstitutional act of political vengeance.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building.
We came here to protect our republic. Let's make it worth it.
To peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
So you are supposed to
put yourselves in the heads of the people who here peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard and conclude that those words do not mean what the president said.
Yes, he has encouraged actual violence, not just the word fight.
Hey everyone, I'm Ellison Morris. You're watching special coverage of the second impeachment trial of Donald Trump on NBC News Now. The defense rests former President Trump's lawyers, arguing that all political speech must be protected and that convicting Trump would be a threat to the First Amendment. Both sides have asked their questions. Next up, the question of witnesses. Let's get right to NBC News political correspondent Ali Vitale. She is on Capitol Hill. And we also have NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee in Washington, D.C. Carol, the defense argued that Trump was simply exercising his First Amendment right, the same way Democrats have in the past. Attorney Michael Vanderveen accusing the Democrats of hypocrisy, focusing on Trump's use of the word fight in his speeches. Here he is.
Suddenly, the word fight is off limits? Spare us the hypocrisy and false indignation. It's a term used over and over and over again by politicians on both sides of the aisle. And of course, the Democrat House managers know that the word fight has been used figuratively in political speech forever.
Do you expect the GOP senators, Carol, to use that as an off-ramp to acquit, and other arguments the Trump team made today that the GOP might use to cover themselves should they not convict?
Yeah, the hypocrisy argument that they're making or trying to make, Democrats obviously pushed back on what the former president's lawyer said there. But the idea that this is not that the former president wasn't trying to incite violence, that he was using common language that's used in our political discourse on a regular basis is something that we've heard Republicans say. And we saw they played a lengthy video montage of Democrats using this word fight. But their core argument is that the president, and they said this, former President Trump was not directing people to go and fight and be violent at the Capitol, that he was using it figuratively, that he was saying you need to fight like hell. That's a quote from former President Trump. And what he meant was fight for your right to have cast your vote in a legal, free and fair election. Now, the other argument that Republicans are latching onto that the former president's legal team is making is that this is just unconstitutional, that he's no longer in office. This isn't something that he can be thrown out of office for doing because he's not there. And so they have no basis, the Senate does, to on which to convict the president of this. So those are kind of the two developing off-ramps that we're seeing different Republican senators take.
Ali, Trump's lawyers played videos of House Democrats objecting to the 2017 election results to defend Trump's rhetoric. How did the Dems respond to that?
Yeah, it was really a tactic that was meant to both show that Trump was not novel in objecting to the certification of these election results, but also in a way to normalize that both parties had done it, that it was something that was bipartisan in terms of it playing out that way in 2017 and again now in 2020, or rather 2021. Democrats, though, and I think you're going to hear this word a lot as you, me, and Carol start talking about this, they called it hypocrisy and a false equivalency. Here's how one Democratic senator put it today.
Oh, it's a complete falsehood. I mean, you have a history in one case of encouraging violence through, overt statements versus a history that in no cases resulted in deaths of police officers, riotous behavior. So it's just not the same thing.
And you hear him say there, it's just not the same thing. I feel like that may as well have been the refrain today from Democratic senators as they listened to repeated false equivalencies from the Trump legal team, both on this issue, some of the issues that Carol raised, and definitely when it came to that video where you heard the word fight more than 200 times.
Carol, in the Q&A, Senator Bill Cassidy asked both sides whether President Trump was tolerant of the intimidation of Vice President Pence during the Capitol riot. How did they answer him?
This was really interesting, Allison. The former president's lawyer, Michael van der Veen, got very contentious. He said he took issue with the premise of the question. He blamed Democrats, saying, well, they didn't have a fair hearing in the House before they impeached the president, so we don't know. And he just generally pushed back on this whole notion. Take a listen to what he said.
I dispute the premise of your facts. I dispute the facts that are laid out in that question. And unfortunately, we're not going to know the answer to the facts in this proceeding because the House did nothing to investigate what went on.
So there you hear the former President Trump's lawyer is, again, flipping this on Democrats, and Democrats pushed back and said, look, we tried to get President Trump to come here himself and testify. He declined to do that. We'd love to hear from him. But generally, this is a question, the idea of what former President Trump knew and about former Vice President Pence is a question that there's a feeling coming out of this that the former president's legal team just didn't have a good answer for. And so you can see Democrats pushing back, and it'll be interesting to see whether or not the former president's legal team comes back and tries to clean that up a little bit tomorrow.
Allie, the Trump defense team played some long video montages, as we've been saying, of the Democrats using the word fight. How did the senators in the chamber react at the time?
Yeah, that was a video that was just over 11 minutes long. As I mentioned, you heard the word fight over 200 times. In the room, there were senators who were shaking their heads. There were senators who dryly laughed. One senator even said out loud, "Oh my God," sort of just reacting to the ludicrous nature of playing such a video. And I would note it was a video that was played in chunks after the initial playing out of it multiple times. One of the senators who was actually featured in that video at length was Senator Elizabeth Warren. She responded after by tweeting a video that showed what her rallies looked like. I can tell you this is a somewhat accurate depiction because most rallies did end with pinky promises and hugs for young girls as they took selfies. There were also a lot of talks about needing to fight, but she definitely meant that in a policy sense. I never met anyone who thought that Elizabeth Warren was trying to incite an insurrection when she said that she was in the fight for any number of policy issues. But again, this was just another example. As much as the video was ludicrous in nature to a lot of Democrats, this was a key part of the argument for Donald Trump's legal team here, which was that the rhetoric that he used was very much in the usual political discourse. The second half of that, though, that they're not carrying it through, but certainly Democratic House impeachment managers did, was that the rhetoric that Donald Trump used over the course of many weeks and months incited an insurrection here on January 6th.
Allie, it seems like a million years ago when you and other colleagues of ours were trying to pull Senator Warren away on the campaign trail from her selfies to ask her a question or two. Wow, I know it hasn't been all that long, but feels like a throwback. Allie,
times.
Carol, thank you both. Yeah.
Thanks.
2 hours and 32 minutes. That's how long the Trump team took to present their arguments. So how did his lawyers do? Let's bring in the legal experts. NBC News legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Glenn Kirshner and NBC News legal contributor and criminal defense attorney Danny Savalos. Glenn, the defense was asked when Donald Trump learned about the Capitol riot. Michael van der Veen said he couldn't answer because House managers didn't investigate. But the defense also said Trump wasn't aware the vice president was in danger that same day. Your thoughts on that back and forth? Does that raise red flags to you?
You know, a couple of things, Allison. First of all, van der Veen wouldn't answer any question if the truthful answer would have incriminated his client. So he was not all that persuasive every time he tried to deflect. And here's the other thing. What I found most remarkable toward the end of the hearing today, when I think we were all getting a little bit tired, he was asked, I believe, by Senator Sanders, that Senator Sanders set up the question saying, well, Donald Trump said he won in a landslide, and that is not true. You would agree with me, Mr. Van der Veen, that Donald Trump lost the election. And Van der Veen wouldn't answer that question. He wasn't even willing to concede that Donald Trump answered the question. And I'm going to tell you, I watched Van der Veen all day. And at that point, to the extent he had any lingering credibility left, I think it evaporated.
Danny, Van der Veen accused Democrats of using the same language as former President Trump. Listen to this.
Consider the language that the House impeachment article alleges to constitute incitement. If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. This is ordinary political rhetoric that is virtually indistinguishable from the language that has been used by people across the political spectrum for hundreds of years.
Danny, the defense also presented highly edited montages of the Democrats saying the word fight. We've been talking about that a lot tonight to try to prove this point. You predicted they would use this tactic. So my question now, what did it do for their argument?
Yeah, first of all, I actually know Mike Van der Veen, or the V as he's known in the counties surrounding Philadelphia. And no surprise that he got combative with people like Bernie Sanders. No surprise whatsoever, but this isn't the court of common pleas. This is Congress. This is the Senate. This is a different theater. And I did predict that they would focus on the word fight because they want to create the specter of a First Amendment defense for President Trump. When in reality, as Congressman Raskin pointed out, the First Amendment may protect you from prosecution or being sued for your speech, but that same speech that may be lawful may be impeachable. And that is exactly the defense tack that I predicted, and exactly the way they have to go is focus on the word fight and show some snippet of some other Democrat saying fight. Heck, show an ESPN clip of someone saying the word fight before an actual fight, a boxing match or something, and just say that was the use of fight, and that's politically protected speech. He's right. I mean, he's right that it is politically protected speech to say the word fight in a particular context, but it's not just about the word. Context is king in any First Amendment analysis. And of course, the footnote to that is the First Amendment doesn't protect Trump from impeachment.
Danny, I should have made that Philly connection there. I slipped on that one. Thank you for reminding us. Glenn, Trump defense lawyer Bruce Castor started his argument saying there was no insurrection at the Capitol. Here he is.
Clearly, there was no insurrection. Insurrection is a term of art. It's defined in the law. It involves taking over a country, a shadow government, taking the TV stations over, and having some plan on what you're going to do when you finally take power. Clearly, this is not that.
Glenn, federal prosecutors have considered possible insurrection charges against some rioters. So is Castor's legal definition there accurate and applicable?
You know, insurrection is basically the lawless, often violent overthrow of the government. And what did this angry mob do? They tried to stop the incoming government, the duly elected, incoming President Joe Biden, from having his election win certified. So, what the defense did, they tried to sort of ask everybody to look at things in isolation. But, there are four facts that you can look at that prove Donald Trump guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, if you start with the fact that Donald Trump, even before the election was held, said, if I lose, the election will be a fraud. It will have been rigged and it will have been stolen from me. That's how he set this up even before the election. Then he approached the Georgia election officials and said, I need you to fraudulently give me one more vote than I needed to win. He wanted the Georgia election officials to fraudulently declare him the winner. After that, when it didn't work, he asked Mike Pence not to certify Joe Biden the winner. And when that didn't work, he launched his angry mob. To do what? To take the Capitol, stop the steal. All of that, Allison, is an insurrection.
Danny, Van der Veen warned this trial could encourage political parties to weaponize the impeachment process. Here's what he said.
Do you want to create a precedent where the Senate will be tasked with sitting in judgment as to the meaning and implied intent of a president's words or words of any elected official? Will that allow and maybe encourage a majority party to weaponize the awesome power of impeachment against the minority to suppress a point of view? Will the Senate then have to deal with constant articles of impeachment by a majority party accusing minority presidents or other elected officials of so-called insightful or false speeches? You can see where this would lead.
Danny, is this already political process at risk of becoming even more politicized, or is this trial playing out like it should?
Yeah, careful, V. It's totally fine to impeach someone based on their words. After all, Andrew Johnson was impeached for, in part, heaping scorn and opprobrium on Thaddeus Stevens. President Trump, just in his first impeachment, was essentially impeached for his words on a call or on a meeting. And Bill Clinton was impeached for his words and some other stuff, but that's not important right now. The thing is that words are totally fair game for impeachment. And the president's words are even more subject to scrutiny, because when he says things, if he says things like, I want to buy Greenland, or if he happened to say something like, I want to sell Florida to Russia, that might be politically protected speech, but it's something that Congress would be alarmed by, and they would probably have grounds to impeach him. So the message is, and Jamie Raskin keeps pounding this home, that just because it's protected speech, that you can't be prosecuted for it, doesn't mean you can't be impeached. And again, no surprise you see the defense hammer home the whataboutism, point at the other people who have said words like fight, and say, look, the word fight is politically protected, cherished speech. He's right, but he's also not right.
All right, Danny, introducing us to the V tonight. My thanks to the G and the D for being with us. We'll catch up with you guys a little later this hour. Trump defense attorney Bruce Castor says the former president is not responsible for the deadly riot on the Capitol because the violence was pre-planned. Here's the timeline he laid out.
President Trump's words couldn't have incited the riot at the Capitol. The day's events make this clear. Let's walk through the actual timeline. At 11:15 a.m., police security camera videos show crowds forming at First Street near the Capitol reflecting pool. This is a full 45 minutes before President Trump even took the stage on January 6th. Let me repeat that. Violent criminals were assembling at the Capitol over a mile away, almost an hour before the president uttered a single word on the ellipse. You did not hear that fact during the hours and hours of the House manager's presentation, did you? When the president spoke, what did he call for? He called for rally attendees to peacefully and patriotically make their voices heard, for them to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue to cheer on members of Congress. President Trump went on for more than an hour, ending at 1:11. Now, why is this important? Because of all of the events that I am about to describe, they all occurred before President Trump's remarks concluded. At 12:49 p.m., the first barriers at the U.S. Capitol grounds were pushed over and the crowd entered the restricted area. At 11:05 p.m., Acting Defense Secretary Christopher Miller received open source reports of demonstrator movements to the U.S. Capitol. At 1:09 p.m., U.S. Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sund called the House and Senate Sergeants at Arms, telling them he wanted an emergency declared and he wanted the National Guard called. The point? Given the timeline of events, the criminals at the Capitol weren't there at the ellipse to even hear the president's words. They were more than a mile away, engaged in their pre-planned assault on this very building.
All this month, They are the black trailblazers and everyday heroes who've broken barriers, pushed for change, and brought progress to our country. Join us as we share their stories and celebrate groundbreaking changemakers all this month on Today.
The impeachment trial, COVID relief, we're going to find out quickly whether this is going to be a functional bipartisan government. Would you support some raise in the minimum wage? Asking about vaccine distribution, where is the bottleneck? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead. The vaccine effort picks up.
Where are the majority of those doses?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Are we vaccinating right now to keep ahead of these mutant strains?
We still have a demand that far exceeds supply.
He's the first African-American crew member on an extended mission on the International Space Station.
To be able to see someone that looks like them, that is super important.
Perhaps the most successful gospel artist today.
Where you're going is a lot bigger than where you've been.
I am looking forward to seeing you in Tokyo.
Thank you Today Show family. Love you guys.
You're back.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead.
What about the vaccines? The vaccines we have now, can they stop the South African variant?
The first youth poet laureate captivating the nation and capturing our story.
I had this understanding that the world is watching us, that we have the eyes of history and the future upon us.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Is impeachment a violation of Donald Trump's free speech? That's what his defense team argued today. Take a listen.
This sham impeachment also poses a serious threat to freedom of speech for political leaders of both parties at every level of government. The Senate should be extremely careful about the precedent this case will set.
All of these facts make clear the January 6th speech did not cause the riots. The president did not cause the riots. He neither explicitly or implicitly encouraged the use of violence or lawless action, but in fact called for peaceful exercise of every American's First Amendment rights to peacefully assemble and petition their government for redress of grievances.
The Senate cannot ignore the First Amendment. The Constitution itself limits the ability of the House to impeach to limited items such as high crimes and misdemeanors. The position advanced by the House managers is essentially an unlimited impeachment standard without constitutional guardrails, unmoored to any specific legal test other than the unbridled discretion of Congress. Ignoring the First Amendment would conflict with the senator's oath of office. It would also conflict with well-settled Supreme Court precedent and ignore the intent of the framers of the Constitution.
Let us be clear. This trial is about far more than President Trump. It is about silencing and banning the speech the majority does not agree with. It is about canceling 75 million Trump voters and criminalizing political viewpoints. That is what this trial is really about. It's the only existential issue before us.
Mr. Trump was elected by the people. He is an elected official. The Supreme Court says elected officials must have the right to freely engage in public speech.
It asks for constitutional cancel culture to take over in the United States Senate. Are we going to allow canceling and banning and silencing to be sanctioned in this body? To the Democrats who view this as a moment of opportunity, I urge you instead to look to the principles of free expression and free speech.
They've taken questions from the Senate. They've rested their cases. Now the defense and prosecution are preparing their arguments over whether to call witnesses. So who made the more effective case this week? Let's bring in Republican strategist Joseph Pinion and Democratic strategist Mustafa Tamiz. Joseph, David Schoen used Trump's comments about Charlottesville from 2017 in his defense. Take a listen.
The Charlottesville lie. Very fine people on both sides. Except that isn't all he said. And they knew it then, and they know it now. Watch this.
But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name.
Joseph, your reaction to the Trump team using that moment as part of their arguments?
Look, I don't know why they would go down that path. I don't think you want to talk about Charlottesville. I don't think you even want to talk about the outcome of the election. I think, and many times, President Trump is like the client on trial for murder who won't let his attorneys tell people that he was in bed with his mistress at the risk of actually offending the jury. I think at the end of the day, we have to focus on what Democrats are not telling the American people. This notion that they have basically thrown everything at the wall and trying to see what sticks. They sent over one article of impeachment that, again, is a very broad and extreme reading of what actually occurred. To me, the strongest case Democrats could have made is that a president that is infamous for his Fox News Twitter feedback loop suddenly can't be found in the midst of a riot. A president that called NFL players kneeling SOBs suddenly had little to say about people using the American flag to break glass at the halls of Congress. That's the argument I would have made if I was trying to actually say that the president was derelict of his duty. But that's not enough for Democrats. Democrats instead, again, want to make President Trump the kingpin. They want to say he is Al Capone, who laid the plan for the heist, then put the armor in the broom closet, and now wants to have the blueprint for the rioters. And that is a story that most Americans will not believe.
All right, so Mustafa, let me ask you the same question. What did you think when you heard Schoen bringing up Charlottesville?
You know, I don't know what to make of these lawyers. These are probably arguably the worst lawyers that we've seen in modern history defend a president on any issue. But the issue really, to me, is not about President Trump. It's what the Republican Party has become. I was on a text string with former national security officials. And to the rest of us, this looks like a failed insurrection, but to the extremists, this might be a practice run. They might look at this as success, and we've seen them storm state house and state legislature. We've seen them plan to kidnap the governor of Michigan. Where does this end if the Republicans don't create a price for President Trump when he points a finger somewhere else next time, or if someone else points a finger somewhere else? Where will this go? And the Republican Party really needs to grapple with that. And we as a nation have to grapple with that. This extremism is radicalized a very large population, and it's frightening.
On that note, Mustafa, you tweeted today that former President Trump's lawyers are creating cover for extremists in our country, saying this is not just sad but dangerous. How did they specifically do that, in your opinion?
Well, look, I mean, we're basically rationalizing the action of President Trump. We were talking just a little bit ago that, the lawyers basically made a case that people had already assembled at the Capitol. They were already there before President Trump spoken. Well, they leave out the part that President Trump's the one that invited them there. They leave out the part that President Trump, for the prior 6 months, have been basically saying if he loses the election, that somehow the election is rigged. And that type of fermentation over time, that type of nonstop barrage of false information creates an environment in which people that sometimes want to believe in something larger than themselves, like these conspiracies on QAnon, like Proud Boys that are just white nationalists and white supremacists, it gives them cover to be able to go out and take violent action. And this is dangerous. This is a danger to our domestic security. And Republican senators need to understand this and take responsibility because they really do know better.
Joseph, I think one area of common ground here, perhaps for Republicans, Democrats, and even President Trump, they were not impressed with Bruce Castor on his opening day. How do you think he did with his arguments today?
I mean, look, I think Republicans did a much better job today. I mean, earlier, before we came on, I think you had people like Chuck Todd saying that they were making an argument for cable news, as if the House impeachment managers aren't making their argument for the people watching MSNBC and CNN in the primetime demo. Yes, this is about history. This is about the deplorable display that we witnessed at our Capitol, basically turning the America's House into a crime scene. But it is also about capturing hearts and minds. And the reason why Republicans are able to ignore large swaths of the argument being presented by Democrats is because Democrats invited them to do so. Democrats were the ones that sent over this flimsy article of impeachment that talked about something of tremendous importance, but did not delineate the ways in which they thought that President Trump needed to be impeached. And now they have put together this rather robust approximation of what they believe happened, how they viewed the world. But the only people that will believe that presentation are people that thought President Trump should have been impeached before he ever took the oath of office. And so I think, to my colleague's point, yes, we have to be able to lay down a marker and say what happened should never happen again. But in my family, we say that love demands accountability and forgiveness requires acknowledgement. And I think that on some basic level, Democrats to this day have not acknowledged the fact that they profess love for law enforcement today, but that support has not been there. They profess to be appalled by violence, but that appalledness has not been there. And so we just all have to be able to hold ourselves to the same standard to say it's not about whataboutism. It's about what are we going to do as a nation moving forward to ensure that this type of conduct does not happen again.
All right, we have to leave it there. Joseph, Mustafa, thank you both so very much.
Thank you.
The impeachment trial, COVID relief, we're going to find out quickly whether this is going to be a functional bipartisan government. Would you support some raise in the minimum wage? Asking about vaccine distribution, where is the bottleneck? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Are we vaccinating right now to keep ahead of these mutant strains?
We still have a demand that far exceeds supply.
He's the first African American crew member on an extended mission on the International Space Station.
To be able to see someone that looks like them, that is super important.
Perhaps the most successful gospel artist today.
Where you're going is a lot bigger than where you've been.
I am looking forward to seeing you in Tokyo.
Thank you, Today Show family. Love you guys.
You're back.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead.
What about the vaccines? The vaccines we have now, can they stop the South African variant?
The first youth poet laureate captivating the nation and capturing our story.
I had this understanding that the world is watching us, that we have the eyes of history and the future upon us.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Former President Trump falsely claimed for months that the election was stolen from him. Trump's legal team says claiming election fraud isn't the same as inciting a riot. The House managers took issue with that argument in the Q&A session. Take a look.
The House managers told you that the president demanded that the Georgia Secretary of State, quote, find just over 11,000 votes. The word find, like so many others the House managers highlighted, is taken completely out of context. And the word find did not come out of thin air. Based on an analysis of publicly available voter data, that the ballot rejection rate in Georgia in 2016 was approximately 6.42%. And even though a tremendous amount of new first-time mail-in ballots were included in the 2020 count, the Georgia rejection rate in 2020 was a mere 0.4%, a drop-off from 6.42% to 0.4%. President Trump wanted the signature verification to be done in public. How can a request for signature verifications to be done in public be a basis for a charge for inciting a riot?
To be clear, though, that we have absolutely no problem with President Trump having pursued his belief that the election was being stolen or that there was fraud or corruption or unconstitutionality. We have no problem at all with him going to court to do it. And he did, and he lost in 61 straight cases in federal court and state court, in the lowest courts in the land, in the U.S. Supreme Court. He lost it. He lost in courts in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, and Wisconsin. All of them said the same thing. They couldn't find any corruption. They couldn't find any fraud, certainly nothing rising to a material level that would alter the outcome of any of the elections. And there was no unconstitutionality. That's the American system.
Sometimes there is a reason to dispute an election. Sometimes the count is close. Sometimes we ask for a recount, go to courts. All of that's appropriate. I lost my first election. I stayed in bed for 3 days. We do what we need to do, and we move on. This was not that. Because when all of these people confirmed that Donald Trump had lost, when the courts, his Department of Justice, state officials, Congress, his vice president, were ready to commit to the peaceful transfer of power, Donald Trump was not ready. And so we are all here because he was not ready.
Trump's legal team kept their arguments brief today. So what was truthful and what was a bit questionable? Here to do a little fact-checking, NBCNews.com political reporter Jane Tim. Jane, the defense claiming today that President Trump tried to quickly calm the violence at the Capitol on the 6th. Take a listen.
The first two messages the president sent via Twitter once the incursion of the Capitol began were stay peaceful and no violence because we are the party of law and order.
You say that's false. What was Trump actually tweeting about as the rioters stormed the Capitol?
Yeah, so I went back into Trump's Twitter account. It's been closed, of course, but into the archives of it. And Trump's tweets were not what he says they were. So the first tweet that came out after the protest started outside the Capitol was a video of his rally speech, which of course was egging on these riots. And then the second tweet I think is really important. It says Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done. The USA demands the truth. This is basically egging on protesters who were outside the Capitol chanting at this moment when this tweet was being sent, "Hang Mike Pence." We've seen videos of this. This was around the time that Mike Pence was rushed out of the joint session by the Secret Service, because essentially protesters were inside the Capitol looking for him. So the mobs were already inside the Capitol when he is sending a tweet like this that encourages the kind of rhetoric that we've heard about Mike Pence. Hours into these protests outside the Capitol that moved into the Capitol, of course, he says, finally, stay peaceful. And we know that the Washington Post reported that Trump was even reluctant to include that in his tweet.
You point out that on several occasions, the defense team applied courtroom standards to their arguments, but this isn't a criminal trial, it's an impeachment trial. Can you give us an example or two and explain how that was misleading?
Yeah, we spent the whole day talking about the First Amendment and how that protects the president. We talked about the Brandenburg test. I mean, I spent all day Googling and reading about all these criminal court precedents that these attorneys said were applicable to this case. But here's the thing, you can be impeached for just about anything. It does not matter if there is a Bill of Rights out there. What this is about whether or not you've committed high crimes or misdemeanors in the eyes of the Senate. There was even one point where the attorneys talked about being essentially personally victimized by criticism of their legal arguments, saying that, judges can sanction attorneys and can take away their law licenses. Well, there's no judge in this court. This is the senators. They are the judge, and they cannot take away the law license of an attorney defending the president.
All right, Jane Tim, always here to help us out, separating the fact from the fiction and all the different things in between. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Allison.
All this month, they are the Black trailblazers and everyday heroes who've broken barriers, pushed for change, and brought progress to our country. Join us as we share their stories and celebrate groundbreaking changemakers. All this month on Today.
The impeachment trial, COVID relief, we're going to find out quickly whether this is going to be a functional bipartisan government. Would you support some raise in the minimum wage? Asking about vaccine distribution. Where is the bottleneck? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead. The vaccine effort picks up.
Where are the majority of those doses?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now.
We've got some breaking news. Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Are we vaccinating right now to keep ahead of these mutant strains?
We still have a demand that far exceeds supply.
He's the first African-American crew member on an extended mission on the International Space Station.
To be able to see someone that looks like them, that is super important.
Perhaps the most successful gospel artist today.
Where you're going is a lot bigger than where you've been.
I am looking forward to seeing you in Tokyo.
Thank you, Today Show family. Love you guys.
You're back.
History in the making, the beginning of a new era in America. As Joe Biden takes office, the major changes and challenges ahead.
What about the vaccines? The vaccines we have now, can they stop the South African variant?
The first youth poet laureate captivating the nation and capturing our story.
I had this understanding that the world is watching us, that we have the eyes of history and the future upon us.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The world is watching us. The House managers reminding the Senate of that in their Q&A this evening. House Manager Stacey Plaskett taking issue with how the Trump legal team presented their defense today. Here she is.
The world watched us, and the world is still watching us to see what we will do this day, and we'll know what we did this day 100 years from now. Those are the immediate consequences, and our actions will reverberate as to what are the future consequences. The extremists who attacked the Capitol at the president's provocation will be emboldened. All our intelligence agencies have confirmed this. It is not House managers saying that. There are quite literally standing by and standing ready. Donald Trump told them this is only the beginning. They are waiting and watching to see if Donald Trump is right that everyone said this was totally appropriate. Let me also bring something else up. I'll briefly say that defense counsels put a lot of videos out in their defense, playing clip after clip of Black women talking about fighting for a cause or an issue or a policy. It was not lost on me as so many of them were people of color and women, and Black women like myself, who are sick and tired of being sick and tired for our children, your children, our children. This summer, things happened that were violent, but there were also things that gave some of us Black women great comfort. Seeing Amish people from Pennsylvania standing up with us, members of Congress fighting up with us. And so I thought we were past that. I think maybe we're not. There are long-standing consequences, decisions like this that will define who we are as a people, who America is. We have in this room made monumental decisions. You all have made monumental decisions. We've declared wars, passed civil rights acts, ensured that no one in this country is a slave. Every American has the right to vote, unless you live in a territory. At this time, some of these decisions are even controversial, but history has shown that they define us as a country and as a people. Today is one of those moments, and history will wait for our decision.
The arguments are done, the Senate questions asked and answered. So if this week were the Super Bowl rather than impeachment trial and it was House managers versus Trump lawyers, who won the big game? Let's go to former federal prosecutor and NBC News legal analyst Glenn Kirshner and NBC News legal analyst and criminal defense attorney Danny Savalos. And I'm sorry, Danny, the answer cannot be the Eagles. In their arguments today, Trump's attorney accused the House managers of manipulating evidence and denying due process. Did they succeed in proving that point?
Well, they started from the point where due process isn't even afforded to the president. And in fact, the president may be the one person in the entire American system that shouldn't get due process in an impeachment. And the reason is the impeachment court doesn't have a temporary restraining order. It doesn't have anything to preserve the status quo. If you have a rogue president who's gone mad. So the only remedy is impeachment, and therefore, because impeachment must be fast if needed, there is no due process guarantee to the president. And if he was guaranteed due process the way a criminal defendant is, then our nation may be at risk. So they shouldn't try to hammer home the due process argument. I've been hearing echoes of that from time to time. Maybe if they want to raise the notion of it for the audience at large, but at the end, a president is not afforded due process in an impeachment hearing.
Glenn, yesterday we learned that Senators Graham, Cruz, and Lee met with Trump's impeachment lawyer. Today you tweeted that when you were prosecutor, you once discovered that a juror was communicating about the case with the defense attorney during the trial. You prosecuted the juror because hashtag Justice Matters. Now, this is not a traditional trial, and it's technically not against the rules for senators to meet with Trump's lawyers. But what do you make of the senators huddling with the defense?
So at a minimum, it is distasteful. And I'm not suggesting it was criminal that, these Republican senators seem to be, in league with the defendant, with the person on trial in this Senate impeachment trial. But there's a reason that we generally want jurors to be fair and impartial. Jurors are not supposed to have advanced knowledge of the case. They're not supposed to be witnesses to the incident being tried. And they're certainly not supposed to be potential aiders and abettors to the crime. But this is not governed by the rules of criminal law or criminal procedure. But it sure is a really bad look when, the senators sitting as de facto jurors ready to pass judgment on the president, guilt or innocence, are actually in league with the person they are about to judge. It really makes no sense, and it's just a really bad look for these senators.
All right, we are finally here on a Friday night. It has felt like a very long week. Danny, I have to ask, which side had the most compelling argument, do you think, this week, and why?
The side with the most compelling argument, or I should say the breakout star, may not have been an individual House manager, but the high production quality of their video presentations. They have raised the bar for trial lawyers across the country with their real-time comparisons. You've got red dots following where people were breaking into the Capitol. I mean, what a compelling prosecution with the aid of those visuals, bringing in folks from the outside who may have only watched a few news clips, bringing them right into the Capitol and feeling the danger in real time. So on that side, the House managers had very compelling prosecution, terrific tools in their arsenal. That shows they have a team, and the team is working together nicely. The defense, it looks like their strategy was, we're probably going to win anyway. Let's just cater to our crowd, to our Republican team, and push those points. Throw in a little sprinkle of whataboutism. Other people say the word fight, and we'll just get out of this looking good to fellow Republicans. Because after all, I don't think the Republican side or the president's defense attorneys are really looking to persuade anyone. I think they're looking to make a statement.
Glenn, how about you? What was the most compelling argument for you this week?
Yeah, I'm with Danny. This was a mismatch. This was like, Muhammad Ali fighting Pee Wee Herman, right? The defense didn't stand a chance. And, when we use the word fight, and we've heard the word fight a lot, the defense tried to get us to believe that when politicians utter the word fight, it means the same thing regardless of the context. So if politicians tell the people, I'm going to fight for your civil rights, I'm going to fight for a living wage for you, we should have that land the same as if Donald Trump said, I want you to go down there, I want you to fight, I want you to stop the steal, and I basically want you to help me unconstitutionally retain power. Those two uses of the word fight are very different, and I'll leave everybody with this, Allison. I would suggest that if the Republicans want more insurrection attempts in our future, then go ahead and vote not guilty.
Glenn, I'm going to spend the rest of the evening picturing Pee Wee Herman doing a Pee Wee's Playhouse saying, the word of the day is fight. Ah! Glenn, Danny, it's been wonderful to have the two of you throughout the night. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Allison.
Lord, infuse them with a spirit of nonpartisan patriotism, unite them in their efforts to do what is best for America.
We do fight back, but we are going to fight back. Fight back! Get in the fight. Fighting. He's fighting. Fight. And it is a fight.
Keep fighting. Fight. We're going to fight. We're going to fight. We need to fight. Fight.
Fighting.
We will fight back.
I showed you the video because in this political forum, all robust speech should be protected, and it should be protected evenly for all of us.
Hey everyone, I'm Ellison Morris. You're watching special coverage of the second impeachment trial of Donald Trump here on NBC News Now. One and done for the defense.